Normally, I wouldn't protect a pedo or a chomo. And I know some of y'all might be scratching y'all heads like, what? Wait, hold on, Dante. You said normally, so are you insinuating that you did protect a pedo or chomo in prison? So for those that don't know, I ran a business in prison. In the business that I ran, again, for those that don't know, I'm sure most of y'all do know, I ran a protection scheme in prison. Meaning, if you was having a hard time in prison, for whatever reason it was, whether you owed a debt, somebody was trying to take your cheeks, somebody was bullying you, whatever the case is, you will come to me, we agree on the price, and you know why I keep you safe. I had a crew of about 8-9 guys, and they was hitters, including myself. And we had a reputation that, hey, once somebody come under our protection, leave them alone. And if there's a debt to be owed, we'll pay that. But you best believe that person that's under my protection now is, they gonna pay. And they gonna pay for sure, right? So it's around 1 o'clock in the morning, and I'm not going to name the guard or anything like that, because the guard is still working, and you know, she my home girl to this day. But it's around 1 o'clock in the morning, and I get a knock at the cell, right? I'm halfway asleep, halfway woke. But in prison, you don't never actually sleep in prison, right? So I guess I was taking a cat nap. So in taking this cat nap, I hear this knock on the cell bars or whatever. So I open my eyes up, and I didn't have no cellie at this time. And I'm sleeping at the bottom bunk. And it's the female CO that, you know, me and her real cool or whatever. So she got the cell phone. So I get up instantly and I grab it. And so she walk off. So I get on the phone. I'm like, hello? Now, there's a guy in the hole, a white guy. He like, hey, is this Dante? I said, yeah, who is this? He was like, man, this Charles, man, Charles. I said, okay, what's up? What's happening? He like, listen, I'm about to come out the hole tomorrow, and I really need your protection. I say, okay, what's going on, man? It was like, man, it's a dude named Sweet Low, man. He done got me. I said, what you mean he done got you? Now, I know who Sweet Low is, but when somebody say got me, well, he could have poked him up, or he could have really poked him, if you know what I mean. So he was like, man, he got me, man. He violated me, man. And I was like, okay, so what's the deal? What's going on? He was like, listen, how much do you charge for protection? I'm like, well, shit, how much can you afford? Like, you know, what is your life worth? So he got quiet for a minute. So he was like, man, I can give you a G a week. I said, okay. I said, okay, well, I need to get some details first. Like, what exactly did he do to you? And why did he do it? He was like, look, I'm gonna be straight up with you. My paperwork ain't good. I said, what you mean it ain't no good? He was like, it's my work ain't good. I was lied on. And I was like, come on, man. So like I said, y'all, in the beginning of the video, I said it's rare that I protect a chomo or a pedo. It's very rare, but y'all about to see why I did protect him, right? But before we go on with this story, I'm going to give y'all the question of the day. Because I ran a business of protection in prison, and y'all give me y'all honest opinion, did I have the right to discriminate? Let me know in the comment section. Did I have the right to discriminate against guys that had bad charges, or even gay guys? Right? Let me know in the comment section. Did I supposed to protect everybody that came to enlist my services, or did I have the right to refuse? Let me know in the comment section, and make sure y'all hit that like button, okay? So let's get back to the story. So I'm like, what you mean your paperwork no good? He was like, look, old girl that gave you the phone, she's going to give you, my work. And, when you read through it, just call me back. Just call me back. I got this phone all night. Right? So I'm like, I bet. So I hang the phone up, cell phone, y'all. And I go to the cell and I make it whistle like, whew, whew, right? That's my code, let baby girl know, like, hey, I need you. So she come up the stairs. She's like, what's up? I said, you got homeboy paperwork? She was like, oh, yeah, dang, I forgot. I'll be right back. So she go downstairs. She go to the control booth and she go get his paperwork and she give it to me, right? So I sit down on the bed and I cut my light on and I'm going through his paperwork. Now, this is the story that I got from the paperwork. So this guy was a construction worker and he been dating this woman on and off about 10 years to the point she had a baby and he didn't know was it his or not. Like the lady and him never really discussed like, okay, this your child or not. It was like some really weird situation because she was talking to like two other guys and she had like a main boyfriend that he was claiming a daughter or whatever. But this dude, Charles, that's locked up right now, just asked for my service. He like, I kind of wondered was she mine or not. I kind of thought she was here and there because, I've been busting all up in this chick throughout the years. And, around that time, it could add up or whatever. We just never really discussed it. And, you know what I'm saying? So I don't really know. But he said, basically, when the girl turned 10 years old, he was like looking at her like, man, this could be my daughter. Like, this girl really could be my daughter. Like, she kind of looked like my aunties and my mama or whatever. So, he asked the chick like, hey, man, do you think this my daughter? She was like, I don't know, man, take a blood test, whatever. Now, at this time, this girl was rebelling. She 10 years old. She an adolescent. I don't know if she going through puberty or not, but, she's wilding out. She's smoking the green, hanging out with the wrong crowd, and she becoming rebellious at the age of 10, about to turn 11 or whatever. So she know this guy, but she don't know him as, this could be my dad. She look at him, oh, this my mama friend or whatever. So he ended up taking a DNA test with her. The mama ended up swabbing her and swabbing him, right? About a month go by and the DNA results come back. And guess what, y'all? Y'all got it. He is the father. So he like, oh man, damn, I got a kid. And this I've been around, but I ain't been no father to her. So I want to step up now. I want to be in her life now. She only acting like this because I ain't been around. So I'm about to do the right thing. I'm gonna spend time with her. Matter of fact, I'm just gonna go ahead and get with, her mama or whatever, and we gonna make a family. So he pick up the girl, the 10-year-old girl. He pick up her mama, and they sitting in this truck. And he like, listen, y'all. First of all, I want to apologize to you. He talked to the 10-year-old. I want to apologize to you because I've been around and I haven't been a father to you. I mean, rightfully so. I didn't know that you was mine, but there's no excuse. I've just been around and I've been a deadbeat and I'm so sorry. So I just want you to know that I do love you and I'm here for you. And, he asked the girl, like, do you want to say anything? You got anything to say? She was like, no, I ain't got nothing to say. So he's like, okay. So then he turned to the mama. She on a passenger seat. He turned to the mama. He like, listen, I am so sorry. I should have been there. I have been around, but I should have been there more for you and our daughter. And, I want to be with you. I want us to be a family. I want to step up. I want to, forget the past. I'm not talking to no chicks. If you talking to anybody on the side, man, can you just cut them off? Because I want this to work. I want us to, be a unit. I want us to be a family. So she like, you know what? I can do that. I can do that because, the guy that I'm talking to, he ain't about nothing, man. So, we can make this work. We can do it. Yeah, let's do it. So he give her a hug or whatever, and they drive off to McDonald's. He said he done moved in a couple days later, right? In the paperwork, that's what it said. He moved in a couple days later, whatever. So he said everything was going good, and then he smelled that smell. Y'all know that ganja. Y'all know what I'm talking about. He smelled them trees. So he said he smelled it. Now he in the basement, and he know that smell. So he know it's just him and this 10-year-old daughter in the house. So he say he bounce up the stairs and he go up the other stairs to get to the third floor, and he busts in her room. And here she go blowing trees out the window. So he like, hey, what are you doing? And she was like, smoking. So he walked up to her and took the joint out of her hand, like, hey, you can't be doing that. She's like, hey, this is what she say to him. She say, hey, motherfucker, you can't take that. That's mine, man. That's mine. Give me my shit back. He like, hold on. I'm your daddy. Don't talk to me like that. You can't talk to me like that. She was like, man, fuck that shit. He like, oh, wait a minute. Hold on. You can't be cussing at me like that. She was like, you ain't my motherfucking daddy. What have you been? So he like, oh, so it's like that. She like, yeah, it's like that. And you owe me $10 motherfucking dollars too. So she stormed out the room. So he said he sat down on her bed and was like, man, what just happened? Did my daughter just, I get why she, yelling at me because, I ain't been there, but I've been there, but I ain't been there. But like, damn, this little girl is really troubled. So he said he got up, he went downstairs, and the girl was sitting at the dining room table, like looking mad or whatever. And he said he went down there. He was like, hey, listen. She was like, what? He was like, listen, just calm down. Look, I'm sorry for, overreacting, but, I do love you and I do care about you or whatever. And, just, I don't think it's a good idea for you to be smoking. And she was like, okay, so when did you start caring? When did you start caring about my health and me doing what I'm doing? You just got here. And he was like, listen, I know I just got here, but I'm trying to be your father or whatever. So she was like, man, I ain't trying to hear that. So she walked off, right? Went back upstairs. So he said about 2 months have passed, and it'll be incidents like this taking place damn near, not, if it's not every day, it was like every other day. It was always something going on. So nevertheless, he said that, he had drink a little bit here and there, whatever, but never to be out of his mind. But he said this day, she stressed him all the way out, like stressed him to the max. So he said he went to the bar, and he said first he got him a shot of Patron lime, right? So he said he got one shot. Then he got another shot. So there's 2 shots. Then he said he mixed it. He got the Hennessy, light and dark. So when he hit the Hennessy, he got 2 shots of Hennessy. So there's 2 shots of Hen Dog, and then there's 2 shots of Patron, and he mixing them. So now he said he's sitting there, and he just feel angry, like really angry. So he said he topped it off with a Bud Light or whatever, that, for whatever reason, he topped it off with a Bud Light. And then he said he ordered 1 more shot of Patron. He downed that, then he bounced out. He said he got to driving home or whatever. And he said his girlfriend, whatever, said, hey, I'm going out with the girls tonight, whatever. So he's like, okay, that's cool, whatever. She told him this earlier, his girlfriend or whatever, his baby mama that he lived with. So he said he pull up, her car gone, so he go in the house, whatever. He says that he went upstairs, to check on his daughter, whatever, and she had a friend over there. It was like a 12-year-old girl, like, her friend from school or whatever. So he said he went in there and was like, hey, just let you know I'm downstairs, whatever. And she was like, all right, bye. So he said, all right, whatever. So he said he go back downstairs and he's sitting on the couch, right? He said when he tried to get up off the couch or whatever, he fell back down. He said he was blitzed. He was like out of it. So he said he laying there and he felt somebody pulling on him aggressively. So he said he waking up and he feel like his wrist is getting cut. So he like, hey, what's going on? And there's 5 police officers handcuffing him. So he like, what's going on? So, they jacking him up, calling him all type of heinous names and all type of crazy shit, right? So he like, man, what the going on? They ain't really telling him nothing. They're just calling him really bad names, dealing with being a kid diddler, right? So they put him in the back of the patrol car. He said he in and out of it because, he just had all this drink or whatever. So he say when he get down there, they put him in a Bam Bam suit. If y'all don't know what the Bam Bam suit is, the Bam Bam suit is basically they strip you butt naked and they put you in this like green suit, like a straitjacket type of thing. So that's the sober tank or whatever they put drunks in. So they put him in there and he said he just sitting up like, man, what's going on, man? And he just going through his mind like, did I hit somebody on my way back home? Oh, that's all he could think of. Like, damn, did I do a hit and run or something? Because I know I was drunk coming home, but that's the only thing it can be. And then he said he just kept sitting there thinking like, but why was they calling me all these weird names? Dealing with being a child predator. So he was like, all right, man, maybe that's just an alcohol, man. Let me go ahead and sleep this out. Let me sleep this out. So he said, like every 2 hours they'd come in there and check on him, whatever. So he said the next day he wakes up, right? And the detective come in there and talking to him. They pull him out, get him dressed down in the orange jumpsuit, and they take him on to the interrogation room. And they asked him like, yo, do you remember what you did last night? And he like, no, not really. I mean, yeah, but no. So the detective like, look, walk me through of what you do remember from yesterday. It was like, I mean, I got up, me and my daughter had a little argument before she went to school. And the detective asked him, like, what was it about? He was like, I don't know. I really don't know. It was something. We always arguing. I went to work. I got home. I talked to my baby mama, and she said she was going to the club. And I just been stressed out at work all day. So I went to the bar, and yes, I did have a couple of drinks. And I came home and I went to sleep, and I woke up to, cops arrested me, and now I'm here. So the detective's like, that's it? You don't remember nothing else? He like, no, man, what did I kill somebody or something? What? Like, no, you ain't killed nobody. So he like, so what am I doing here? I mean, if I got a DUI, okay, charge me with the DUI and, let me go or whatever. You're like, nah, man, you ain't going nowhere, man. You ain't going nowhere. So he was like, okay, so what did I do? So he was like, you don't remember going into your daughter's room? And he was like, ho, stop right there. Stop right there. No, hell no. I didn't, no, no, don't even finish that. Don't do that. Don't do that to me. Do not do that to me. The detective was like, well, I mean, this is what was said. And this is what your daughter said. This is what she said. You came in her room, and he like, come on, man, don't do that to me, man. I'm not like that. Don't do that to me. So he's like, the detective was like, so you really gonna act like you ain't did nothing, like you don't know what's going on? He was like, man, I promise to God, man, I didn't do nothing wrong. I didn't. So the detective had this vanilla folder, whatever. And he was like, I'm going to show you a picture. Are you sure you don't remember doing nothing? He was like, no, man. Hell no, man. I ain't do nothing. So he was like, okay. So he pulled out a picture, y'all. Due to YouTube rules, regulations, and guidelines, I can't go into 100% description of what was on that picture, but I'll give y'all this. Homeboy was in the nude, right? He was in the nude, and he was standing in the doorway of his daughter's bedroom. And apparently these are Polaroid pictures. Now, like I said, due to YouTube, regulations and stuff like that, it was some other Polaroid pictures on there that was damning. No, he wasn't caught in the act of doing anything, but there was his daughter was in one of the pictures, right? So he looking at it, he was like, no, man, I don't remember this. I ain't do this. Oh, hell no. So he wilding out, he going bananas in the interrogation room. So a couple of other cops come in there, restrain him. They whoop him out a little bit, handcuff him, hog tie him, get him out of there, throw his ass back in the bam room, right? Long story short, he ended up getting convicted. He ended up pleading, right? 2 to 4 years for reckless child endangerment and some other type of right, and sexual misconduct with a minor under the age of 10. So if he went to trial and blew trial, they was gonna give him 15 to 20. So he just copped out and took the 2 to 4. So now he's in prison, right? And I don't know everybody that come through, prison. He just another dude that just looked and ran out. You know what I'm talking about? So apparently when he got in here, he was in a unit with Sweet Low. And maybe a guard done tipped Sweet Low off and let him know, like, hey, we got one. You got a white guy, he got bad charges, and, handle your business. And well, Sweet Low handled his business. So I'm reading through the paperwork or whatever, and it says at the very end on the 47th page that the daughter recanted her story and told and said the truth. And according to the paperwork, the daughter said that she was so mad at her dad that her and her friend decided to set him up. Now, I don't know, because it didn't say, it just said that she said that they set him up because they was mad at him. I don't know how his clothes got off. I don't know. I don't know. But whatever it was, the daughter said they set him up. And he didn't do anything. So that's the part I was hung up on. So when I said originally in the beginning of the story, when I said y'all let me know in the comment section, should I, discriminate against certain inmates of offering them protection or not? Because you really never know, you know what I'm saying, if somebody innocent or guilty. So that's why I posed that question to y'all. So anyway, I'm reading this and I'm like, okay, I got the gist of it. So, I whistle for, the CO or whatever. So she come up there. She like, what's up? So I gave her back the paperwork or whatever. I said, did you read this? She was like, yeah, I read it. I was like, what you think? She was like, I don't know. I mean, his daughter recanted her story and I don't know. I said, all right. So she said, you done with the phone? I said, no, I'm about to call him back right quick. So she was like, all right, I'm downstairs. So I called him back. I said, listen. Well, he like, hello? I said, hey, listen, I just read the paperwork or whatever. So I tell you what, I don't know if you did this or not. I don't know if your daughter just felt guilty and just wanted to recant her story, whatever. I don't know. You could be innocent, you could be guilty. But at this point, that ain't the issue now. The issue is, getting Sweet Low off your back. He was like, yeah. I said, so what happened with you and Sweet Low? Tell me verbatim and leave nothing out of what happened with you and Sweet Low. Because if you owe him something, I need to know. If y'all made a deal, I need to know everything. He said, man, Dante, listen, I don't owe that motherfucker nothing. Listen, I was in my cell and I just got in there. This is my first time ever being in prison. So I got in my cell and he walked in and he was like, hey, is your name Charles? And I was like, yeah. And he punched me in the head and I just blacked out. And this motherfucker was inside of me. I said, what? He said, yeah, I was in my cell and he walked in and asked me, was my name Charles? And I said, yeah. And before I could say anything or react, this motherfucker punched me in my head and everything went black. And I woke up and this motherfucker was inside of me. I said, okay, so then what happened after that? He was like, when he was done, he got up and he was like, yeah, I belong to him now. I belong to him. So he left out the cell and, I never been through nothing like this before. So I ran out the cell yelling and screaming, banging on the door, and the guards grabbed me and now I'm in a hole. I've been back here for 2 weeks now. I said, okay, all right. So he was like, and now, they was letting me know that there's a guy in here that can protect me. And, they let me know it was you. And now we're talking. I said, okay, listen, I'm going to do it. But I'm going to tell you this right now. When you get out, because I done seen this happen before. And I'm talking to the audience. I done been in situations where somebody done got violated and they needed my assistance to assist them, to help them, to protect them or whatever. But then they went back willingly. You see what I'm saying? And then they wanted their money back. And they could be, it was like a Stockholm syndrome type of thing. So I let them know. I said, listen, I got you. But you are not to speak to him again. You are not to be involved with him. He said, man, fuck that dude, man, fuck him. I said, I understand that. But I need for you to understand me. I'm going to go send my people out on tomorrow and we're going to get this worked out. And I said, and you sure you didn't take anything from him or anything? He said, no, Dante, I promise that was it. He walked in the cell. He punched me. I went out. He was inside of me, and that was it. I went to the control booth. I'm in the hole now. I said, all right. So I said, wait. Did he go to the hole? It was like, no, well, what I know, he didn't get it. He got into no trouble. He was telling the guards that I was with him, like I was his guy. I said, oh, okay, he playing that game. I said, all right, man, listen, I'm going to give you this person number or whatever, and, have whoever that you got sending the bread to this account, this green dot account or whatever. And I need that money every Friday. I give you a 3-day grace period, to Monday, but every Friday I need that bread, man. So he was like, okay, man, I got you. Say less. So I give him the information or whatever. There we go. So I go to the bars and I whistle again. And, my friend, the CEO, she pull up and I give her the phone. She said, everything good? I said, yeah, everything's straight. I said, hey, where is Sweet Low? Where he's at? So she was like, he in the unit. He in the next unit. He next door, whatever. I said, listen, do me a favor. Who working next door? When, she said the guard name. I mean, he cool, man, him tight, whatever. He actually bought some things in for me. So I said, listen, go tell him that me, Al, Torty, and Homicide is about to come over there and the pop Sweet Low cell door. So she was like, all right, just give me a minute. So she popped my door. I'm out there on the tier. I wake Al up, Torty, Homicide, and Al. I'm like, hey, listen, y'all, we finna go run down on Sweet Low right quick because, we just got a contract. And they're like, well, what is it about? I said, we got this white guy in the hole that he done violated. And, yeah, we gonna all get $250 a week off this one right here. So it's $1,000 a week, basically. They're like, all right, bet. I said, go grab y'all knives. So we sitting over here by the control booth. And I know what y'all thinking. Some of y'all thinking like, yo, Dante, what about the cameras did not work? As quiet as it kept, that's why I'm not telling y'all the name of the prison, because there's a lot of things that be going on in there, and I'm not about to blow up the spot because there's a lot of people that's still in there that ain't never coming home, and I'm not about to, bring any heat on no guards or inmates, right? So we right here at the door, right? She opened the door. We come in. I see, the other CO guy. I give him a nod. He popped the door. We fall off in there. We get by Sweet Low cell, right? He buzz it. Sweet Low instantly try to jump up. We in there. We on him, right? Now, we're not hitting him. We like restraining him. He like, man, what the fuck? Man, what the fuck is going on? What the fuck is going on, man? What y'all doing? What y'all doing? So I said, hey, listen, nigga. I had that knife, that sword of justice out, right? And I put it right to his jugular. I said, listen, the white boy Charles, you know who that is? He like, yeah. I know why. What's going on, man? I said, listen, that's a no-go. He like, what? Wait, what's going on? I said, listen, I'm going to say it again. The white boy Charles, do not touch him. Don't look at him. Don't, nothing. You better not even think about him. He like, man, hold on, D, you got it fucked up, man. Do the chomo. I said, listen, nigga, I listen. He with me now. He's under my protection. Right? And ain't nobody doing nothing to him until I say otherwise. You got me? Do you got me? He like, yeah, man, I got you, bro, man. Y'all ain't have to come in and do that, man. You ain't have to come in and do this shit to me. I said, I just want to make sure we got an understanding, that we got some understanding. So he was like, yeah, I got you, man. Man, fuck him, man. You got it. So I said, hey, listen, I'm for real. you know how I give it up here, man. You know how I give it up. He like, I got you, man. I got you, man. I got you. Right? So we leave out. You know, the guard, the male guard that buzzed us in, he like, y'all ain't kill him, did you? I said, nah, man, we ain't do nothing to him. We just holler at him, whatever. He like, all right. Cause he ain't want to do no paperwork, you know. So we get buzzed through, go back through the corridor, get buzzed through back to our unit. Everybody go to their cell. And I go to my cell. And I get on the phone. And I call him again. I'm like, all right, listen. I hollered at him. It's done. You good. He's like, man, thank you, man. I promise to God, Dante, I didn't do that, man. I didn't do it. I said, listen, I don't want to talk about it. If you did really do that, hey, gotta handle you. In fact, hey, if you did do it, then I guess Sweet Low was that instant justice. But if you didn't do it, hey, I got you. You're like, all right, man, thank you. Let me ask y'all a question real quick. Again, was I wrong? Was I wrong? And, you know, I value your opinion. So was I wrong for protecting him? Even though the paperwork said that his daughter recanted the statement and said she was mad, but they still convicted him because, I mean, you see the pictures, the Polaroids. Or was I right? If I'm running a business, do I have a right to refuse or discriminate? Or let me know in the comment section. Y'all talk to me. I talk back. So with that, y'all, I am starting my supernatural channel. So if you have a supernatural story that you want to tell, get in contact with me. Actually, me and Stacy Storytime is doing a collaboration. So I'm going to do all my supernatural stories over there on her. Damn, I got tongue tied. I'm going to do all my supernatural stories on her channel. Okay? So this is what we going to do. If you have a supernatural story that you want to tell, contact me. My information will be pinned at the top of the comment section, okay? And this is how we going to do this. When you call me, no games. If you call me, please don't call me saying, hey, Dante, you doing a good job. I just want you to know that. Or don't call me trolling, talking about if you, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that to you. All right? If you call me, just call to tell your supernatural story. I'm going to record it, edit it, and put it out on Stacy Storytime channel. Okay? If you want me to promote your business, your social media channel, if you got a brick and mortar, if you got a book, if you got a product, your social media channels, whatever it is, right now, I'm doing a special on promotions. I'm charging $50 per video. Okay? Per video. So get in contact with me. That same number that y'all going to contact me to tell y'all supernatural story is going to be the same number that y'all can contact me to do promotions. Also, twice a month, I shoot a short horror film story, right? Because a lot of y'all be like, yo, Dante, where's your movies at? Where are your short films that you've been talking about? You have to become a member to watch them. They under my members only videos, okay? Right now, it's a special to become a member. It's $4.99. So I'm going to have the link to my members only link pinned at the top of the comment section too, okay? So, like I said, contact me if you got a supernatural story that you want to share, and I'm going to put it out on Stacy's Storytime channel, right? Contact me if you want me to promote your business, your social media channel, or your product. And there you go. Don't forget to hit that like button. And with that, y'all, I'm out.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
So I just got sent up north. We gonna skip past the bus ride. We gonna skip past the reception. We gonna skip past intake and all that. So I'm going down this corridor, going to my unit, right? And how these units are set up, each unit has a big old like plexiglass that you can see inside these units. So you see guys walking around, you see dudes up on the glass, banging on the glass, talking about, man, bring that motherfucker up in here, and all this crazy stuff or whatever. Now, it's 20 units per hall or whatever. So to the right of me, I see this guy that I recognize, and it was this dude named Jimmy. Now, I knew Jimmy in Flint, Michigan, and Jimmy was my dog. He was from, Jimmy was from the same hood, and we was cool. Jimmy was cool people, man. So when I seen him, it kind of threw me off because Jimmy had a swollen eye and his lip was busted, and he looked like he just got busted up or something. So we stopped right there. So I guess I'm getting put in this unit. So they open the door, whatever, and I walk in, and I'm standing by the desk, right? So they doing a sale assignment for me, whatever. So I see Jimmy over there sitting down at the table, like look like he just been through. So I'm like, hey Jimmy, what's happening? What up, Jimmy? And he looked over there at me, and he turned away. So I'm like, what? So I'm thinking like, well, maybe that ain't Jimmy, but I know Jimmy. I know this Jimmy, right? So the CEO come over there. He like, hey, you going in that cell right there. So I get up, I go over there. As I'm going over there, I'm looking at Jimmy, right? And I'm just shaking my head. I'm like, man, I know that's Jimmy. So I get in the cell. Now, usually when you get in this unit, get into these minimum units or whatever, you be in a cell by yourself for about a week so you can adjust or whatever. But after that, you get in the celly, and that's just how it is. So I'm in there, put my stuff on the desk, and unfolding my clothes and my bedding and all that stuff, right? So you got a couple guys just coming past, like, hey, what up, man? Where you from? And all this and that. I'm like, I'm from Flint. And they're like, oh, okay. Just a little small talk, whatever. So I bounce out the cell, right? And I go right over there to Jimmy. I said, Jimbo, what's up, man? He was like, oh, what's up, Dante? I said, what happened? You all right, man? You good? He was like, no, man, I'm not, man. And he just bust out and started crying. And I just grabbed him like, hey, man, don't do that. Don't do that. He was like, no, man, you don't understand, man. It's just so much be going on, man. I'm sorry. So I'm like, I said, what you in here for, Jimmy? So he was like, man, let's go. Let's go to your cell, bro. So we get up and we go to my cell, right? So he sit down on the bed and I sit down on the desk. I'm like, what happened to you, Jimmy? It was like, man, this motherfucker keep beating me up in here, man. I said, who? He said, man, this dude named Terrence, man. I said, why? What's going on? Was you fighting back? He was like, I can't beat the dude, man. I tried to. I said, but why is he fucking with you? He was like, man, because I did something to his people. I said, what did you do? He was like, man, you remember that time where the pizza dudes was getting killed or whatever? I said, yeah. He was like, well, that was me. I said, what? He was like, yeah, I was, calling up pizza mans, and I was messed up, Dante. I was really messed up. I was just about to have a kid, and you know how Flint is, man. There ain't no jobs or nothing. So I was just robbing pizza mans, and I started shooting them because I just felt like if it ain't no witnesses to the crime, then I could get away. But I got caught. I said, Jimmy, no, that was you. He was like, yeah, that was me. I said, Jimmy, man, why would you? He said, man, Dante, you know how it is, man. You know how it is in Flint, man. It ain't nothing there, man. I said, Jimmy, but why did you kill somebody, dog? He was like, man, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. But anyway, when I got in here, the dude named Terrence or whatever, he approached me and was like, hey, you Jimmy, right? I said, yeah. He was like, from Flint. He was like, yeah. And he hit me so hard. He hit me so hard in the head, man. I blacked out. And when I woke up, man, I just don't want to be here, Dante. I don't want to be here no more. I said, look, Jimmy, what you did was really messed up. Taking these people's lives. I said, Jimmy, you know you had the city on edge, man. He said, yeah, I know, man, but I was at a daughter. I said, Jimmy, man, listen. Now, I want y'all to, for the audience that may be listening that's young and might be in a situation right now. Now, I'll save it to the end. I'm like, Jimmy, man, you could have did anything else, man. You could have went to the blood bank and got some money, save that money. He said, I know, Dante, but I just... But anyway, man, I just don't want to be here no more. I said, how much time they give you? He said, man, they gave me double life. I ain't never going home. But I can't deal with this. I can't keep dealing with this, man. This dude keep beating me up every day. I said, is he in this unit? He was like, no, it's when we go to the yard, but I ain't going to yard no more. Every time he see me, he put his hands on me. Now, at this point, y'all, I didn't know that the first time Terrence put hands on Jimmy and knocked him out, that he pulled him into the bathroom and did the unthinkable to him. At this point, I didn't know that, right? He ain't tell me yet, right? So keep that in mind, y'all. So I'm like, now I'm sitting here, y'all, and I'm feeling some type of way. Not that I want to do something to Jimmy because what he did, but at that time, when all them pizza guys was getting unalived in Flint, Michigan, the city was on edge. And the reason why I felt like, man, they need to catch this motherfucker or somebody boom this motherfucker. I don't know that it was Jimmy though, because you got hard working people out here that's not selling drugs, that's not robbing people, that they actually making an honest living delivering pizzas, right? And then you got the nerve to set them up and kill them over a few dollars, maybe $100 at max, $200 maybe. I was feeling some type of way, y'all. So as he's sitting there sobbing, I'm trying to think about the past. I'm trying to think about, the relationship that me and him had in the streets. And I'm trying to hold on to that. But that's getting quickly overpowered by anger, frustration. Because I'm like, I know a lot of good guys that go to work. They doing the right thing to provide for their family. And you are the type of motherfucker that I hate. That'll go out and take a man away from his kids, take a man away from his wife, away from his family that love and care about him for a couple fucking dollars. So I said, listen, yeah, man, I'll holler at you later, bro. He was like, what? I said, yeah, go ahead and roll out, man. I gotta take care of some things. So he got up and he walked out. So I'm sitting on my bunk, right? And I'm thinking to myself, like, I don't want to associate with this dude, man. I know we grew up somewhat together for a couple years or whatever, but man, this dude is a piece of shit, man. He a piece of shit, man. And I was just putting, listen, I was a piece of shit too, okay? I was out there robbing, stealing, running down on cats. So, yeah, I was a piece of shit too. I guess this is what they say, the pot calling the skillet black, or the kettle calling the skillet black. Ain't that saying that they say, y'all? So, I'm sitting there and I'm like, nah, I ain't going with him, man. Nah, I'm just not. So anyway, I lays down, I take a nap, right? So some guy knocked on my door like, hey, it's chow time, man. It's dinner time. So I pop up because I'm hungry, y'all. That bus ride was, you can forget it. I'm hungry, so I pop up, right? So I'm asking the guy like, hey, do we got to bring our IDs or whatever when we, do a movement? He was like, yeah, go grab your ID because you got to have your ID. They ain't going to let you in the chow hall unless you got it. So I said, I bet. So I go back in my cell and I grab my ID or whatever, and I catch up with the dude. I'm like, hey, so I'm asking him how things just ran with. I'm like, yo, do they be tripping in the chow hall? Like, can you talk or whatever? It's like a time limit. He was like, no, we got 20 minutes to be up in here. And yeah, we could talk. Well, where you just came from? And I told him, he was like, yeah, man, we heard about that. We heard about that prison, man. That joint is off the chain. I said, yeah. He was like, man, but what did you do? Like, how did you work your way down to get down? I said, man, I just stayed out the way, man. I couldn't see myself staying there forever, man. So I just started doing what I was supposed to do. But man, I don't want to talk about it. So he was like, hey, I seen you talking to that dude, Jimmy. He your people or something? I was like, nah, not really. I mean, I know him from the streets or whatever. Why, what's up? He was like, you know he a boy, right? I said, a what? He said he a boy. Now, I never heard this term before. I never heard the term boy. And for those that's wondering, Dante, what is a boy? And why you never heard of this term before? Because I hear punks or sissy or whatever. So when he said that, I'm like, well, what is a boy? He was like, the dude he's a gay dude. He fuck around. I said, what? Jimmy? He was like, yeah. I was like, no. He was like, yeah, man, it's a nigga here named Terrence that be, fucking or whatever. I said, what? Now, Jimmy is already there in the chow hall, right? Jimmy already there. So when we get in there, right, when we get up in there, you show the guard your ID, whatever, you go in there and get in a lunch line or whatever, or dinner line or whatever. He say, oh, there you go right there, right? There you go with his man. Listen, y'all. When you see somebody that you know from the streets or just know in general, and you see them in this type of predicament, it's like your heart drop. Like you get into a daze, like your mind get cloudy and be like, how the f did this happen? Like what is going on here? What happened? Right? So I'm looking at him, right? And he's sitting right on the side of him. And I'm looking and he eating with his head down or whatever. And I see the guy Terrence. Terrence ain't nothing but, he got a little size on him, like 6'2". I ain't have no weight scale, but I'm imagining he was maybe about 215, 220 or something like that, or whatever. But Jimmy on the other end was probably like 5'8", maybe a good 170, 175 or whatever. But you can obviously see what it is right now. So I'm going through the line or whatever. I get my stuff, whatever, my food, and I go sit down. So here's a side note. I'm sitting down at this table, right? And I'm sitting down at the table with this guy that's in my unit or whatever. And he telling me like, yeah, man, I guess dude was like unaliving pizza guys in Flint or whatever when you're at your city. And, that's one of the guy's uncle, whatever. Terrence, and dude doing life. So apparently they was in the prison shower or whatever, and Terrence been pressing him for about 2 weeks. And, slapping around, beating him up or whatever, but not beating him up too much. And apparently about, maybe a week ago, he basically ran up in him in the prison shower. And ever since then, he just been beating him up and, messing around with him. So I'm like, how many times has this happened? It was like damn near every day. It's like he beat him up, and he do that to him. I said, that's crazy, man. So he was like, yeah, and to be honest with you, I think he liked it because, I mean, you can get you a knife in this motherfucker. And he kind of like showed me like his waistband or whatever. He had a little joint right there. He was like, it ain't nothing to get one of these motherfuckers. So on the real, I think the motherfucker like it or whatever. So I said, all right, bet. So I eat my food. Now, at this time, y'all, I done lost my appetite because I know Jimmy mama. I know Jimmy brother, his little sisters, his cousin. I know Jimmy damn near his whole family. And I'm thinking like, dang, I wonder if they know. I wonder if they know if how Jimmy in here, you know, giving it up. And I know, y'all, I know. I'm only human. I'm because at this point, y'all, I'm wrestling spiritually, mentally, emotionally, because Jimmy was, I consider, my homeboy. And to see him like this and knowing the situation that he's getting beat up and, you know, getting violated and not fighting back, it's like I want to do something about it. But at the same time, it's like, what if that was my people? What if that was my folks that got unalived because they was delivering pizza and he decided to take their life for a crummy piece of funky dollars? You know, so I had the mindset of, you know, approaching the dude Terrence, like, hey man, fall back on Jimmy or whatever. But that would have caused the issue. I mean, I ain't the type that's gonna duck no issue at all. Because I feel like if I'm gonna approach a man, look, this was my philosophy in lockup. If I approach you with a situation, I'm willing to go all the way with it. If I approach you and I got the gall to come to you and tell you, hey, fall back or hey, you need to chill, or hey, that ain't happening no more, I'm willing to go all the way with it. Right? And that was just my mentality. So I know how I am, but I don't know how this dude Terrence is. What I do know about this dude Terrence is that he's a bandit and he do put hands on. He will fight. Because obviously I'm looking at Jimmy all beat up and toe up. So I'm weighing the options. So I asked my man that's sitting next to me that, you know, gave me the rundown. I'm like, hey, do he be packing? He was like, really, everybody in here packing. I said, okay. He like, why, what's up? I said, no, I just want to know. I'm just thinking. He was like, hey, Dante, listen, whatever you thinking, bro, just leave that shit alone, man. You seem like a cool dude or whatever, man. You just got here. Man, what's going on? Just let it be, man. Don't get in that business, man. I know that's your guy, or you knew him on the streets or whatever, but man, let that be, man. If he won't fight for himself, why should you fight for him? You know what I'm saying? I said, yeah, but he said, no, it ain't no yeah, but, bro, just leave that shit alone, man. Leave it alone. I said, all right, man. I guess, man, I'll fall back, whatever. So at this point, we get done, you know, we dump our trays. We go dump our trays, whatever, and we bounce out of there. Now, at this time, the yard was shut down. Wasn't nobody going to the yard or the law library. The only movement was this. Either you going to breakfast and dinner, or you going back to your unit. That was it. That was it. It wasn't no rec time, no nothing. Your rec time is in your unit walking around doing pull-ups on the staircase or doing push-ups or sit-ups or whatever. That's your rec time in the unit. So I'm like, all right. Now this is where it get funky, y'all. So we get back to the unit. You know, me and the guy that I'm talking to, whatever, and we just talk about street shit, you know, what we used to do back in the streets or whatever, because he was from Lansing, East Lansing. And, you know, he was telling me, you know, capping, talking about he was the bird man, got all these birds, and, you know, his girlfriend set him up with the feds to get time taken off of her daddy sentence or whatever. So I'm like, okay, I'm listening to it. Because every time, one thing that I know about jail, everybody was a bird man. Everybody had bricks. Everybody was Pablo Escobar. Everybody was the big drug kingpin in their area, right? But couldn't even afford to post bond, right? So anyway, he telling me all this, whatever. I'm like, oh, okay. So then I see Jimmy walk in, right? And Jimmy is walking weird. And when I say weird, y'all know what I mean. Like something just happened to him. Something dark and demonic just happened to him. So dude was like, yep, you see? So I'm like, wait, how would that happen where could that happen at? If the yard is locked down and we can't go nowhere. He would say, hey, bro, if there's a will, there's a way. I said, what? He said, yeah, man, I don't know how, but if there's a will, there's a way. Then he got up and he walked off. So I'm sitting there, right? And I said, you know what? I got to go holler at Jimmy, man. I got to, man, because I got to. So I get up and Jimmy is in his cell, right? He laying on his bed, whimpering. So I bust up in his cell. I said, hey, Jimmy, man, listen, man. I know what's going on, bro. He was like, man, Dante, just go. Just go, man, leave. I said, listen, Jimmy, dog, man, what's up, man? Why you letting this shit happen? He like, man, I can't do nothing about it, man. I can't do nothing. I said, what you mean you can't do nothing about it, man? He like, cuz, you know what, Dante? I'm gonna be real with you. Yeah, I can get me a sword of justice. He didn't say sword of justice, but I call it the sword of justice. He said, I can get me a sword of justice, and yeah, I can do something, but I don't want to do nothing. I said, what? What you mean you don't want to do nothing? I said, so you enjoy what this nigga doing to you? He was like, no, it ain't that. He said, man, and he sat up at this time. He sat up. He said, man, listen, I think I deserve this because I did unalive a lot of people for nothing. This was his people that I unalived. So, man, I don't have nothing to offer, man. I feel like I'm damned. I feel like I'm doomed. I feel like I'm just floating through here like a ghost, man. And if that's what it takes for something, for me to feel something, then that's just what it's going to be. I said, hold up, Jimmy, are you telling me that you are okay with this? You okay with this dude doing this to you? He was like, man, Dante, respectfully, man, just get out my cell, man. Don't say nothing else to me, man. Just let me be, man. Leave me be, man. So I got up, y'all, and I walked out. So I'm sitting there, right, and I'm looking around, and I'm like, yo, this can't be life. And I'm thinking about his mama, y'all, because his mama was so cool, man. I'm just thinking about back in the day, man, the barbecues she used to throw. They had a really cool family, man. And this was my dog. So I'm just sitting there, y'all. I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'm gonna keep it a buck with y'all. I'm gonna keep it a bean. I kind of shed a tear. I did. I know. Big old Dante. What? Dante shed a tear? He cried? No, I didn't cry. It wasn't the full river of tears coming down. It was just maybe one or two tears that came down. Hey, let me tell y'all something. There's people that cry in prison. Dudes cry all the time, right? So don't y'all trying to ride on me like that. So I did share a couple of tears because I was hurt, man. I was hurt. That it wasn't that I couldn't do nothing about it, because I could have, but it wouldn't have meant nothing. It would have just got me put in a situation and me possibly going to the hole, you know what I'm saying? Because this dude basically told me he don't have no will to fight and he's accepting his fate. So what can I do about that? Absolutely nothing. Now let's get to the meat and the potatoes of this story. But before we do that, I need for y'all to do me a favor, man. First of all, I need for y'all to hit that like button if you haven't hit it already. Secondly, if you got the option to hype this video, hype this motherfucking video. Okay? I need for y'all to hype it up. All right? Share this video on your social media channels, your Facebook, your Instagram, all that, right? Quick updates before I get into the meat and potatoes. Quick update. I started my cartoon series. Okay, it's called the Spot Cartoons. I got a playlist that I'm gonna have pinned at the top of the comment section. Okay, so y'all can check that out. Give me some feedback, whatever. I'm gonna drop a new episode. I don't know, maybe every other day or every 2 days, right? Because this animations is time consuming, right? But anyway, I'm gonna leave. It's called the Spot Cartoons. I'm bringing my prison stories to life in like cartoon style. So y'all make sure y'all check that out. I'm gonna have that link pinned to the comment section. It's the Spot Cartoon playlist. Also, if you have not became a member yet, make sure you become a member. I'm gonna have the link to the members videos pinned at the top of the comment section. What did you get with that? Every month I drop 2 short horror film skits. Okay. 2 short horror film skits, movies. Okay. A lot of y'all be like, yo, Dante, what else do you do besides tell stories? Well, I act, I produce short films. So I figured, let me just give back to my members. So that's what I do, y'all. So every month I put up 2 new short horror films that I done did, that I'm starring in, of course. And that's what y'all get. And also y'all get access to my early stories, okay? And when I start dropping more of these cartoon videos, whatever, y'all got early access to them. Y'all will be able to watch it before everybody else, okay? And also, I'm still doing promotions, y'all. Right now, I'm doing $50 promotion. $50 promotions per video. What you get with that, I promote your video. I promote your business, your social media channel, whether it's TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, whatever it is. If you got a product that you want promoted, like a ebook, something from Amazon, or something that you make at home, or arts and craft that you think that people might want, or if you got a brick and mortar business and you want, to get more eyes on it, more tractions or whatever, get in contact with me. Right now, y'all, it's $50 per video. I'm going to make you a little short commercial, and I'm going to insert it like in the beginning of my story times or whatever, and at the end. So get in contact with me if you want something promoted. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section too. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my movie and my gaming channel. I'm going to have that link pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, y'all subscribe to Stacy's Storytime. She's tell phenomenal stories just like myself. And if y'all feeling generous, make sure y'all leave me a tip. I'm accepting Cash App, Zelle, and PayPal. Until next time, y'all take care. I'm gone. Hey, I need for y'all to do me a favor, okay? I need for y'all to put Bird in the comment section, okay? Shout out to Bird from Pittsburgh. Y'all put Bird in the comment section.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
So I'm sitting in the day room playing spades, right? And the door cracked. Now, of course, y'all know it's Tuesday, so we get the new inmates. So a couple guys came in and they standing over there by the TV or whatever. They waiting to get their cell assignment. Now, I haven't had a cellmate in almost a month, so I knew when it was about 5 guys that came in, I knew one of these dudes about to be in my cell. I just knew it. I knew it. So I'm just looking or whatever, and now the game has started, right? So, I'm putting my hearts together, my spades together, my clubs, all that, my diamonds together. And so I see this white guy go upstairs, right? Now, he's being followed by this younger black dude, right? So I'm like, okay, one of these dudes about to go to my cell, right? And I see the white guy go in the first cell straight off the tier upstairs. So I said, okay, must be the black guy. So he go in the room, and my homeboy was like, hey, you got one? I said, yeah, I'll be up there in a minute, right? Because I had a lot of money on this spades game. I lost, okay? I lost the spades game, so I get up and I go upstairs, right? Now, this young dude had to be maybe 18, 19 years old. So I come in the cell. I didn't come all the way in. I just came like halfway in, and he was standing like by the toilet, like looking terrified. I said, what's your name, man? He was like, my name Ron. He looked down to the ground. I said, what you in here for? He was like, I unalived somebody. We can't say the K word or the N word on social media no more for some reason. But he said, I unalived somebody. I said, where you from? He was like, I'm from Flint, Michigan. I said, you from Flint? He was like, yeah, I'm from Flint, Michigan. I said, where about? He was like, I stayed in the Regencies off of Lippincott. I said, ain't that a trip? I said, who are your people? He got the name and people, whatever. Now, true enough, I be in Flint all the time, but I ain't been out in the Regencies and shit, probably since 2020. I went out there to pick my homeboy up, and it was real early though. But the Regencies, I don't know if it still be jumping off like that, like it used to be, but I don't know. But anyway, so he was naming people, and I didn't recognize none of the names. So I said, okay, yeah, I'm from Flint too, right? So I was like, how long have you been here? Because this is the reception center, y'all. And at the reception center, you can do your whole bid here. Normally, you'll be here maybe a year. But if you stab somebody or do something to a guard, or you just unruly, then they gonna go ahead and get you up out of here. But typically, you'll be here. You can do your whole bid here. So I was like, how long you been here, man? He was like, man, I've been here for a year now. Now, it's quite possible, because this was a huge prison. This is Azkaban prison, y'all. And this is a huge prison. They hold about 6,000 inmates. So somebody could be there for 2-3 years and you have never seen them. It's like a city, a little city, if you can imagine, right? There's a prison setting. So I'm like, oh, okay. I said, all right. So I'm like, I said, okay, how much time they give you, man? It was like, they gave me natural life. I said, okay. All right, well, listen, I don't know if you know or not, but I got this bottom bed, and, you got the top rack. If you need anything, just ask me, because, I can tell right now, and this is what I told him. I said, I can tell right now you ain't really got nothing. And how I know that, y'all, because we got see-through bags, like the prison bags they give you, whatever, they see-through. And you just see that he just got his clothes. Literally, that's it. His clothes and a whole bunch of mail, right? I'm assuming his court papers and maybe letters from his people or whatever. So I know he broke. He ain't got nothing. So I immediately, put down the financials on him. And I tell him, like, listen, don't ever take nothing from me. Nothing. If you want something, ask me for it. Don't ever in your life take it upon yourself to just go into and take anything. Always ask me. All right? He was like, yeah. And I said, I'm going to let you know right now, I might, I am a big dude or whatever, and I might even fit that look. But trust me, I don't like boys, okay? I'm in here knocking off a CO anyway, so just let you know that I don't do that funny business. If you a homosexual, you cannot be in this cell. He like, no, hell no. No, I'm not. I said, good. I said, don't have nobody in this cell. If anything come up missing in this cell, because I got a lot of shit that you can see or whatever. He was like, yeah, I see that. I said, so don't have nobody in this cell. All right, because like I said, if anything come up missing, I'm holding you responsible. Right? As you notice, I keep this cell clean. So I expect for you to keep this cell clean too. We both grown, clean up after yourself or whatever. Like, okay, I respect that, OG. And I said, I came with some other rules, like if you got to pass gas, get up and put your ass towards the cell, like out on the tier and, do that. And if you got to do it number 2, you dump one, you flush one, type of deal. And I told him that, hey, like I said, talk to me. If you got anything going on in here, let me know, right? So as I'm turning around to leave out, he like, you said you from Flint, right? I said, yeah. He was like, man, it's this guy here that's bothering me. I said, who? He was like, it's this dude named Bone from Flint, Michigan. He from where we from. He keep bothering me. I said, what you mean he bothering you? He was like, man, I know some things about him, but that he don't want out. I'm like, what is it? He was like, man. I said, wait, hold on. You said Bone? He was like, yeah. I said, over there in B Block? He was like, yeah, I said, yeah, we from the same set. He was like, oh. I said, nah, you gotta tell me, because the way he's looking, he like, he don't want to say nothing. I'm like, man, what's up, man? I know this dude. Like, what's up? Now, let me tell y'all about Bone. Now, this ain't Bone from the other stories that I told. This is a whole different dude. The Bone I was talking about was from Lansing, Michigan. Okay, there's always 3 or 4 bones in every prison, maybe even 5, depending on how big the prison is. No, this dude, Bone, was from Flint, Michigan. I grew up with this dude, right? And but he got locked up when we was about 14, 15. Keep in mind, y'all, I'm 27, 28 at this time or whatever. So Bone was locked up for a good 14, 15 years, give or take, whatever. So, he telling me like, man, listen, dude ain't right, man. He ain't right. I said, what you mean he ain't right? It was like, man, it's a reason why I got, transferred out of, I just came from B unit. I said, okay, what happened? He was like, well, I was Bone's cellmate, and everything was cool. Everything was cool. Me and him was working out together. He was teaching me how to box, and one day I saw something. I said, what did you see? He was like, yeah, them freak books? I said, yeah. Now, for the people that don't know what a freak book is, y'all know when y'all go to, like, they might got them at gas stations. It's basically like Playboy books or whatever. And what cats would do, you would get one in and you would just, get copies of them, make copies of them, like take the page off and make a copy and then sell them. That was one of my hustles when I first got in. I'd get a couple of books in from a guard or whatever and make a whole bunch of copies of different pages, and I either rent them out or just sell them just straight out. Right, that was my hustle when I first got locked up. But anyway, he was like, yeah, man, he would let me see the freak books or whatever, but I noticed it was a couple of them that he just never, it's like I never seen him look at him. It was like he told me never go in this box, right? And that's where he kept the freaks books at. So, he just seemed like real suspicious and like really weird about it or whatever. I was like, well, I mean, maybe he got some stuff in there that he didn't want you to see, He was like, no, man. Look, one time when he was going on a visit, I went in there and I opened it up and it was like dudes. I said, what? He was like, yeah. I said, well, what you mean dudes? It was like, man, it was like gay dudes, like it was like gay dudes, books. I said, what? I said, no, not Bone. See, I don't think y'all know who Bone is, right? And this why it was a shock to me. Bone was a thorough dude. Like, Bone was a hustler. Bone was a killer. I done seen Bone I ain't gonna say that because there ain't no statute of limitation on murder, so I'm not gonna say that. But Bone, I done seen Bone take 3 dudes' lives. I done seen Bone take 3 dudes' life in prison, right? And got away with it due to certain circumstances, whatever. But I know Bone is a hitter, and Bone was just a straight up thorough dude, according to until right now, what I'm hearing. So I'm like, what? It was like, yeah, but that's not it. So what you mean that ain't it? He was like, man, you know Coco? I said, yeah, I know Coco and F Block. He was like, yeah. He was like, now for those that don't know who Coco is a homosexual, like a sissy, I should say. And he prostitute himself. He sell himself. That's his hustle in prison. He sell himself. And he said like Coco, him and Coco be meeting at the library or whatever, and he was like, at first I thought that they was just going over some legal work, but it's like every time he come from visiting Coco, at the law library, he'd come in, smoke a cigarette, and then go to sleep. And sometimes Bone talking in his sleep, and he said something one day, and I guess he caught what he said, but I said, what did he say? He was like, man, when you like real relaxed and you laid out and you feeling good. I said, yeah. He was like, he basically was like, damn, Coco, that was good, man. That shit was fire. And then I said, what? And then he was like, oh man, what? Oh man, shit, I'm tripping, man. And that's when I kind of put 2 and 2 together, man. He was reminiscing about Coco. I said, what, Bone? He was like, yeah. I said, in the freak books. He was like, man, OG, I wouldn't lie to you. I know what I see, man. Bone got them books in there, man. He got them in there. I said, listen, what you telling me right now is a death sentence. He was like, yeah, I know. I said, listen, it's already out there, so I gotta investigate this. He was like, no, OG, don't do that, man, because he said he was gonna kill me, bro. Don't do that. I said, listen, anybody from Flint in here, we can't have nobody weak. He was like, bro, that's the reason why, he done beat me up already or whatever, because he figured out that I went in the box. I said, listen, I gotta confront him. I got to, because he a part of a certain thing that I got going on. And if he doing like that, no, he gotta go. He was like, please, OG, don't tell, man. Don't tell him I said anything. I said, don't worry, I ain't gonna say nothing. I ain't gonna tell him you said nothing, but I'm gonna go holler at him or whatever. He was like, all right, OG, just please don't say nothing, man. Please don't say nothing. I said, let me ask you something, little boy. He said, yeah. I said, did Bone ever try you? He was like, man. I said, did Bone ever try you? He was like, that's why he beat me up, man. I said, what? He was like, yeah, one night, a couple nights after, I went in this box and seen that or whatever. I guess he figured that I seen it, and, he beat me up for a couple of days, and like on the fourth day, he told me like, I'm gonna be what's in that book since I'm nosy. And he tried me, and I fought, and he couldn't get me. But, I ended up in a hole for 2 months because, man, I just checked in the hole because I ain't feel like getting beat up no more. I was like, okay. I said, well, yeah, Bone ain't gonna do shit. He said, all right. So I hit the yard with the homies, right? And I see Bone. Now, Bone is a big dude. Let's picture Damon off of Friday After Next. Let's put it just like that. That's his description. Damon off of Friday After Next. Same height, same complected skin, bald head, the whole nine, right? Tattoos. So he over there on a pull-up bar, right? And he working out. So when he see me approaching, he jumped down like, hey, what's up, Dante? We dap up or whatever, shake hands. And I'm like, hey, I need to holler at you, Bone. Walk with me. He like, all right, hold on. Let me get 5 more in right quick. So he jump up on a pull-up bar and, bust out 5 pull-ups. And he jump down. He like, yeah, man, I'm getting my swole on, Dante, man. You should get your swole on, too. I said, no, I'm good, man. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. So he walk. He like, what's up, man? Talk to me, man. Talk to me. I said, you got that money? He was like, yeah, I got that, I got that. You ain't got to never worry about that. I said, okay, good. I said, listen, I just got some information, and I need to know if it's true or not. He was like, what's up? So we steady walking or whatever. I said, look me in the eye and do not lie to me. He like, what's up, man? I said, you got freak books. It was like, yeah, you know that, man. You know that. That's part of one of my hustles. Yeah, what's up? You need something? I said, no, quite the opposite. He's like, what's up, man? Talk to me. I said, you got some gay freak books, man? He was like, what? I said, do you have any gay freak books? He's like, man, what you want, DJ, man? You don't take me as a guy just like... I said, no. This ain't got nothing to do with me, man. Do you got any? So he ain't say nothing. In fact, we are walking side by side and he stopped. Right? And I noticed after I took like the 4th step that he's not, on the side of me anymore. He stopped. And I turn around, I'm looking at his face and I'm like, what? Because the way he looking is like he's searching for an answer. I said, Bone. He was like, man, so he ran up on me a little bit. He was like, look, I do. I said, Bone, you know what the consequence is. He said, no. No, it ain't like that though. It ain't for me. Hell no, man. No, it's motherfuckers in here that's like that. So I'm a businessman, so I cater to everybody. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking like, what? So he see the confused look on my face. He said, man, come on, man, walk with me. I said, yeah, you're going to have to explain, man. He was like, look, man, now it's motherfuckers in here that get down. Motherfuckers that like each other. So, I had a guard, bring me a couple of them type of books. But I'm not looking at them. Hell no, man. It's just motherfuckers in here, just like he didn't say women. He said the B word, dudes like the bees or whatever. And, some dudes in here like dudes. So I just said, fuck it. I'll just kill the market and, get both. It's a good business move. I said, boom. He was like, Dante, I know. But no, hell no, man. That ain't me, man. Who told you that shit, man? Who told you that? I said, it don't matter who told me, man. I just need to know, is it true? And he was like, well, yeah, I ain't hiding it, but of course I ain't just promoting it, telling everybody like, I got this, whatever. I said, Bone, let me ask you a question, man. He was like, what's up, man? Just put it out there. I said, you fucking with Coco? He was like, what? Man, who said that? Who told you that? I said, Bone. Now, the way that he reacted, I knew he was guilty. I done seen this time and time again. And listen, y'all, I don't give a dang who a man lay down with at this point. I don't give a dang, man. This world is wicked. This world is freaked out. This world is over. So I don't really care what another man is doing. As long as it's not interfering with my business and what I got going on and the way that I'm programming, I don't give a damn what you is doing, right? But in prison, if you are part of my organization or affiliated with what I got going on, nah, that ain't happening, because you are not about to make, if you doing that, man, keep that on the low, and I bet not get wind of it, right? So the way he like, talking and moving his hands and putting on a whole show, I'm talking about the circus came in town. I knew he was guilty. Like I said, I done seen it over and over and over again. When you get accused of doing something that you did, and now you hollering, you hooting, just putting on a whole show. I'm like, man, Bone, chill, man. Chill out. He like, no, man, who told you that shit, man? Coco said that shit, man. Coco said that. I said, man, no, man, chill out, man. He was like, no, man, you might finna be putting no allegations on me like that, man. Oh, hell no. Who told you? I'm serious, Dante. I'm serious. Who told you that, man? Man, tell me who it is, man, and I'm gonna go do him in. I said, Bone, chill out, man. They're like, no, man, who said that, man? Man, you know how it is, bro. You know how it is, man. Ain't no nigga. If somebody came to you and said, and put them allegations on you, you know what time it is, man. Don't do me like that, man. Tell me, who told you that shit, man? I said, look, man, if it ain't true, I'ma take care of it. Cause ain't nobody gonna be out here making the city look bad, okay? But if it is true, Bone, he like, man, Dante, don't do that. Don't do that, bro. I said, listen, Bone, I know you, but even with these freak books that you got or whatever, man, I'm not feeling that. I'm gonna be honest. He's like, man, Dante, F it, man. If you want me to get rid of them, I'll do it, man. I'll just go sell them off or whatever. I'll be done with that. But this Coco, bro, man, no, hell no, bro. No, man, I'm not letting that go. Bro. I'm like, well, listen. And I put my arm around his neck, right? And brought him in close where, I'm close to his ear. I said, Bone, I don't really too much care about the freak books. It's distasteful. But if you fucking with Coco, bruh, and I find out, you know what's gonna happen. He like, man, Dante, I know what I signed up for, bruh. I will never dishonor you, bruh. I will never dishonor you, man. I said, all right, Bone. So he was like, man, Dante, I got you, bro. I got you, man. Matter of fact, I'm finna go get rid of them free books right now. Right now. I said, all right, man, go do what you do. And I walk off. Right. Now, I know a couple of y'all probably wondering, like, hold on, Dante. So you mean to tell me you was a part of an organization? No, I wasn't a part of nothing. I was the organization. Okay, I was the program. You understand? I done told y'all over and over, what I was doing in there. Some of y'all believe it. Some of y'all don't. And for the ones that don't believe it, well, hey, that's your problem. I ain't got to explain nothing, right? But I guarantee you, if you was locked up when I was locked up in Maddox and Azkaban prison, look it up. Look up Azkaban prison. Then y'all will see. But anyway, yeah, and I'm not saying I was the I was the, reigning supreme power in there. But there was maybe about 10 other organizations in there, in the court, in the gangs. But if I wasn't one of the most ruthless, most violent organization that was in there, if I wasn't number one, I was shooting for number two. And that's a fact. That's a fact, right? It wasn't no half-stepping with me and my crew at all. No half-stepping at all. That's why I was so strict on certain things that you could not do. And one of the things was that you could not be involved in no type of man-on-man type of relationship, because that will make my organization look weak. You understand? There's a lot of issues that come from that. What that look like? We out there programming on the yard, and a sissy walk up and arguing with somebody in my crew. Do you know how bad that would look? Man, if that ever took place. Now, I done seen this happen in other organizations where they allow that type of shit, man. But no, over here, if you go on that side, you stay on that side. And you might... Well, never mind. Let's get back to the story. I'm sorry, y'all. But before we go on, do me a favor, y'all. I need for y'all to smash that like button for your big partner right quick. If you are not a member yet, make sure you become a member. A lot of y'all be like, yo, Dante, you be taking too long to drop the stories, man. We want to see that exclusive content. Well, I'm going to have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section so y'all can check out everything. I got my prison stories that I haven't released yet. I got the spot cartoons that y'all been asking for. I even got my short films. I got 3 short horror films on there. Matter of fact, I'm working on another one right now. But yeah, y'all click that members link so y'all can get them members only videos, all right? Let's get back to the story. So Bone get off the yard. He goes, he leaves. So I'm not even thinking nothing of it. I'm not thinking nothing about it, right? So I end up, hitting the weight pile or whatever, doing what I do. And you hear the code, everybody get down. Everybody get down. Now I'm looking around because I'm not getting down immediately because I'm thinking like something just popped off. I'm not finna just get down and a fool run up on me and put a knife at my neck or a razor on my face. No, I'm looking around. I'm getting down slow for sure because they only warn you 3 times, and then on that way you don't get a 4th time, you just get a bullet, right? So I'm getting down slow, whatever, looking around, checking my surroundings, making sure ain't no fool trying to cause me great bodily injury, right? So I'm getting down, I get down, right? So we all down, everybody looking around. It's tense because everybody, you don't know what's going on. So then they stop the alarm and everybody get up. So we all looking around like, man, what the fuck happened, right? Something had to happen for them to hit that alarm, right? Something crazy. Now, you hear this alarm maybe 3-4 times a day, right? So it's normal. Like I said, this is a huge prison, right? And there's always some extreme act of violence that's going on up in here, right? So I'm like, okay, whatever. So somebody come running to me. Hey man, your bunkie just got pulled out by Bone. Your bunkie just got pulled out by Bone. I said, what? So I take off, right? A couple of my homeboys, they after me. So I get to the unit now. They got the unit shut down. I can only see through the plexiglass or whatever. And they got the stretcher right there. And they at my cell, right? And they got the little dude on the stretcher and they bringing him out. So as he coming out, he's on the stretcher. He looking at me. He got this look of sadness on his eyes. And then his eyes just glossed it over, y'all. I done seen that look a couple times. I done seen that look a couple times, man. When a man soul leave his body, I done seen that a couple times. So I holler at one of the guys. I said, hey, what happened? I said, he got poured out, man. Somebody pulled him out. Now at this point, they didn't know who did it. Because the crazy thing, the cameras don't even work up in here at all, right? Now, I know who did it. It was Bone. right? So the guards don't know what's going on. This happened, and this was my cellie. So I really ain't got nothing to do with this, but I do, because this was my cellie. And I know what's really kind of behind this. You know, I'm talking to Bone about, you know, the freak books and Coco. And I guess Bone probably put it together and put the word out like, hey, where little homie at, my old cellie? And they told him where he was at. And that's what I'm assuming what happened. Now, like I said, and I know some of y'all in the comment section gonna be wondering, like, man, Dante, so was you responsible, Dante? You the reason why the little dude got poured out by Bone. Am I the reason? Am I really? Y'all keep forgetting this prison. This is prison. I run an organization from the weakest. Listen, if there's a weak link in the chain line, the whole thing can break. From the bottom to the top, I got to make sure everybody's in tip top tier in my organization, right? So I got to descend to the bottom and investigate my damn self, or send investigators to see if it's true or not. If you don't want to get poured out and lose your life in prison over prison politics, don't commit crimes. Don't take nobody's life. Don't be out here robbing people. Don't be out here doing people wrong. Y'all got to understand, for you people out there that be saying, oh, Dante, you bad. You a messed up person. You a piece of shit. No, I'm not. This is survival of the fittest. A lot of y'all that be saying that in the comment section, oh, Dante, you heartless and all this and that, y'all wouldn't have made it. There's no way y'all would have made it, because a lot of y'all is too soft. A lot of y'all, all that having the heart shit would get you killed. It would get you, you would get turned out, because you trying to be Captain Saver, or you trying to, man, you got to understand, man. In prison ain't nothing but barbarians, savages. You come in there thinking you about to talk it out, and you thinking it's all good. As soon as you turn your back, you get bust in the head with a grape soda can that's in the sock. You go in there trying to talk out your problems, man, and you get your teeth knocked out your mouth trying to be pleasant. Like I said, what's done is done. Now I got to go find Bone, right? Because not only I felt like, yo, Bone, you only did this, and it got to be true, because I didn't say no names, right? So this conversation that I had with this young dude from my city was exclusive, right? And this conversation that I had with him was exclusive to you, Bone. You see what I'm saying? So in my mind, the only reason why Bone did this because it was true. And Bone felt like, I gotta silence this dude, right? Well, that's how I knew he was guilty. So I'm on the hunt. I'm putting the word out. Where Bone at? Where Bone? Ain't nobody seen Bone. I don't know if Bone somewhere, getting the blood off his clothes, because he poured the little dude out. I don't know if Bone is in another unit, trying to get an alibi going on, just in case if somebody rat him out and get an investigation going, he can be like, no, yeah, I was out of bounds. I know I ain't supposed to be over here, but I'm over it. I've been over here with my homie or whatever. Because like I said, the cameras don't work. So they got to and believe me, they're snitches in prison. They will tell on your tail. They will tell on you, right? But that's why they got investigations or whatever. So I'm looking for Bone, right? And I go to his unit, nobody seen him. So I hit the yard. I'm asking like, y'all, where the fuck is Bone at? Where is Bone? I ain't seen him. So this white guy come up to me. He like, you looking for Bone? I said, yeah. Where he at? He was like, oh, he checked in. I said, what? He was like, yeah, he checked in. Like, I ain't want to say nothing, but then he touched his nose. I knew what that mean. He, this dude was a tutor. He was one of them dudes like the how can I say this without he's somebody that like to put stuff up his nose, if y'all get what I'm saying, a powdery substance, no matter what it is, right? So he, touch his nose or whatever. And I know what that means. He want me to give him a little something, to get his mind right for this information. So now, as y'all know, I was against drugs in prison. I didn't sell it, didn't want to have nothing to do with it. But unfortunately, it was a big business in prison, and some of my partners, they was involved in it. So one of them was by me, so I gave him a look, like hit him off a little something. So he gave it to him, whatever, and he like, listen, Bone poured out that guy in your unit or whatever, your bunkie, and he went to the hole, and he was trying to get the guy Coco, the gay guy Coco. I said, yeah. He was like, yeah, he was trying to get at Coco too. And then, but I guess he couldn't. He got caught, whatever, so he just checked in the hole. I said, what? He said, yeah, Bone was cleaning the house. He went in there, did your bunkie in. Then he was looking for Coco. He tried to get Coco, but everybody was out, and he ran at Coco, but a lot of people rock with Coco, and they got in between them, and he did pull out a knife. They wrestled it away from him, and he took off running, and he went to the hole. I said, this motherfucker, right? So I said, all right, man. So my homeboy's like, man, what's up, man? So I said, it gotta be true, man. It gotta be true. So I said, you know what? I'ma holler at him. I'ma holler at him tonight. It was a captain I used to knock off, in prison or whatever. She was from Detroit, and she was my home girl. So I know she could get me, to talk to him, whatever. So we just gonna fast forward to 2:00 in the morning, right? It's 2:00 in the morning. So she come to my cell, whatever, and I already put the word out to her via the cell phone conversation when she was at home, like, hey, when you come in today, I need for you to get me to the hole. I need to talk to the dude named Bone or whatever. She like, I got you, Dante. She bought me a couple ham and cheese sandwiches too or whatever. But anyway, that ain't important. So let's fast forward to 2-something in the morning. She knocked on my cell door, right? She opened it, right? And I get up. So she take me down to the corridor. We get on the elevator. We go downstairs to the hole, right? She get buzzed in. Now, Bone is laying in his bed, single man cell, right? With the bars or whatever. So I say, Bone. He instantly jump up. He like, what's up, Dante? I said, Bone, you know why I'm here for, right? He was like, man, Dante, man, I messed up, bruh. I messed up. I said, yeah, you did fuck up. You ain't just messed up, you fucked up. He was like, man, bruh, I've been in here for about 20 years, bruh. I've been in here for about 20 years, bruh. You know me. I said, Bone, listen, I told you, I don't care what you do, on your spare time, but your dog, but why did you, he like, man, Dante, I'm fucked up, man. I'm fucked up, man. I don't got nobody. Just, yeah, I did it. I did it. Yeah, I did it. I poured the little homie out, and I was fucking Coco. Yeah, I said I did it, man. I said, Bone, man. He said, man, Dante, I'm sorry, bruh. I'm sorry. I'm just fucked up, bruh. So, I checked in already. They putting in an order for me to get transferred. So I would just like for you just drop it. Just let it be. I said, Bone, look, man. Yeah. Bone, I I can't let this go. You disrespected me. You disrespected the organization. I know we grew up or whatever, got history, got ties, whatever, but all that shit is severed. If you ain't out this prison in 1 week, I'm putting the word out when you out of here. He was like, man, Dante, please, man. Please. I said, no. And I walked off, right? Guard took me back to my cell. Bone would get transferred in the next 3 days, right? It was maybe a month later. We on the yard. Me and my homeboys, we on the yard doing what we do or whatever. And this guy come from the Pike, right? And he walked up to me. And, you know, my homeboys like, get up. You know, we don't know this dude. We don't know this cat. So he like, hey, is you Dante? I said, yeah, what's up? He was like, here you go. He gave me an envelope, right? And it had $1,000 in it. I said, what is this? He was like, dude named Bone, you know, from the Pike. I said, well, what about him? He was like, well, he just wanted you to know that, you know, he said he apologized for what happened and he just living his life now. I said, what you mean he just living his life? What are you saying? He was like, oh, well, he's living his life. I said, what do that mean? He was like, man, dude is out. He out. And I said, what? He was like, yeah, dude is living his life as a gay guy, whatever. He be out there with the sissies and stuff like that. So I'm looking at the envelope and I give it to my man Tar T. I said, listen, I don't want to have nothing to do with this money. Spread it out to the new inmates that's coming in. They ain't got nothing. And I walked off. Let me tell y'all something. For those that's out there that's committing crimes or whatever, understand this, man. Prison ain't no joke. It's not. It can change you. It will change you. I ain't gonna say it can. It will change you. It changed me. I wasn't always a violent guy. I was the class clown. You know what I'm saying? I was a cool, laid back, chill dude, but prison changed me, man. I did things that I'm not proud of. I done did things in prison that I often ask God, will he forgive me for a lot of things that I have done and told people to do? Let me tell y'all something. When I got to prison, I told myself these two things. I'm not dying in here, and I'm not becoming a homosexual. If anybody or anything try to impose them two things on me of trying to kill me or trying to turn me into a homosexual or trying to get involved in that nonsense, I'm going all the way out. I'm pushing the line to the max, to the maximum, right? Leaving no room for error. Because self-preservation is number one. And manhood is equally as number one, number two. You understand? So for you cats out there that's committing crimes, I'll tell you firsthand, committing crimes is, there's no honor amongst thieves. We could go on and on and on about crime doesn't pay. Yeah, you might get that immediate dollar, you know, a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there, but you won't really enjoy it because you always looking over your shoulder. And really, on the real, you always supposed to look over your shoulder. Because, shoot, the streets, the world is treacherous just like prison. It's just in prison, there's more control. But, yeah, man. Hey, I got a wild story that I'm dropping tomorrow. Y'all make sure y'all be in the building. My new upload schedule is 6 p.m. All right. Every day I'm dropping a new prison story at 6 p.m. Right. If you're watching this video and you didn't get the notification, unsubscribe, subscribe back to the channel, hit that all notification bell. All right. And make sure if you ain't no member, if you're not a member, I'm going to leave that member link pinned at the top of the comment section. All right. With that, y'all, every day I upload at 6 p.m. Eastern time. Right? I'm out, y'all. Be safe. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my movie and my gaming channel. I'm going to have that link pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, y'all subscribe to Stacy's Storytime. She's tell phenomenal stories just like myself. And if y'all feeling generous, make sure y'all leave me a tip. I'm accepting Cash App, Zelle, and PayPal. Until next time, y'all take care. I'm gone.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
So I hit the prison shower, and this is my first time ever taking a shower in prison. My very first time. So I don't know if there's rules. I don't know if it's things that you're supposed to do and things that you don't supposed to do, right? Me being young and, being green, not knowing how to conduct myself, I go in there and I'm walking in there naked. I walk in there butt naked and I go in there because I'm like, okay, it ain't nothing but men in here and this is how I'm supposed to be. So I walk in there and, it's like 3 guys up in there already, 2 white guys and a black guy over there. Now, let me describe how this prison shower is. You got 5 shower heads on one side, and you got 5 shower heads on the opposite side. So it's like a community shower or whatever. So in order, they got like this soap rack right in front of each of the shower heads or whatever. You can put your soap right there, whatever. And you got to press in this button and the water cut on for maybe 2 minutes, right? So I walk in there and I'm butt ass naked and, people always worry about dropping the soap, right? I'm not even thinking about that because what I have heard in the county jail before I got sent up north was that if you drop the soap, don't worry about somebody trying to run up in you. No, don't pick that soap up because it's dudes be doing the unthinkable on that prison shower floor. I'm not going to go into detail of what they do, but let's just put it this way. They relieve themselves in a sexual way on the prison shower floor. So you don't want to pick up that soap for obvious reasons. Nevertheless, I walk in there and I'm washing up or whatever. And a group of black guys come in there, older black dudes, older convicts or whatever. And they just walk in and they just talk and having conversations, right? Now, the guy that we're talking about in today's story, he comes right next to me, right? Now, there's like 3 other showers just open and he came in with the group of black dudes. So I'm wondering to myself, like, why would he come stand next to me for, Now, at this time, I got soap in my eye, so I'm trying to hurry up and get the soap off my face, you know what I'm saying? Because I don't know what this dude on. I just feel a presence standing on the side of me or whatever. So I get the soap on my eye and I see him. And he looked, I said, hey, OG, watch them eyes, man. And he was like, oh, no, it ain't nothing. It ain't nothing. Sure. I was trying to see that I know you. I said, yeah, all right. Now keep in mind, y'all, I'm naked. I don't got no clothes on. Like I'm literally standing like how I came into the world with naked. And this man is standing next to me talking about, oh, I was trying to see you. Did I know you? Right? In hindsight, and like I said, y'all, this was my first time in the shower. In hindsight, I should have took off on him. I should have put hands on him. But like I said, I was green and I didn't know how to conduct myself yet in prison. So I keep washing up, and now in my mind, I'm like, I need to get out of here, man. Right? So I'm washing up and I see him cutting his, like, you know, when you looking straight ahead, but you looking at the corner of your eye to try to see what somebody doing next to you. I noticed he did it again. And I said, hey, dog, man, what is you doing? Then he looked again. He was like, oh, no, man, I was just, trying to get something right here, man. And I said, hey, man. So then I just cut the water off and I walked up. He was like, hey, you ain't gonna finish washing up, bro. You still got soap on you, bro. So the other guy started laughing in the shower. So I got my towel wrapped around me and I leave out, right? And I'm walking through the dormitory to go to my cell, and the CO like, hey, man, what are you doing? What are you doing? And I don't know that he's talking to me. He's like, hey, my man that got his shirt off. Hey, what you doing? Come here. So he talking to me. So I turn around. I'm like, man, what's up? So I go in out of control. I'm like, what's up? He was like, hey, man, you can't do that, man. Y'all should give you a ticket. I said, what I do? He was like, you can't walk around here with your shirt off, man. You supposed to get dressed in there, man. You can't be walking around here like that. I said, oh, I didn't know. He was like, what, you new here or something? I said, yeah, this is my second day here. He was like, oh, okay, well, shit, hey, your bunkie should have told you what was happening. I was like, I ain't got a bunkie. He was like, oh, okay, well, listen, man, hey, you better find out real quick how shit is ran up in here, man. But no, don't be coming out here with no clothes on and walking around with no shirt on, man. No, you can get a ticket for that, man. I said, all right. So I leave and I go hit the cell, right? Now, I'm putting on my deodorant. I'm trying to get dressed fast because I'm contemplating on going back down there, and I didn't have a sword of justice at this time, y'all. And for those that don't know what a sword of justice is, the sword of justice is that thing that you pull out and get busy. I'm talking about a knife, a shank. But anyway, so I'm trying to hurry up and get dressed because I'm like, I'm not letting that go, man. Them dudes just laughed at me. I'm not finna let nobody bid on me. I ain't about to let nobody joke on me. I ain't about to be the laughing stock in this motherfucker, right? For those that don't know what's bidding on you is, it's basically when people laughing at you and you the joke and they trying to get through their time. They trying to, walk their time down by joking on you, making you the clown of the prison. And I'm not going for that shit, right? So I said, you know what? I'm finna go down there. I'm gonna get my lick back, right? So I put my clothes on and put my deodorant on, and I'm sitting there contemplating how I'm gonna do this, right? So as I'm thinking about this, I get a knock at the door, and it's him. It's the guy that was standing next to me. And he was like, hey, listen, my fault, man. I didn't mean to do that. I generally, truly thought that you was somebody, but I know it might seem off weird or disrespectful, but I didn't mean nothing about it, bro. So he walked in my cell, which was another no, but I don't know about this because I'm new in prison. So he walked in my cell and extended his hand out, right, to shake my hand. So I was like, all right, man, whatever. And I shook his hand, right? What I should have done was grabbed his hand and socked him in the mouth. That's what I should have done. But again, y'all, Dante is green. I'm new to prison. I don't know that him just walking into my cell was disrespectful. I didn't know these things, right? So he was like, you good? We straight? We good? I said, yeah, we good. He like, all right. So then he walk out, right? So then I'm sitting there. Now, one thing about me, when something is on my mind and I just can't shake it and I just feel like it's a problem and I just keep dwelling on it and dwelling on it, eventually I gotta say something or do something. And I'm just sitting there thinking to myself, man, did he just try me? Did he just punk me? Is he trying to assert his dominance over on me? Like, I'm just thinking all these crazy things, because you hear about prison and you hear about how dudes try to deploy military mind games and try to trick you and all this. Now, I know I don't gamble, so I know he won't get me that way. I know I don't do no drugs, I don't drink, so I know he ain't gonna get me that way. I ain't borrowing a motherfucking thing from nobody, so he ain't gonna get me that way. So I'm thinking, what type of game is he playing? Because, you know, when somebody approach you and they trying to be friendly, they want something. Believe me, ain't nobody in here is gonna give you nothing for free. Okay? They might don't ask for it right away. They might ask for it a week later, 2 weeks later, a month later. It's a bunch of games that they play, but this dude ain't offered me nothing. We just had this little incident in the prison shower. So I'm like, all right, whatever. So I just said, you know what? If he try me again, if something don't seem right, I'm just taking off on him. Win, lose, or draw, I'm just going to take off on him, and it is what it is, right? So I'm like, all right. So I'm sitting there, right? Now, you know when you feel like somebody watching you. So I'm sitting there looking straight ahead at this desk, because it's the desk right here in front of you or whatever. So I'm looking at this desk or whatever, and I felt a presence to my left of outside of the cell. And this motherfucker was standing there just watching me. And I looked, and he just started walking forward, like I caught him. And he just started walking forward and just walked past the cell. So I'm like, all right, man. Yeah, this motherfucker, he trying to try me. Then he just walked past again. I said, you know what? I promise to God, if this nigga walk past my cell again, I'm about to go nuts. I'm about to throw this. I'm gonna try to throw this motherfucker over this tier. I'm throwing this motherfucker over this tier. So I'm sitting there now. I'm shaking, y'all, because in my mind, I'm about to commit a homicide. I'm about to take a man. I'm about to catch my first body in prison. Like, my mind is already made up. It's nothing that nobody could tell me, nothing nobody can say, that if this man pop his head again in this cell or walk past my cell, I'm going out and I'm pushing him over the tier, right? Before we go on with the story, y'all hit the like button, hype the video, share the video, all right? If y'all want me to promote your channel or your social media channel, your business, your product, contact me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section. But anyway, so I'm sitting there and I'm shaking. And then I feel that presence again. This motherfucker is peeking, right? Peeking around the bars like some peekaboo type of shit, right? So I'm like, man, this nigga. So I see his head, because he was a bald head dude. He was maybe about 5'11", maybe 200 pounds, whatever, but he was just black and bald head. So when he peeked his head over enough for me to see, I got up real fast and I like kind of jogged out the cell. Now at this time, his back turned and he's like power walking, to the left, leaving to go downstairs. And I'm like, hey, nigga, hey, man, what is you doing? Right? Everybody looking around like, what's going on? When you hear somebody yelling all belligerent like that, everybody stop and they looking, they trying to figure out what's going on. So I'm like, hey, nigga, you hear me? Stop coming in front of my motherfucking cell. So he turned around. He was like, who he talking to? I said, you motherfucker, you keep on peeking in my motherfucking cell, man. What do you want? I don't know you. And he like, hey, man, hey, it's cool. And he started walking towards me like, when you trying to calm somebody down, you like put both of your hands in front of you and you like like wave your hands down. This is what he's doing. He walking to him like, hey, calm down, man. Hey, I'm just walking past, man. That's what I do. I'm like, man, no, man. You already pulled some shit in the shower, man. No, you keep on walking past my cell, man. He like, man, listen, it's cool. It's cool, young brother. It's cool, man. Just chill. I'm not no threat to you, brother. So I said, man, all right, man, whatever. So I walked back in the cell. And I guess he turned around and he left and went downstairs, whatever. So I'm sitting there, right? And then this white guy knocked on my cell door. I'm like, what's up, man? What's up? He was like, hey, can I come in? I said, what you want, man? He was like, look, I want to talk to you, man, because I don't know if anybody, gave you the play or whatever, but I just want to school you. I said, what's up, man? So he come in the cell. He sit down on the desk. He was like, well, hey, my name is Pete, man. My name is Peter. And I shook his hand. I was like, what's up, Pete? He was like, listen, that guy that keep on coming over here bothering you, he's a booty bandit, man, and that's what he do. He got like this childlike mind, and that's the shit that he do, man. He's a big child, but he like to have sex with guys. I said, man. He was like, yeah, you did the right thing of checking him, because he would have kept doing it. He would have kept doing it. And if you would have never said nothing, he would have just kept escalating. He done did it a couple times here, but he's harmless. I know he's a big guy, but he's really harmless, man. I said, okay. They said, what you in here for? And I told him what I was in here for, whatever. He was like, how much time you got? I told him, man, I got 2 to 10. He's like, okay, cool. Well, welcome to the pod, man. Like I said, my name Pete, and if you need anything, just come talk to me, whatever. I said, all right, man. So we dapped hands again, we shook hands or whatever, and then he bounced off the cell, right? So I'm sitting there, and I'm thinking to myself, like, man, so this motherfucker really tried me. This dude tried me in the shower, stealing glances, stealing looks at me, staying right next to me, talking about he trying to see who I am. And I'm sitting here I'm like, man, I want to knock this dude brain out of his head, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm just getting mad all over. And then it happened again. This motherfucker is right there, right by my cell door again, peeking in. And I said, bitch. I said the B word real loud, and I just took off out the cell, right? And he take off running. He's running. He's hauling all ass down the tier, right? And I'm behind him, and I'm running, and he hit the stairs. It's maybe 12 stairs, so we maybe 12 feet, from the ground to the second tier. He done hopped 6 stairs and hopped the other 6 stairs, right? As I'm about to hit the stairs or whatever, the white dude grabbed me. The white dude that was talking to me earlier, not too long ago, giving me the game. He grabbed me. He like, don't do it, man. Don't do it, man. Let it go. I'm like, man, this motherfucker. He said, I know. Hey, listen, this Dante, not right now. Don't do it, man. Don't, whatever you think about doing, don't do it. Them guards gonna beat the fuck out you, and you gonna get put in the hole, man. Don't do it. I'm like, man, but this motherfucker. He said, Dante, listen, I'm telling you, just come back here, come to my cell. I'm gonna tell you what to do, right? So we go to a cell. He said, listen, man, I know this guy keep playing with you and he keep trying you, but listen, it's a certain way that you gonna have to do this, man, without you getting in trouble and you going to the hole. I said, what's up, man? What's going on? He was like, listen, I'm gonna give you this sword of justice, right? And the next time he come to your cell, invite him in and tell him he can come in. When you catch him peeking in your cell again and he walk past, just tell him like, hey man, come here right quick. I want to apologize to you. And as soon as he walk in, pull the knife out and threaten him that he gonna take off running. He ain't gonna bother you again. So I said, all right, that's what I'm going to do. So I got the knife or whatever, and I go back to my cell. It wasn't 30 minutes that passed. Here he go, walking past my cell again. Just walked past, but he didn't look in. He just walked past. And then he come back like 30 seconds later, and he walked past again. But this time he kind of glanced in, but he keep walking. So I said, yeah, all right. So I grabbed a knife, and I got it like under my calf. Well, under my thigh. I got the knife under my thigh. I'm sitting on it, basically. So I feel that presence again of him peeking around the corner. So I said, hey, come here, man. Come here. I want to apologize to you. And he stood there for a minute, and he done eased up halfway, like by the entrance door. And I was like, look, man, my bad. I should never yelled at you. I know you was trying to, get to know me or whatever, but I apologize, man. Let's talk about it. So he walked in the cell. So he's walking in the cell, right? And he's getting close. So I just whip it out. Bam! I said, yeah, motherfucker, don't you ever. He said, oh. And he took off and hard ass out the cell again. He was running. I never seen a big man ever run like that ever before. And like I said, this is a big guy. This is a big dude, right? And he's running, yelling. Like I done threw some hot scalding water on him. He's running down that tier, right? And the white guy hurry up and walk past my cell, and he smiles, and then I hand him off the banger or whatever, and he goes the other way, right? So I come out the cell, and I'm looking down there, and this dude is over there under the stairs looking terrified. And then it hit me. It hit me like, oh, this dude is a big teddy bear. He's a booty bandit, but he's a childlike minded dude. Like this dude really terrified. So the white guy, after I guess he put the sword of justice up, he come up to me like, yeah, you see how he cowering over there under the stairs? Yeah, he done got stabbed before pulling that shit. He don't want to get stabbed no more. So whenever he try to, play games like that, I let people know, like, pull that knife out, don't stab him, because it ain't got to go that far. But he's a big puss. He's a big pussy, right? I said, man, that's crazy. Hey, listen, y'all, I want to tell y'all something right quick about this story. Now, yes, this guy right here, he was like child-minded, but all dudes that rock like that, a lot of them, they don't care. They don't care if you pull out a knife. You gonna have to show and tell. That's why I call it show and tell. You gonna have to show me that you gonna do something to me with that knife to stop me from making you mine. You know what I'm talking about? So it's a lot of guys that's in there that you might have to go all the way with it. Now, most guys, and I'm saying most, whether they straight or homo, whatever, don't nobody want to get stabbed in general. In general, don't nobody want to get stabbed, but there's a rare few that don't care about that. But most cats, they feel like, well, instead of me pressing him, because I know there's a chance that there's going to be some violence that's going to come about if I try to press this dude. But if I go press this dude over here and there ain't no fight back or nothing, oh yeah, I got one. So I'd rather go deal with this guy over here versus this guy that might possibly cause me great bodily harm. All right. Listen, y'all, if you're not a member, I'm gonna leave the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Okay. And also, I have another channel that I made. It's a prison cartoon channel where I bring all these prison stories to life. Okay, I'm gonna have that link pinned at the top of the comment section also. And if you looking for me to promote your business, your social media channel, or you got a product that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My business contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section. It's my email and my business phone number. All right. And if you want me to just shout you out in the next video, hey, Cash App me, PayPal, or Zelle me $10, and I'll shout you out in the next video. All right? With that, y'all, if y'all want to see my reaction videos, I'm over there on Stacy's Story Time. So I'm going to be doing my reaction videos over there on her channel from here on out. So y'all go check that out. The link will be pinned at the top of the comment section. All right? With that, y'all be safe. Stay crime free. Remember, y'all, crime does not pay. With that, y'all, I'm out. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my movie and my gaming channel. I'm going to have that link pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, y'all subscribe to Stacy's Story Time. She's tell phenomenal stories just like myself. And if y'all feeling generous, make sure y'all leave me a tip. I'm accepting Cash App, Zelle, and PayPal. Until next time, y'all take care. I'm gone.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all. This prison story is about when my homeboy Carl from Flint, Michigan, allegedly traded his cheeks for cake in prison. Now, the 3 most deadliest days, and they don't have to be in order, in prison where it's guaranteed that somebody gonna get their head bust open to the white meat, get robbed, get extorted, and possibly raped, is either when it's chicken day, hamburger day, and when I say hamburger, I mean, you know, like cheeseburgers day, where they give out cheeseburgers and fries, and on Christmas. And I'm gonna throw Thanksgiving in there too. So let's just skip Christmas. So let's go back. Chicken day, number 1. Hamburger and fry day, number 2. And equally, number 3 is Thanksgiving. Why? Because this is the time when they actually give us like real food. Even if you somebody like me that had the stove, that had big money up in there. And I rarely went to the chow hall. Rarely. Because I had everything I wanted. I had cook-ups and everything ready to go. Burritos, goulash, my goulash, the way I do it. You know, I pay cats to bring me back chicken, pay me, have cats bring me onions, all type of shit. So I really had no reason to leave. But when it came to Thanksgiving and it came to burger and Friday and chicken, I'm out that sale. I'm out that sale for sure. But anyway, let's get to the story. But before we get to the story, y'all know what time it is. First, I need for y'all to smash that like button for me. Let's hit the like button for me, okay? Number 2, hype the video if you haven't hyped the video. And number 3, share this video. I want to say one more thing before we get into the story, okay? It don't cost you nothing, but I want to thank every last one of y'all that be listening to my stories and that be hitting the like button. I do appreciate y'all. And especially for the ones that be commenting in the comment section, Dante appreciate y'all, okay? So y'all keep up the good work. But before we get into that, to the story, one last thing. We finna do the question of the day, all right? Back in the day, y'all, do y'all remember when we was growing up and we had to take the Flintstones vitamins? Let me know in the comment section. Are y'all a Flintstone kid? Put it in the comment section. All right, let's get back to the story. So I see my homeboy Carl. I'm like, hey, Carl, what up? What up, Carl? Now, at this time, me and Carl been down for a good 8 months. No, actually, me and Carl got in here at the same time. He came in here on an armed robbery, and y'all already know what I came in here for, right? So I see Carl, and it's breakfast time, and everybody loves when it's chicken day, bone-in chicken day, because this what they got on the tray. You got the bone-in chicken, right? Fried chicken too, not even baked chicken, but fried chicken. Okay, they give you a leg quarter. That's the breast and that's the leg. Now, hey, y'all correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section, but I'm pretty sure that's the leg quarter. But anyway, you get the leg quarter fried chicken. You get green beans. You get mashed potatoes with gravy. You get salad. And you get this nice big chunky piece of cake, okay, with whatever type of frosting. It's a good tray, right? So in the morning time, typically they just give you maybe 2 boiled eggs, some oatmeal, some grits, and some toast or whatever. But I usually go down there just to get the bread and the boiled eggs, because boiled eggs is essential to a lot of my cook-ups. So I see Carl. I'm like, "What up, Carl?" He like, "Oh, what's up, Dante?" I'm like, "Nothing. Can't wait to get this chicken tray." He like, "Word?" I said, "Yeah, man, I got 4 people bringing me they trays ASAP." He like, "For real?" I said, "Hell yeah." He was like, "Oh, okay. Hey, Dante, what you doing with your cake?" I said, I don't know. I probably just traded off or something, because I don't even like sweets like that." He like, "Oh, okay. Hey, man, can I get your cake?" I said, "What you gonna give me?" He was like, "Man, shit, I'll give you these 2 boiled eggs. I ain't got nothing." So I'm like, "Carl." He like, "What, man?" I'm like, "Carl, man, come on, man. I can, man, come on. I can get a whole plate minus the chicken and the cake for the cake. I can get, the mashed potatoes and gravy. I can get the green beans. You know what I'm talking about?" He like, "Man, come on, Dante, look out for me, bro. Just look out for me." I said, "You know what? I got you, Carl. I got you. Here. Give me your 2 boiled eggs." He said, "Damn, Dante, you gonna do me like that?" I said, "Look how you doing me. I'm giving you, man, dudes will give me 3 days worth of they boiled eggs. 6 boiled eggs for you. You lucky I'm just hitting you with the 2. He like, "Man, all right, Dante, I got you." So I said, "Yeah, give me the eggs," right? So I get the boiled eggs, take my 2, his 2, put them in my pocket, and I bounce out of the chow hall, right? So when I get there, back in the unit, everybody doing the shuffle. Some people getting ready to go to work. Some people finna go hit the yard. Some people about to go to the library. Everybody out there doing their movement. And also you see dudes doing trades, doing sales, because everybody getting prepared for this chicken plate to come through, right? So I already paid 4 cats already to, give me their tray when it's time or whatever. Now, this is where a lot of these incidents take place. And this is where Carl finna come into play, right? So, no, if you new to prison and you got money coming in, you just can't deal with everybody. Because some of these cats that you might pay for a tray, they get the money of the commissary, and they might owe 2 or 3 people that same tray. So they going around getting trays for trays and trying to cover their debt. And then sometimes you may end up with the hot potato, meaning you get nothing, right? And now you got to deal with that. So I see a lot of that going on. A lot of that going on right now. Hey, I give you my tray for A, B, C, and D. Hey, well, give me 5 packs of ramen and give me a Pepsi. I bet. Hey, throw a honey bun in that motherfucker too. I bet. I got you the tray. Then I see him go somewhere else like, hey, I'm selling my tray, man. Hey, look, hey, let me step in here on you right quick. Hey, listen, man, let me get, you want the tray? Yeah, I'll take the tray. What you need for? Shit, give me 10 packs of ramen noodles and throw a pack of Reese's cups in there. I bet. Say less. All right. And I just see dudes doing that sale to sale back and forth. And this is going all over the prison. So we know for a fact, that there's going to be a shortage. Somebody ain't going to get their tray. A couple people ain't going to get what's owed to them. And then that's when the consequences come. So now, my homeboy Carl is on the other side of the compound. He in the law library right now. And he talking to this dude named Bernard. Now, Bernard was one of them dudes that, how can I put this? Bernard, like, guys. He's not a bandit, but he's a dude that, he kind of like Freaky Freddy in a way. And for those that don't know who Freaky Freddy is, I'm gonna have his playlist, his whole playlist, so y'all can get to know who Freaky Freddy is. It's about 20 videos of Freaky Freddy in one playlist, okay? So I'm gonna have that pinned at the top of the comment section. But yeah, he's kind of like Freaky Freddy, but he ain't aggressive with it, and he ain't gonna try to put you in debt. He let you know straight up, hey, listen, if you want something from me and you can't pay, I am willing to accept other payments. And, you know, so if you borrow something from me and you can't pay me back, ain't no sweat, man. But I ain't finna let you go 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month without paying me. You know, this is the understanding that if I give you this and you don't pay me back in a orderly fashion time, then you're gonna have to give me something. You're gonna have to give me a little sugar, and that's just what it is. You know, we in prison. So that's Bernard. So he in there talking to Bernard. He like, hey, what's up, Bernard? He like, what's up, Carl? He like, shoot, man, shit, trying to see, do you want my chicken tray? He was like, I mean, I'm cool. I'm cool. I ain't really sweating over the chicken tray. He was like, okay. He was like, but then Bernard was like, well, what you trying to give me? And he was like, shoot, I got some stuff coming in. I got things coming in. And he was like, all right, well, I don't really want the chicken, but I'll take the cakes. You know, I got a sweet tooth. And he was like, all right, well, shoot, give me, you got 2 Pepsis? You got 2 Pepsis I can get? He was like, yeah, we can work that out. So he was like, all right, bet. Now, Bernard had a sissy in his cell. So he said, all right, go talk to blah, 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 blah. I ain't going to put the sissy name out there because the sissy done passed away from HIV a couple years back, and I don't want to disrespect the dead. So, but anyway, he telling you, go to such and such and, you know, go get that. Go get it. All right, he like, all right, bet. So Carl leave. He get buzzed through the doors, whatever. He go to the corridor. He hit Bernard unit. He go to Bernard's cell, and the sissy is in there. And he say, hey, what's up? He like, what's up, man? What's going on? He like, me and Bernard just did a deal, and I'm getting 2 Pepsis or whatever. Then he was like, is you sure? Because if I give you these Pepsis and you lying, it's going to be a problem. He's like, yeah, man, Bernard, he in the law library right now. He told me he was going to be here and to let you know to give me the 2 Pepsis. He was like, all right. So he gave him the 2 Pepsis, whatever. Bernard instantly cracked one open. He downed it, kill it, right? Then he go back to his cell and put the other one up. Nothing really happened besides everybody moving around real fast and striking deals and like that, right? Nothing that I had to do with. So let's just fast forward when they start passing out the trays. Now, when it comes to the chicken day, the hot dog day, the burger and fry day, the chow hall is closed. They will bring you your food. They will bring you all your food, okay? Yeah, come to your unit. They got all these trays. They got everybody name, okay? Everybody name attached to a tray, right? So if you got 30 people up in here, they got 30 trays coming up in here. They not doing no extras, right? So they come hit the door. Boom. Now, once you get your tray and they leave and they get done with the whole passing out the trays or whatever, you can leave out. So, bam. I get up, I get my tray. Thank God, okay, thank God that everybody that owed me, that I paid for their tray, lived in my unit. So I didn't have to wait for somebody to, walk down the corridor, people coughing over your food, and you know what I'm talking about, being cross-contamination, all that. I ain't got to worry about that. So I get my tray, boom. The guy that I paid for, he come through, bam, there you go. 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 I'm stacked up. I'm rocked up, y'all. I'm sitting over here looking like a king. Now, I got 6 big old fried leg quarters. Got a mountain of potatoes, right? Mashed potatoes and gravy. Got a mountain of green beans. I got these 6 cakes right here. Now, I don't want the cakes. I don't want the cakes at all. I'm just really not no sweets guy. I'm not a sweet guy at all. And so Carl eventually come through, and he has, I owe Carl a cake. So he come through, like, hey, what's up, Dante? I said, take that one off the top right there. He said, all right, thanks, man. Thanks, bro. I said, okay, cool. No sweat. So Carl leave out. So when Carl leave out, right, Bernard unit is right next door to mine. So I'm leaving out or whatever, because I'm trying to get these cakes off. I had my homeboy Al hold my tray down or whatever. But I got all these cakes, and I'm going unit to unit because I'm trying to get these cakes off. I'm trying to, get either Coca-Cola for a cake or Sprite for a cake, whatever it is, right? So I'm going to unit to unit and I get them off, right? Now, when I'm coming back, I see Carl talking to Bernard. And now everything that I say from this forth is all alleged. I don't know because I wasn't in the cell. This is what I was told verbatim. Okay? I'll repeat one more time. I was not in the cell. I was not there. The only thing that I seen was Carl and Bernard talking. Okay? That's all I seen. Now, everything again that I say from this point on is all alleged. Now, let's go. So, allegedly, Carl is talking to him like, hey, Bernard, I need to holler at you. He like, what's up? He like, I can't give you the tray. And Bernard like, what you mean you can't give me the tray? He like, I can't give you the tray, man. I forgot I owed such and such, and I actually owe somebody else the tray too. Bernard like, okay, what that mean to me? Why you coming over here with the violin? What that mean to me? And Carl like, man, listen, I was wrong, bruh. I was wrong for doing that. And he was like, listen, man, you already know what time it is. And he like, what you mean? He was like, if you ain't got my man, just come on in the cell and we can talk about it. He was like, no, man, I don't feel like fighting. I don't want to fight you, Bernard. He like, no, man, we ain't got to fight, man. No, hell no, we ain't about to fight, man. We grown, man. This prison, man, I don't even do all that, man. But at the same time, you owe me, so you need to pay me. So Bernard Carl like, what you mean? I told you I don't got nothing. I do got the one Pepsi left. I can give you that. He's like, no, man, I don't want that, man. I got Pepsis up here. Matter of fact, hold on. So he go to his cell and he tell the sissy that's living in there with him, like, hey, step out for a minute. Just get gone for about 30 minutes. So the sissy leave out and he come back out, and Carl like, hey, man, did you just get a knife or something? He was like, man, no, man, come in the cell, man. Just come in the cell. So Bernard walk in the cell first, and then Carl follow him in there. So now Bernard is sitting on a bunk, and he like, listen, Carl, you know how I get down in here. You know how I give it up. Now, listen, if you obviously ain't got no money coming in, you fucked me on the tray, but that's cool. It's all forgiven. But you gonna have to pay me, man. And Carl like, man, I ain't got nothing to give you, man. I mean, I could wait to, I can make a couple moves here and there, to get you back what I got from you with interest. He like, nah. Nah, that ain't gonna work, Carl. That ain't gonna work, man. Listen, Carl, stop playing games with me, man. I want something. And Carl like, what, man? I told you I ain't got. So then Bernard get up, and he got this white sheet already in a makeshift that you can just grab and just put on the hook in front of the cell or whatever. So he get up and he grabbed the white sheet and he put it on the cell. He put it on the hook. Now you can't see in here at all, right? Because the view is blocked because he got this sheet up. So Carl like, hey man, I told you I don't want to fight, man. I don't want to fight you, man. Don't do this to me. Don't do this. So allegedly Bernard takes his shirt off and like, no, man, no, it's too late for all that, man. We about to, and Carl like, what? He was like, no, we about to, man. Either get my what you can't, or we about to, man. I'm not about to take no L. I'm not about to take no loss. Either we about to, or get my shit. What's up? When he was like, man, no, man, I don't want to fight you. And Bernard told him like, man, we ain't about to fight, man. So, my bad, y'all. So Carl like, listen, man, look, if I do this, man, don't tell nobody. And Bernard like, man, we grown men, man. We grown, man. I ain't gonna come out here and kiss and tell, man. Just, man, chill out, man. I'm a grown man. Now, again, y'all, I wasn't there. This was just told to me. Okay. Now, apparently, they was in the cell for a good 15 minutes. And Bernard left out of the cell walking strange. Now, I don't know if the deed was done because I wasn't there. I don't know. But here's the thing. Bernard passed away some years back of venereal disease. And Carl, I just got word that Carl passed away a couple months back from the same disease. Now, I don't know if they did anything. Who knows? Because the white sheet is up. Who knows? But I know this. Carl passed away. Bernard passed away. The sissy passed away of the same thing. One thing about it, y'all, time will tell. Time always tell. Okay? Y'all be safe out there. Stay crime free. Let me give y'all a quick update. If y'all want to continue to donate to the Dante Show Network to help me keep pushing out these videos every day, it costs. Production-wise, script-wise, everything. I need y'all to continue to show y'all support by sending in y'all donations, okay? I'm going to have my PayPal, my Zelle, and my Cash App. It's going to be at the end of the video. So if y'all feeling like y'all want to send something in to continue to support the channel, it's going to be there at the end of the video. If you are not a member yet, I'm going to have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section also. And what you get with the members link, you get my members only videos. So with that, I do short horror films, but they not public. You only can watch it from the members only link. Okay. I got 3 videos up right now, so y'all can watch that. So just click that link at the top of the comment section so you can become a member. All right. So you can watch them videos. And I also put my videos up there for y'all to watch before I make them public. Okay. Second thing, I made a cartoon channel where I bring to life all my prison stories. Okay. I'm going to have that channel link pinned at the top of the comment section. Y'all go check it out. I got a reaction channel where I react to videos and crazy stuff. I'm going to have that channel pinned at the comment section too. All right. With that, y'all, this is the Dante Show Network. Y'all be safe out there. I'm gone. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my movie and my gaming channel. I'm going to have that link pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, y'all subscribe to Stacy's Storytime. She's tell phenomenal stories just like myself. And if y'all feeling generous, make sure y'all leave me a tip. I'm accepting Cash App, Zelle, and PayPal. Until next time, y'all take care. I'm gone.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
So I'm in the day room watching the National Geographic Discovery Channel, and the guard walked past and gave me a kite. So I hurry up and grab it, and I shoot to my room. So I open it up, and I'm reading it. Basically, what this kite is saying is that they want me to hit somebody, like take them out permanently for 10 grand. And this person is a snitch. So I'm looking at it, and I'm like, okay, bet. So in this letter, I'm not going to give y'all all details because I don't want to blow up the spot of what's currently going on in prison. But I got enough details to know who was coming in, and it was coming to my unit, right? So I barred it up, flushed it. So I went out and assembled my whole entire crew because 10 grand amongst 10 guys is $1,000 each. Now I know a lot of y'all gonna be like, Dante, that's not a lot of money. It's not a lot of money out here in the streets, but $1,000 to each person in prison is a lot of money. So anyway, I assembled a whole crew, and we on the yard, right? So I'm like, listen, y'all, it's a guy that's coming to my unit. We got to take him out. They're like, all right, bet. What's the payout? I said, it's a rack each. It's 10 bands. Now, if anybody don't want to be involved in it, let me know. I ain't going to hold it against you. It's in my unit. So Al, Tarty, it's really your responsibility. But if anybody else want to get in on it, let me know. So some cats like, no, I'm going to sit this one out. No, y'all got it. Y'all good. So it came down basically to Tarty and Al. So I'm like, homicide, you sure? He like, no, man, I'm good, man. I just got into some shit, man. But I said, anything that we need to handle? He like, no, I got it, man. There ain't nothing I can't handle. I said, all right, man, let me know. So everybody disperse. So I tell Tarty and Al, like, listen, I'm going to take point on this. So we going to divide this up 3 ways. So you get 3 bands, I get 3 bands, he get 3 bands. Hold on. No. I get 3,300, you get 3,300, and you get 3,300, right? So I think it's what? 3,300, 369. I think it's like what, $10 left over, whatever. I don't know. Anyway. But that's the deal. So I said, I'm gonna take point, and taking point mean I'm going to initiate the attack. All right, I'm the one that's going to coordinate everything from the time he hit the unit to the time that he goes to sleep, and whenever we hit him, right? So Here we go. Now, before we go on with this horrible prison story, and don't worry, y'all, I ask God to forgive me for all my sins. I'm not proud of the things that I have done in prison. Lord knows I'm not. But, hey, it's prison, and it is what it is. It's survival of the fittest. You got to get in when you fit in that. But before we go on with this prison story, I need for y'all to do me a favor right quick. Hit the like button if you haven't hit the like button. Hype the video if you haven't done that already. Share the video. Also, y'all, I'm still doing promotions. If you need your social media channel promoted, a product promoted, a brick and mortar promoted, get in contact with me. All my information will be pinned at the top of the comment section. I have started my reaction channel, so y'all make sure y'all check that out. That will be pinned at the top of the comment section. And I have also started my cartoon channel where I bring all my prison stories to life. So y'all make sure y'all check that out. All these links will be pinned at the top of the comment section. Let's get back to it. So anyway, we hit the unit because it's Tuesday and it's around 4 o'clock. Now, usually new inmates, they come in between 4:30 to 6 o'clock. So me, Al, and Tar T, we in there, right? We just lounging around, just waiting or whatever. And then the doors crack. Boom. 3 white guys and this black goofy dude coming in with glasses. Hence the thumbnail. So Al like, that's him? I said, yeah. Now, this dude had to be about 6'3" and just big. Not like Notorious B.I.G. big, but, you know, just a big dude. He wasn't buff or nothing. He was just a big dude or whatever. And he looked real goofy. Speaking of Notorious B.I.G., let me ask y'all a question in the comment section. I've been seeing this trend going around and they've been quoting a lot of Biggie's verses, and they look real suspect. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna say it sound real suspect. It is real suspect. It is. Do y'all think Biggie was gay? I just want to know. Do y'all think Biggie was gay? Do y'all think Puff tampered with Biggie? Let me know in the comment section. And for those that don't know some of these zesty quotes that Big done said, well, he said something like this. Your daughter looks so good, I would blank your daddy. Yeah, that's what he said. And it was, let's look that verse up. I'm not going to say it on here, but look that up. And like I said again, do y'all think Big was gay? Let me know in the comment section. But anyway, let's get back to the story. So you got this big old goofy dude, right? So he come in and he just sit down. He sit down with his 2 laundry bags or whatever. He just sitting there looking around. So Al like, that's the guy, huh? I said, I'm assuming it is. So I sent Tar T over there to go talk to him, whatever. And Tar T come back like, yeah, that's him. Now, I'm not going to say dude name, but we got the right person. I'm just going to put it that way. So he ended up going into his cell, right? So Al like, man, bunk this, Dante. You want me to just go ahead and do him, man? I said, nah. Let me go holler at him. Let me get the feel right quick. Let me see what he in here for, because something just didn't seem right, y'all. Something was off. You know, this dude he just didn't fit. I mean, anybody can become a snitch, but he just didn't fit this profile. And I wanted to make 100% sure that I got the right guy. But outside of that, it just was just something about him that kind of made me feel a little sorry for him. So I waited for about 10 minutes while he was in the cell, and I bounced in the cell. I said, hey, what's up, man? He was like, oh, hey, how you doing? I said, I'm good. What's your name? He was like, my name's Gerard. I said, your name, God dang it, y'all. I just told dude name. My bad, y'all. Just erase it out y'all minds. All right? But anyway, he like, yeah, my name's Gerard. I said, okay, my name's Dante. So we shook hands, whatever. I was like, where you from, man? He was like, I'm from Detroit, Michigan. I said, you from the D? He was like, yeah. I said, where at? He was like, I'm off of Van Dyke. I said, Van Dyke is a long street. He was like, well, I mean, been all over the place or whatever. I said, all right. I said, what you went here for, man? He was like, you really want to know? I said, yeah. He was like, man, I'm here for drugs, bro. I'm here for drugs. But somebody snitched on me and set me up, though. I said, what? He was like, yeah, somebody snitched on me and set me up. I think my pops snitched on me. I said, yo, daddy? He was like, no, not my daddy, my pops. I said, oh, okay. I said, so what happened? He was like, well, shoot, a couple years back, we got this plug in Texas or whatever, and we was bringing back a whole bunch of bowls. Now, y'all, this is before Michigan legalized marijuana. So this was back in the day, y'all. I told y'all I've been free for 15 years now. So this was back in the day. So he was like, yeah, me and my pops got a plug in Texas, and we was bringing back a whole bunch of bowls, like 10, 15 pounds a trip. I said, oh, okay. He was like, well, everything was going good. And then my pops went down there to Atlanta to, get him some soft or whatever. I said, oh, he indulged? He was like, no, he just wanted to expand his business. And he started, getting soft. But I believe he got pulled over, and I'm going to tell you why. I said, okay. He was like, well, he didn't come back with the soft. He just came back with a whole bunch of excuses. And, he was real nervous, like on the edge. He was like, something happened. So I was like, okay. So he was like, well, I end up, getting a lot of money together. I saved up a lot of bread or whatever. And then my dad said that I should invest in some soft or whatever. So I'm like, all right, well, okay. I see the profit margin. So I said, yeah, I'll do it. So I gave my dad all the money or whatever, and me and him took a road trip down there. When we got to Atlanta, we got the product or whatever, and we got pulled over in Kentucky. I said, Kentucky? He was like, yeah, we got pulled over in Kentucky, and it wasn't the regular state patrolman that pulled it. It was the FBI, it was the DEA. And they just surrounded the car, whatever, and they pulled both of us out. They put me in a van, they put him in a different van. So we end up, being in the same cell. When we got in there, he was just talking to me like kind of weird. And, I just felt like he was, I don't know, man, it was like he was recording me or something. Like he wanted me to admit to that it was all on me. I was like the head of the operation, and it was my plug and stuff like that. And I'm listening to him, but I'm like, look, Pops, if you want me to just take the charges, just say that. But, I can't, if they talking about 10, 20, 30 years, I can't do that, Pops. We gonna have to split the time or whatever. So he telling him like, look, son, I ain't got that long to live or whatever, man. You gonna have to look out, man. You gonna have to do this, man. You still got time on this earth or whatever. I ain't got that much time. So he was like, all right, man, I'll do it. So he said that, they ended up getting extradited. And he was like, we got extradited to Michigan. And we're like, well, we got pulled over in Kentucky and we got the drugs in Georgia. Why are we getting extradited to Michigan for? I said, yeah, that is kind of weird. He was like, yeah, they charging us with all this. So, I got in here and I stood tall. And I just said, everything was on me. But then I found out that my pops, like, they had us in Oakland County or whatever. And, cats I'm telling cats, like, the situation, like, how much time you think I'm going to get, and if I cooperate, well, not cooperate, but, put it all on me and let my pops walk. And they telling me all these crazy ass numbers. And then they like, yo, who your pops? And I told them who my pops was. And, some of the cats was like, hold on, you talking about so-and-so? It was like, yeah. He was like, oh, you his son? I'm like, yeah. He was like, well, he's not here. He was like, what? He was like, no, he back on the streets. He was like, what you mean he back on the streets? We both came in here together. Like, we both just got here a couple of days ago. What you mean he back on the streets? He was like, yeah, he's back on the streets. So he was like, no, that can't be. How he on the streets and we ain't even get no bond? So the tank got quiet. So he said about 2 minutes later, a detective came in there with a CO and grabbed him out of there. And he said he came to an interrogation room and it was like, hey, listen, whatever you got going on, we're going to charge you with conspiracy to distribute and all these other type of crazy charges. You don't cop to A, B, C, and D. So he was like, no, hey, man, where's my pops at, man? I heard that he was on the streets, man. Where's my pops, man? Is he here? Tell me that he's here, whatever. So one of the detectives was like, no, we cut him loose because we ain't got nothing on him. Plus, you know, he said you did all the shit. He was like, oh, hell no, man. I ain't agree to that, man. No, No, man, my pops. So he basically rolled on his dad. He told everything, right? So I said, damn. So long story short, y'all, he ended up getting 25 years, even though he cooperated, and his pops got 45 years. So I'm like, damn, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm like, so where your pops at now? Because now I'm curious, like, who put this hit out? Was it his pops that put this hit out on him? Like, who put this hit out on him, right? So he was like, man, it's just fucked up, man. It's just so messed up, man. If I would have known that my pops was gonna throw me under the bus like that, man, I said, so you told on him? He said, hell yeah, man. Yeah, I told on him. Yeah, I did tell on him because shoot, he tried to throw me under the bus, so I told the truth. I said, you told the truth and you still got 25. He was like, yeah, that's fucked up, but I mean, they told me I got 10 to 25, so I said, you gotta do that 10 for sure, and then you'll be eligible for parole. He was like, yeah, so, I mean, yeah. Now, when he said that, I was thinking like, well, not really, because I'm about to make your bed real short. I'm about to cut your bed real short, right? But I didn't say that out loud. I'm thinking that in my head. So I said, all right, man, well, I'm Dante, man. I'll holler at you or whatever. He's like, all right, bet. So I leave out the cell, y'all. I should make a part 2 because this is finna get real crazy, but I'm going to try to fit it all in this story. So I leave out the cell and I'm talking to Alan, T, whatever. And they like, so what's up? I said, well, he snitched on his dad or whatever, so I'm assuming his pops is the one to put the hit out on him. And I was like, all right, so when we gonna hit him? I was like, let me just lay on it right quick. I'm gonna lay on him for a couple days and I'll figure it out. I'm gonna get close to him. So they like, all right, bet. Well, shoot, let us know what's happening. So I'm like, all right. So I knock on the cell door. And I come back in and I said, hey, so have you ever been locked up before? He was like, nah, bro, this is my first time. This my first go around, man. I said, well, listen, you gonna need some protection, man, because in this prison, it's crazy, man. If you don't click up, you're gonna get ran over. So, are you affiliated with any gangs or anything? He was like, yeah, I'm blood. I said, you blood? He was like, yeah, I'm blood. Now, that right there would have posed a problem, because if this dude really blood and I do something to him, well, me and my crew could end up going to war with the Bloods or whatever. But he just didn't really strike me as no blood, y'all. He, like I said, I mean, never mind, I was about to say something, but anyway. But, he just didn't strike me as no blood. So I said, you got any tats or anything? He was like, no, man, no, I never get no tats so they can identify me. I said, oh, yeah, that's smart. That's why he said, yeah, because, shoot, if they identify me and classify me, I wasn't finna get no gang enhancement charge. I said, yeah, that's smart. That's smart. He like, all right, man, well, I'll holler at you, Dante. Dante, right? I said, yeah, I'm about to take a nap, bro. So I leave out the cell, right? And I go to Al. I said, hey, check and see if this dude, blood or whatever. Get on the jack and, call around and see if this dude blood. So Al leave and he getting on the phone, he calling back to the D and, trying to get the 411 on this cat, whatever. Check out his story to see if he blood and even check out the story about the Pops situation, right? So Al come back and he like, Dante, come here right now. So I'm like, what's up? He said, hey, that dude is an informant. I said, what? He was like, man, what that motherfucker tell you that he snitched on his daddy? I said, yeah. He said he told on his daddy about some bowls and some softens like that. He was like, no, man, that nigga been locked up, man. I said, what you mean he been locked up? Man, they gave that nigga 40 years, man. They gave him 40 years for armed robbery and some other shit, right? And he been working. Like, he go to prison, snitching on cats, getting on dudes' cases and working his time down. Man, that nigga a snitch, man. I said, what? He was like, yeah, that dude, that dude is an informant. I said, oh, no, oh, hell no, right? Now, for those that don't know what I just said, basically, well, I guess it's clear, but a lot of people is not hip to this. Sometimes when you got, it ain't even sometimes, it's some dudes in prison that got 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70 years, right? And they done put it in their head like, no, I'm going home. I'm going home by any means. That means if you come in here with a fresh case and you done left something out, like there's a gun that could have convicted you, that could have gave you more time, or you done hid some money somewhere, some drugs or something, or it's something somewhere that the DA or the prosecutor office didn't know about, and you go running your mouth. Well, these dudes will jump on your case to get their time worked off, right? So let's say if I got 10 years and you tell me like, yeah, I did shoot somebody, whatever, and I killed somebody, but the gun is buried in my grandma's backyard under the doghouse, and I get a hold of the captain and get an attorney up in here and let them know what's going on. They like, okay, well, shoot, check this out. If that gun is there, man, you got 10 years, we'll knock off 6 years, man. You got 4 years and we'll transfer you. And then they go find that gun, they'll move you out of that prison, recharge dude, and there you go. Now you only got 4 years to go. And dudes will do that. And the crazy thing about that, a lot of these dudes will get out of prison and reoffend. So they'll tell on you, get you jammed up in a crazy way, but then they'll reoffend. But anyway, so that's the story, y'all. So I'm sitting there thinking, I'm like, so should we hit him or what? Because now I'm really curious. I'm thinking like, is this a setup? Is the administration trying to set me up in a cold way? Do somebody like, so I'm like, man, nah, y'all, we gonna leave this alone. We gonna leave homeboy alone, man, because I don't know, something just don't seem right. I feel like if we hit this dude, they gonna charge us with murder, man, and the whole crew with conspiracy. So I'm like, nah, we gonna let that dude be. Matter of fact, put the word through the grapevine to everybody. Let everybody know who dude is, right? He said, okay, I got you, right? So nevertheless, I put the word out to the guard that gave me the kite. I just walked up to him. I didn't make it obvious. I just stood on the side of him, and I was like, yo, that's a no-go. That's a no-go. And he just walked off, and I guess he went to whoever that paid me, gave me the contract to take this dude out and let them know, like, yeah, no, Dante ain't doing it, whatever. But the wheels have already been put in motion because there's other cats that know who this dude is, and this dude is getting close to some bloods, and they know what's happening. They know what time it is, right? Now, for the sake of the statute of limitations, there's no statute of limitation on, taking somebody's life. But homeboy, let's just say he ended up they found him. Y'all remember the game called Hangman? Yeah, so they found my man. So y'all put it together. They found him in the prison laundry room playing Hangman. And we're going to leave it at that. Y'all make sure y'all subscribe to my movie and my gaming channel. I'm going to have that link pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, y'all subscribe to Stacy's Storytime. She's tell phenomenal stories just like myself. And if y'all feeling generous, make sure y'all leave me a tip. I'm accepting Cash App, Zelle, and PayPal. Until next time, y'all take care. I'm gone.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
All right, y'all. This prison story is about when I tried to save the white boy Benny from the booty bandit Frank. Now, I just came off my visit. I just gave my mama a kiss on the forehead and told her that I loved her, right? So the guards lead me to the corridor. Now, this is where the humiliation ritual takes place. You're like, humiliation ritual? What are you talking about, Dante? Well, the humiliation ritual is when you leave the visiting floor, you got to strip butt naked. I'm talking about all the way down, socks, drawers, everything off. Put your hands against the wall, inmate. Spread your legs, spread your butt cheeks, cough. And there's an officer right there that's looking up your peephole to make sure you ain't keystering or hiding something in your prison pocket, right? So nevertheless, I go through my humiliation ritual. And yes, everybody got to go through that. If somebody get out here and say they didn't, they lie, then they ain't never go on a visit. So anyway, now as I'm walking, the captain of my unit pull up on me. He like, I got it from here. Right? So I'm like, what's up? So he was like, walk with me. I said, what's happening? He was like, listen, it's a white boy that's coming in today, and I'm putting him in your cell. I said, for what? Well, what you telling me that for? He was like, listen, I need for you to look out for him, show him the ropes, and, keep an eye on him. I said, okay, you paying me? He said, Dante, are you serious? I said, hell yeah, I'm serious. You know what I do? He said, yeah, I do know what you do. And that's why you gonna do me a favor and you gonna look out for the white kid. Because I let y'all slide with a lot of up in here. So I said, all right, fair enough. I said, so what's his charges? He was like, well, that's what we got to talk about. I said, oh, come on, man. What did he do? He was like, listen, Dante, he's young, he's white. I said, I get all that he's young and white, but what did he do? He was like, listen, all right, okay. So he killed his girlfriend. I said, okay, it's a lot of cats in here that killed their girlfriend. Okay, what's so different about him? He was like, no, it's the way that he did it. I said, what you mean the way that he did it? He was like, man, he did the unthinkable to her before and after. I said, what? It was like, yeah, he did the unthinkable to her before he unalived her and then afterwards. I said, what, this dude is some like a necromancy dude? Like sleep with people after they die? He said, listen, Dante, I don't really want to talk about it, but I said, so why are we protected? Why you want me to protect this dude? He was like, Dante, this come from the higher ups, man. Just do it, bro. Just do it. I said, all right, man. So I hit the unit, right? And I go to my cell. So I'm sitting there contemplating, like, hold on. The captain came to me personally and said that he want me to protect this white boy. But this dude unalived his girlfriend. Not only that, but he did the unthinkable to her while she was alive. Then he unalived her, and then he turned around and messed with her again after she passed away. I'm like, man, this is a sick motherfucker, man. Now, for those that might be new to the channel, y'all might be wondering, like, yo, Dante, what is the unthinkable? Because I done heard you say that a couple times and use it in different ways. Well, the unthinkable could be a couple of things. The unthinkable could be somebody graping somebody, which he did. The unthinkable can be a lot of things. You just gotta put it where it fit at, right? So, for those that might be slow like myself, this is what he did. He had intercourse with his girlfriend, right? Then he stabbed her up, and then she passed away. And then he decided to have intercourse with her after that. That's what he did, y'all. So now that we caught up, let's continue the story. But before we continue the story, do me a favor, y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button, hype the video, and share this video. Okay? Now, I'm sitting there and I'm like, man, this dude is sick. So I'm really sitting here thinking, like, why do the captain want me to watch out for this dude so bad when he got heinous charges? So nevertheless, I'm like, all right, F it, man. Cap have looked out for me and looked the other way when me and my crew did ungodly things up in here and put down on cats. So, you know, favor for a favor, right? So boom, the doors hit. Bam! 4 white dudes come in there and a black dude with dreads. So whenever inmates come up in there, everybody stop what they doing and everybody watching. Because you got to make sure that whoever's coming through that door, you ain't got beef with. Whoever coming through that door is somebody that might be detriment to your health and your life, okay? Or you might see a homeboy that come through there that you ain't seen in years, right? Or it might be a family member. You never know. But you best to be up and alert to see who coming through there. Because you might be laying in your bed. And I done seen this happen. You might be laying in your bed and a dude that came up in there that you got heavy beef with. And there's supposed to be a stay away order put in between you and him. But somehow, you know, shit happens in prison. Shit slipped through the cracks. And he come up in there and he's like, hey, you know such and so. Like, yeah, man, dude over there, that's his cell. I think he sleep though. And he come in there and get the banging on you, bombing on you, and beat you into a coma, right? So whenever we get new inmates, you better be up and alert. Now let's get to it. So now I see the white boy and I'm like, oh, okay, that's him. So I bounce up on him. I said, hey, your name Benny? He like, yeah. I said, come with me. And everybody looking, they like, oh, shoot, okay, Dante got him. Now, I know some of y'all may be thinking like, yo, man, Dante, what's up with you, man? Because I noticed we got an influx of about 3,000 new subscribers that don't know, so it might seem like funny business of me just bouncing up on a white boy and telling him, like, yo, you with me, right? It ain't no funny business. Y'all already know how I get down. So I pulled up on him. I said, you with me? And we go to my cell, right? I said, listen, what did you do to get in here? I wanted to see was he gonna lie. Because I just could not accept the fact what Cap told me. I just couldn't accept what he told me because I'm like, he couldn't have done that. So he put his head down and he was like, I did some bad things to get in here. I said, how old is you, man? He was like, man, I'm 18. I'm 18. But he had his head down, right? Now, I backed up, right? And I'm going over there to my locker because y'all know I keep that sword of justice in my peanut butter, right? So I go to my locker and I take the sword of justice out. And I said, you say you just turned 18? Now, he don't see that I got this sword of justice in my hand. And for those that don't know, the sword of justice is a knife, a banger, a poker, right? So he don't see that I got it in my hand. So he was like, yeah, I just turned 18. So I said, oh, okay. So then I walked past him and I put down my white sheet because, you know, I got it up like a canopy hanging over the cell. So I just put the white sheet down and I grabbed him like boom. And I grabbed him and I slung him over here by the toilet and I just ran up on him and I covered his mouth. He like, hey, what is you doing? What's going on? And so I put the knife to his neck and told him like, hey, stop playing with me. Why are you in here? He said, please don't hurt me, sir. Sir, please don't hurt me. Sir, don't hurt me. And I know. Some of y'all be like, Dante, wasn't that kind of extreme, man? He's only a kid, man. He only 18 years old. Listen, you get a lot of truth out of people when they really scared. So this is one of my tactics. Now, I wasn't going to cut him. You know what I'm saying? I just have to put down on him, let him know, like, hey, you in prison. You know, don't be sitting up there walking with your head down, because you walking with your head down, you might get bust upside your head and get drugged into a cell, and then, well, hey. But anyway, so I'm like, so I said, don't lie to me. What the fuck is you in here for? What the fuck is you in here for? And I said, you better not start screaming. When I let you go, and if you yell, I promise to Allah, I'm going to slice you from here to there. I said, I nod if you understand me. So he nodded. So then I let his mouth go. I said, now look, what are you in here for? He was like, man, okay, listen, I've been dating this girl, and I met her at the fair. I said, man, let's hurry up with the story, man. He like, okay. I met this girl, and I was 17 and she was 11. I said, what? He was like, yeah, but I didn't know she was 11 because we never discussed the age. We was at the fair. That's what I was trying to tell you. We was at the fair, and you know, I just met her, and she was cool. We was vibing or whatever, and you know, we exchanged numbers, and when she turned 12 or whatever, that's when she told me how old she was, which was like 2 weeks later or whatever. I said, okay. He was like, well, she stayed with her grandparents, and when they found out that I was 17, about to turn 18 in a couple months, they told her that they didn't want her talking to me no more. And but the thing about it, she was real mature, and I just, you know, she was cool, and I told her, you know, we can wait till you turn 16 because that's the, you know, legal age where somebody can give consent. I said, okay. So he was like, well, I don't know if I feel comfortable telling you this part. I said, let me tell you something. It's gonna get real uncomfortable up in here if you don't tell me. He was like, oh, okay, but just promise you won't hurt me. I said, if you don't tell me, I'm going to do more than hurt you. And I got up like close to his face. And he was like, okay, man, okay. I said, now what happened? He was like, well, I went over there and when her grandparents went to sleep. And, you know, she jumped off the window and we went back to my house and we messed around. And she freaked out, and I stabbed her up. I said, is that it? He was like, yeah. So I got up closer up on him. Got a real close up on him, and I had that sort of justice. I said, "Are you sure that's it?" He was like, "Yeah." I said, "I'm going to say it one more time. I promise to God, I promise to Buddha, I promise to Allah, I promise to Shiva. If you withholding anything else, I promise to all the guys that roam the fictional world, I'm going to do something to you. Now, is that all? Is that it?" I said, "Before you answer, think about it." He said, "No, I slept with her afterwards." I said, "Continue." So then after that, I freaked out, and I tried to, take the body outside or whatever, and my mom woke up and she started screaming, and my dad woke up, and he beat me up, and he knocked me out, and before I know it, I was in the hospital with a handcuff on in the bed or whatever, and I'm here now. I said, you got any people here?" He was like, "No, I don't got nobody here." I said, "The captain, right? Captain, I'm not going to say his name because he's still working or whatever, y'all, and I don't want to blow up his spot because he did look out for me a lot. So I ain't going to put his name out. But I said, Captain such and such?" He was like, "Oh, yeah. My dad, that's my dad's friend." I said, "Well, look, check this out, man. The reason why you in this cell with me is because he asked me to look out you for a favor, to look after you. So I'm going to tell you just like this. I know that he got a transfer that's coming up in 2 weeks. So I'm going to tell you this. If you don't do everything that I tell you to do, when I tell you to do it, I promise to Allah, Buddha, Shiva, right? All the fictional gods, that I promise you, I'm going to kill you. Do you understand me?" He said, "Yes, sir. I'll do anything you say. I'll do anything you ask, sir. Sir." I said, "Good." I said, "You know what? Forget that. We about to go to dinner. Now, when we leave out of here, I want you to walk to the left of me, behind me. That way people will know, like, oh, okay, he with Dante, right?" So he like, "All right." I said, "And when we get out here, man, walk with your head up. Don't be looking at the ground. Don't be looking all scared. You with me. Most of these guys in here fear me. So if they see you with me, they ain't gonna try to try you. All right?" He was like, "Okay." So we bounce out the cell, right? Some of my homeboys they already leaving out the unit. So they're like, "Hey, what's up, man? Who is this?" I said, "Look, y'all, this my homie Benny." They're like, "Benny, what up?" They show him Benny love. He like, "Oh, what's up, y'all? Well, what's up, guys?" So we all walking together, whatever. And I noticed Benny looking like nervous. I said, I turned around, stop. The rest of it was about 8 of us. They stopped too. I said, "Benny, relax, man. Relax. Nobody gonna do nothing. Just chill. Like, how was you out in the world? Like, was you around black people? Like, what's up, man? I know this prison, but just chill, man. Chill." He was like, I don't know, man. I'm just so nervous. He got to going in a little rant, and I said, "Y'all keep going," right? So the homies bounced off, and they went in the lunchroom or whatever, the cafeteria. So I said, "Benny, you have to relax, man. You must relax, man. I know this prison, and it's crazy in here and shit like that, but we are human beings. Some of us do act like animals around this motherfucker, but we are human beings, man. You can't do what I say. You can do everything that everybody else in here can do. All right? Just chill, man. Relax." So he was like, "Oh, okay. I am just kind of nervous." I said, "Come on, man, let's go." So we bounce up in there, right? We get in the line. So we going through get our food, and we go sit down. Now, when we sat down, a couple of my homeboys and associates, they looking like, man, what the white boy doing here, man? They can't sit over here. And, you know, I gave them a certain look like, nah, he's sitting over here. You know, y'all know we can give your homies certain looks or whatever. Y'all can communicate without actually speaking, like some telepathic type stuff. So that's what we was doing. So they like, oh, okay. They acknowledged it like, okay, yeah, Dante, you know, training this guy, whatever. So we sitting there, whatever. And I get a call, right? One of the guards called me like, hey, Dante, come here. So I get up, I go over there. I said, what's up? He was like, the warden want to talk to you or whatever. I'm like, what the warden want to talk to me about? So I was like, well, I'm about to finish my food. He was like, no, you need to go now. I'm like, damn, chill, man. What the sense of urgency? So he told me to put my hands behind my back. I'm like, man, what the fuck is going on? So he handcuffed me. I'm like, man, y'all on some, boy, I ain't gonna do nothing. They were like, man, you know it's protocol. So I'm like, all right. So we walking down the corridor, right? Now, we ain't going to the warden office because when we get on the elevator, he's on level 3, right? He hit level 1, and that's the hole. So when he hit it, I'm like, hey, what's going on? Right? He was like, man, I got to do it. I said, you got to do what? As soon as that door opened, it was 4 guards standing there with billy clubs, right? I said, listen, I'm going to tell y'all just like this. Any one of you motherfuckers hit me, any one of you motherfuckers touch me, this is finna go to a whole nother level. I promise you, it's gonna be a riot in this whole state. None of you motherfuckers, when y'all go home, is gonna be safe. I promise. I'm gonna put a bomb under one of you niggas' cars, right? Then I felt like this blow to the back of my head, boom, right? And they got to whooping me out. They whooped me out, and they dragged me to the hole. Now, when I get in the hole, you know, they strip you butt naked and everything and make sure you ain't got nothing on. They strip me butt naked, y'all. They throw me in a hole, right? I'm sitting there confused, like, what the happened, right? The captain come through. The captain that put me with Benny. He was like, hey, Dante, no hard feelings. I'm like, what the fuck you mean, no hard feelings, man? Y'all just beat the fuck out of me. I need to know what the fuck happened. What's going on? He was like, change of plans, man. I said, what you mean change of plan? He was like, hey, change of plans. The such and such gang, I'm not going to say who they are. They are a white organization. They want them now. And for your protection, we have to get you up out the way because we know how you are. I said, what? He was like, the such and such organization, they want him. And I know how you are. So we have to get you down here. And we keeping you down here for 2 or 3 months. I said, man, that's some bullshit, man. He was like, just chill. We're going to bring you all your stuff. We're going to bring all your, okay? You're going to still get your cars and shit like that, okay? But we have to do it for your protection. And this just what it is. I said, man, this some bullshit, man. Y'all could have did this in another way, man. It was like, listen, everything, we already talked to Al. You know, Al going to keep your business going, and we're going to give y'all a little bit extra protection. But like I said, for your protection and the safety for this prison, we keeping you back here. So we finna bring you all your stuff. And I said, what was the ass whooping for? That was for free too? He was like, hey, it's the price of doing business. I said, all right, bet. Now, true to his word, I stayed back there for 2 months, right? So I get released out the hole, and they put me back in my old unit. When I get out there, you know, my homies greeting me. They're like, yeah, that's what the party did too, but you know, business is still booming, everything good, right? I done forgot about the white boy Benny. I wasn't even thinking about white boy Benny at this point. So I said, man, I got to get some fresh air, y'all. Yeah, let's go hit the yard. So I go hit the yard, right? And I'm just sitting on the bench, just chilling, right? I don't smoke. Y'all know I don't smoke, but for some reason, I was craving a Newport cigarette. I don't know why. I just don't know. I guess when you're around people that smoke all the time or something, I don't know. The nicotine, I don't know what it was, but, you know, my homeboy Tarty was smoking. He had a pack. I said, hey, let me get one of those. He was like, what? I said, let me get one of them. He was like, man, you don't smoke. I said, man, let me get one of them. He was like, all right, D. So he gave me the pack or whatever, and I took one out. And he gave me a light, and I inhaled it, right? I got the coughing. He was like, dang, you acting like this some tree or something. He was like, man, what you doing smoking a cigarette? I said, I don't know, man. I don't know, right? And I just gave it back to him. Last time I smoked a cigarette, y'all. First and last time I smoked one. Have anybody ever experienced that before? Let me know in the comment section. But anyway, so I'm sitting there just, inhaling all the sun rays or whatever. And then I see Frank. Now, Frank is a guy, I done told y'all about Frank. I'm going to give y'all some more stories about Frank. Frank is a guy that like guys, right? So I see Frank, and there's somebody walking behind him. But the person walking behind him is like feminine out. Like, look like it's a sissy, but it's a white sissy. So I'm like, oh, okay, whatever. But then when they walked like in front of us, the white guy looked at me and instantly put his head down. And I said to myself, oh shit, Benny. And I said, Benny. And he just kept walking, right? And then Frank stopped and he was like, oh, what's up, Dante? What's up, Dante? And then I said, what's up? He was like, hey, B, you ain't hear him speaking to you, man? So Benny looked up with this sadness in his eyes. And I said, what's up? And he was like, oh, hey. I was like, oh, okay. So then Benny and him kept walking. I said, hey, what happened to the white boy Benny? He was like, shit, Dante, when you got put in the hole, man, the such and such gang or such and such organization, I ain't gonna say it on here, man, they instantly grabbed him, man. They grabbed him and man, they pimped him out, man. They sold that boy, man. They've been selling that dude. Right now, he with Frank, man. They threw him away, and Frank got him. He belonged to Frank. I said, damn, man, that's crazy. He was like, yeah, man, they turned that boy out, man. Hey, I know y'all like, man, Dante, that's unbelievable. That's crazy. But hey, y'all, this is day-to-day living in prison, man. This shit happen all the time. I mean, all the time. So my best bet to tell y'all is this. I'm going to leave y'all with this and I'm going to get up out of here. Crime does not pay. If you having certain urges that you want to hurt a woman, a child, or whatever, man, you better go get help. Go get some counseling. Go get some therapy. Because you good until you commit that act. Until you commit that act, you got a grace period that you can go get some help, some therapy, right? Some counseling that maybe that can combat them thoughts before you act it out. So I'm telling you, you will get caught. You will get caught. Don't think you're going to get away with it, because you will get caught. And the price that you will have to pay, it wasn't in your plans when you was doing that act. And then you got to understand what it does to the victim, the person that you done victimized. Long scars that they gonna have to wear. And you don't know how that's gonna affect them later on in life. And most of the time it's in a negative way. So with that, y'all, be careful out there. I'm out. Hey, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, hype the video, and share the video. To watch my exclusive videos, you must become a member. I'm going to have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Have you sent your weekly donation to support the Dante Show Network? If not, that's okay. I got you. We are now accepting CASHAPP, Zelle, and PayPal. All gifts and donations are highly appreciated. If you are trying to reach me for business opportunities, I'm going to have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. If you got a paranormal story or a horror story that happened to you or somebody else and you willing to come on camera and share that story, make sure you contact me. I'm gonna have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. But you must be willing to come on Zoom or StreamYard. Make sure y'all subscribe to my other 2 channels, my paranormal channel and my reaction channel. Also, get in contact with me if you need your business, your book, your social media channel, a product, your brick and mortar, whatever it is that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description. My Instagram and Facebook and TikTok channel will be in the description also. Until next time, take care.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
So I hear this shouting match going on when I come in the pod, and I'm hearing it, it's coming from my cell. Now, the only person that got permission to ever be in my cell when I'm not there is Al and Tall T and my captain Dominique, right? So I bounce up there and I see him, and it's Al and Tall T arguing. And I'm like, hey, what's going on? He was like, man, you let a rat in it. I said, oh, what you talking about? He's like, man, Dominic is a rat, man. Dominic is a rat. I said, whoa, you can't say that, man. That's one of my captains. He was like, man, Dante bunked that shit, man. That dude a rat, man. Look at his paperwork. Look at the paperwork. And Tall T like, man, Dante, I tried to tell him now. I said, ho, give me that. So I'm looking at the paperwork and I'm reading. I said, where does it say that he's a... Then I stopped and I'm reading it. He was like, there you go, I told you. So Tall T like, so Dante, is he a rat? Is he? I'm looking. I said, it's complicated. It's complicated, man. I said, go get Dominic right now. Matter of fact, go get everybody and go get him and bring him to the cell right now. So Al leave out and Tall T like, Dante, man, this my cousin. This my cousin, man. This my blood cousin, man. I said, well, you know the rules. If he is a rat, you gonna have to do it. You brought him in, you gonna have to take him out. It's like, I know, Dante, but man, come on, man. Tell me it ain't. I said, hey, Dominic, he a good dude, but if this is what it is, we got rules. This is this thing of ours, so he's disrespecting. He was like, man, okay. So about 10 minutes go by, and it's about 20 guys. I got all my captains, I got all my soldiers, and we all up in the cell. So I said, listen, y'all, we got an issue. All the soldiers step out the cell. I just need all my captains in here. Y'all watch the door. All right, so everybody in there. I ain't gonna name drop everybody. Some of these guys are still locked up and they still tied to organized crime, so I'm not gonna mention their name. But we all up in there. It's about 8 of us. So I said, listen, what I got in my hand concerns me. It really concerns me. And then I looked right at Dominic. I said, Dominic, what you in here for? You're like, man, Dante, you know what I'm in here for, man. I unalived somebody. I said, yeah, I know that. But are you a snitch? It was like, what? I said, are you a snitch? He was like, man, Dante, come on, man. Don't come at me like that, man. You know who I am, man. Don't do that to me, man. Why would you say that? So I handed him the paperwork, and he reading it intensely. So he was like, "No, man, no, let me explain. I said, "You had to explain because this thing of ours that you decided to join, you know what happened to rats, right?" He was like, "No, hell no, man. Let me explain this to you. Let me explain this." I said, "All right, get to explaining." He was like, "Look, my sister, back in the day when she met her husband, he was in a wheelchair. He had a lot of money coming in for his disability. I guess he worked at a warehouse or whatever, and some safety stuff happened, and he ended up being paralyzed from the waist down or whatever. So he was getting a lot of bread. Her family, when she got with him, felt like she was just with him because of the money or whatever. But she really loved him or whatever. Like, she really cared for him. Like, dude was like 220 pounds, and she would help him. Like, he was like paralyzed from the waist down. So a lot of times she would have to use her strength to get him up out the bed and get him in a wheelchair, help him upstairs and stuff like that. Like, my sister really loved this dude. But anyway, he ended up getting his surgery done. Well, it was a surgery that the doctor said, like, "Hey, we think we can help you. It's like you got a mass blockage on your lower back, like right by his tailbone or whatever, that's causing the paralyzation." They like, "It's a 20% chance that you can be healed if, we go in here and extract this mass off you and stuff like that. And with, some other surgery and therapy and all that stuff, we can get you walking again, maybe." And I guess he was like, "Yeah, I'll do it." So I guess my sister was against it because she like, I forgot to tell y'all too, there's a 5% chance that he can die due to complications too. So keep that in mind. So he was like, my sister was like, "No, I don't want him to do it. I don't want him to go through it because, he done became dependent on me, and I don't want him to, what I'm going to be here for if he get healed or whatever." And he telling her like, "No, man, I love you. I didn't marry you because I wanted you to, carry me around or hang my clothes up in the closet. No, I really do love you. No, this ain't that, man. No." So she was like, "All right, okay, cool. Okay, I support you. I love you." So he get the surgery done. And when he get the surgery done, he got to go through that healing process. He got to go to therapy. He got to go through all these things, and he start to walk. With the rehabilitation, he got to take baby steps. It took him 7 months, but he walked. He started walking with a little limp here and there, but eventually he started walking. And when he started walking, he got his confidence back. Now, he said, my sister ain't the best thing to look at. She not. Bless my sister's heart, bless her soul. But my sister, she's not attractive at all. And no homo, but he is. He kind of favored The Rock in a way. So you see that looks dynamic right there. So nevertheless, he started feeling himself. He got his confidence back. And he went out, he started just going out, hanging out, and getting all this type of attention. Y'all know where this going. Women is paying attention to him. They flirting with him. He flirting back right in front of her. So this would go on for a couple months. And one day, he comes to her and tells her, like, "Hey, I'm leaving you. I want a divorce." And she like, "I knew this was going to happen. He was like, "Look, man, I do appreciate you for everything that you done for me and being there for me. And if it wasn't for you, I probably even wouldn't be walking. But, people change, man. I done changed, and I can't help the way that I feel." So she was like, "So you just used me for all these years. You used me for all these years." He was like, "Listen, I don't know what to tell you. things change. You know, I still got love for you. I don't love you, but I got love for you. But, you know, shit changed, man. I do appreciate you for looking out for me, man. It ain't, like I said, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't be in this predicament that I'm in now. And I'm forever in your debt, but, you know, I don't want to waste my life with somebody that I don't want to be with. So, you know, I think it's best that we just separate, and because I'm just gonna be real, it ain't no point in really talking about it because I'm gone. I found somebody else, or, you know, and that's just what it is. So he was like, I'll be back later to grab some more of my things that he leave out the house. So my sister in there crying, like she depressed. She done cried for 3 days. And I go over there because, you know, me and my sister normally talk like every day. But I ain't talked to her, so, you know, I'm thinking something wrong or whatever. So I go over there and, you know, she opened the door in her room, you know, and she just looked like she drained. Like she, you know, like a step away from death. She like looked crazy. Like, so I'm like, sis, what's wrong with you? You sick? You sick? Something going, what's up with you? And she just bust down and started crying and said, he left me. And I'm like, who? And he was like, you know, the dude, you know, her husband left her. So I'm like, what's going on? So, you know, she go in, she sit on the couch. I said, have you ate? You need something? She was like, no, I haven't ate nothing. I just been crying. So he said he go in the kitchen, he make her some food or some breakfast or whatever, some coffee, he give it to her, whatever. And she get to telling him, like, you know, he came over here a couple of days ago and told me that he don't want to be with me no more, and I just felt like he used me. And I got him where he at now. I've been there every step of the way, and now he don't want to be with me because other women giving him attention now, and he said he gonna divorce me or whatever. And I don't know what to do. I just don't know what to do. So he was like, man, sis, yeah, it's messed up, but, you know, you gotta take care of yourself, man. You can't, I know, I get in there. She just started crying. She was like, all right, man, I'm finna just go upstairs and lay down. He was like, all right, man, call me. Call me if you need me, man. Call me, I'm here. So he gave her a hug and she went upstairs and he left. So he said that he go back home and, you know, he just go about his day or whatever. Ain't nothing to it or whatever. So he said later on at night, his phone started going off. People blowing his phone up. So he answered the phone, and, you know, the person on the other end, like, hey, man, you need to look on Facebook. You need to go look on Facebook, check your sister out. He's like, what? He was like, man, just go on Facebook. So he said he take the phone and he go on Facebook, and his sister's sitting there, you know, looking crazy, looking real bewildered, like really crazy. So he was like, she on camera and she talking about, thank y'all for everybody that have been there for her. Thank you for, you know, being supportive for her. She love her family, and, you know, but she can't, you know, deal with this. Her heart is broken and she have no reason to live. She just don't want to be here no more because the love of her life decided to leave her. You know, this is what she's saying, you know, in the Facebook Live, when she talking about, man, I just don't want to be here no more. I just can't. I can't deal with this. I can't deal with it. So he said that when he seen, I guess she had the camera on the gun a little bit. So he said, oh, hell no. So he jumped in his car. He's speeding over there. So he said that as he's speeding over there, he jumped out the car, right? And as he jumping out the car, another car is pulling in right behind him. And it's the husband. It's his husband, right? And they both look at each other, and, you know, Dominic, like, yo, what you doing here, man? What you doing here? He was like, man, I seen the Facebook Live, man, come on. So they get to the door, right? And I guess she got it barricaded. Now she on live still. Now the husband got his phone so he can see. He like, listen, baby, I'm sorry. Don't do this. I'm outside. I'm outside right now. Don't do this. I'm sorry. Right? Now they trying to get the door open. She like, no, it's too late. Don't come in here. Don't you come in here. I know you don't want to be here. Me. You not about to play with me like this. No, you ain't about to do that. At this point, now she got that cannon. She got it in her hand, right? And she putting it towards her dome piece or whatever. So he like, baby, don't do this. Please don't do this, man. We can work this out. Your brother out here. Look, we trying to get in here. We trying to talk to you. If you ain't gonna do it for me, do it for your brother. Do it for your brother. And she was like, let me see him. Put him on the phone. So he was like, hey, your sister wants you. Your sister wants you, right? So he like, what? She was like, Dominic, I love you. Boom. Yeah, that's right, y'all. A moment of silence for Dominic's sister. All right, let's get back to the story. So she boomed herself, right? And Dominic like, no. So he bum rushed the door. He boot the door all the way in, and he get in the house, right? He get in there. He run to the back room because that's what the sister was at, and she's laying there, and unfortunately she expired. So he grabbed her, he holding her, he like, oh man, oh come on, God, please no, please no, wake up, man, no, wake up, please wake up, God, please don't take my sister, please, right? So the husband come in there, and he looking, and he sit down on the bed, and he like, damn, man, damn. So Dominic was like, man, you did this. You did this. So the husband ain't really hearing what he's saying, but Dominic is in a crazed, manic, mindset right now. And Dominic grabbed a gun, and he stand up and he pointed at, the husband. He like, you did this. If you would have never tried to divorce my sister, she would have never did this. All this she did for you, stood by you all this time, for all these years, helped you get, and this what you do to her? You did this, bruh. You did this to my sister, bruh. He like, listen, Dominic, man, listen. I did love your sister, but you know how shit is. He like, tell me. Fuck you mean? I know how shit is. He was like, come on, man. Dominic, don't do this, man. Don't do this, man. I just want to move on, man. So you use my sister. You use my sister. That's what you basically telling me. You used her and then you just threw her away. Right? Threw her away like she was trash. He was like, no, man, it wasn't like that. That's why I came here. Because, I still got love for her. So Dominic was like, you know what? No, man. It's death to do us part. It's death to do us part, right? He was like, what? He was like, ain't at the end when you get married, you supposed to say, and to death do us part? He was like, man, bro, please, man. At this time, dude got his right hand up, like, come on, man. Because Dominic pointing the thing at him. He's like, come on, man, don't do this to me, Dominic. Don't do this to me, man. He was like, don't it supposed to be death do us part? Don't it supposed to be death do us part? He was like, yeah, man, yeah. He was like, I bet. And Dominic got to letting off. Dominic got to letting off. Now, I don't know if Dominic was in a crazed state of mind and didn't hear the police sirens literally outside the house. I don't know if Dominic didn't realize that, he was still on Facebook Live, because her phone was still, you couldn't see what was going on, but you could see the flashes, because they used that in court or whatever, when the gun was going off, whatever, they could see that. But he got to busting. He busted him, and unfortunately, my man got expired too. So I guess Dominic really, pushed that to do to it, to death do us part, whatever. So I guess he sent dude with his sister. Police come up in there, guns draw. He's sitting on the bed. the husband is laid out across the bed, his sister on the floor, and he's sitting like next to the husband or whatever. And the police come in there, drop the gun, drop the gun, drop the gun. You know, he done dropped the gun, and they came in there and they arrested him and on to the county. Now, this is what he's been accused of snitching at this part. So as we read in the indictment and everything, this part when I'm reading or whatever, and the answer and the complaint, all that, it says that he basically told on the guy. He told on the husband. Now, what he told on the husband, he basically gave a statement about what happened, of why he did what he did to the sister husband. And this is where Cat's feeling like he snitched. So I'm reading it. Basically, in the paperwork, it's saying that he snitched on the husband about him cheating. Right? Now, I know y'all gonna be like, what? That ain't no snitching, man. His sister died because of him, in a sense. So I'm reading this and I'm like, listen, y'all. Now, I had 8 of my captors in there. So normally when something big like this happens, if it become a tie for whatever vote that we do, I'm usually the tiebreaker, right? So half of the room was divided of if he snitched or he didn't snitch. My reservations was that, look, he didn't snitch. He basically told why he did what he did. It wasn't like they had a drug deal going on and he snitched on him. No, he straight up told him, I unalived dude because I was in a state of grief because my sister unalived herself because of what he did, cheating on her and left her. Now, I don't think that's snitching. I could be wrong. And there was a couple other guys that agreed with me that said, no, that ain't snitching, man. Hell no, that ain't snitching. That's just, he telling why he did what he did. You talking about what did he snitch on? And then dude wasn't going to get locked up for what he said. If dude was alive, like he was going to go to jail because he decided to leave the girl and she did herself in. People do that every day. So, but then there was other guys that was like, no, that is snitching, Dante. You already know. And what we got going on, this thing of ours that we have right here, you got to be 100% solid at all times. And this is right here is a sign of weakness. He got to go. He got to go. And he got to go out the long way. And if y'all don't know what the long way is let's just say he was going to meet up with his sister. That's what the long way is. And that was a part of, my organization, because you have to be a man of all men to be in my organization. And if you dealt with like any like weird stuff, like if you got caught in a bad compromising predicament with a homosexual, or you were a thief, or it was like the 10 Commandments how I ruled, right? And I ran a strict program. And this right here, this snitching thing right here is punishable by death. So we took it to the vote. And it was half and half. Half said that he snitched, and half said that he didn't. It was up to me. So Dante, what it is? What is it? What's your decision? What's happening? I said, look, he didn't snitch. He didn't snitch. It is what it is. It's done. He didn't snitch. So, case dismissed. Everybody walked out the cell. So it was me and Dominic, right? I said, Dominic, listen, I got love for you. But even though your case, I dismiss your case. You did tell. Now, it's stupid. It is stupid, but you still told. You know, I understand why you did it. It's really stupid. But I wasn't about to let them, you know, take your life over something so stupid as that. You know, you did what you had to tell them why you did it. So I get it. But this thing of ours that we have right here, that you signed up to be a part of, you know, if you would have let me see this, you know, and I don't know how that got passed, but I would have never let you in. So that was on me. But I tell you what, you can't be a part of this thing of ours anymore. Like, I understand. Thank you, Dante. I understand. So I said, you can't be a part of this anymore. Can't make no more money with us. And you know the rules. You shunned. You got to transfer to another prison. You got 30 days. Or, you know, you got to go. He was like, all right, Dante, I understand. For those that don't know, yeah, I saved them from that, but everybody know also, once you get out of this thing of ours that we got going on, you can't be here no more, especially if you was a captain. And, man, I ain't gonna say too much more what happened, but, for my people out there that still like to read books, check this out. I was reading this book called Three Warriors in Babylon, Volume 1, right? This book is about three young fictional characters who see a lot of evil in the world until they find a box at the bottom of a lake that houses the key of solving all the world's problems. The characters find a mysterious book inside this box, and they are chosen by God. And this God trains and teaches them methods to overcome sex traders. This is a major issue in the world, y'all. So this book is about encouraging others to stand and fight against these type of illegal activities. Y'all make sure y'all check this book out. I'm gonna have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. It is on Amazon, so y'all make sure y'all go check it out, right? Hey, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, hype the video, and share the video. To watch my exclusive videos, you must become a member. I'm gonna have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Have you sent your weekly donation to support the Dante Show Network? If not, that's okay. I got you. We are now accepting CASHAPP, Zelle, and PayPal. All gifts and donations are highly appreciated. If you are trying to reach me for business opportunities, I'm going to have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. If you got a paranormal story or a horror story that happened to you or somebody else and you're willing to come on camera and share that story, make sure you contact me. I'm gonna have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. But you must be willing to come on Zoom or StreamYard. Make sure y'all subscribe to my other two channels, my paranormal channel and my reaction channel. Also, get in contact with me if you need your business, your book, your social media channel, a product, your brick and mortar, whatever it is that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description. My Instagram and Facebook and TikTok channel will be in the description also. Until next time, take care. This prison story is about when I got beat up in prison. Now, I just got off the basketball court. Me and the homies was playing against these Crips, and unfortunately, we lost. We was going to 21. I think the score was like 17-21. You got to win by 2, right? So we lost, whatever. Now, when I work up a sweat like that, my routine usually go like this. Get in the shower, make a cook up. No. Prep my cook up, get in the shower, finish my cook up, eat it, watch some TV, read the Bible if I'm not going to watch some TV. And then I take like a 2 or 3 hour nap or whatever. So I hit the unit, go upstairs, get my towel, get my soap, got my sword of justice too. So I head down there to the prison shower and I get in there, right? Now, normally I will go in there and free ball, but it was really kind of taboo, right? And what I mean is that, you know, you got guys that go in there and be butt naked, and then you got guys in there that are going there with their boxers on. Normally, I will have my boxers on because I still really ain't adapt to that convict code of just going in there being straight out naked. But every once in a while, I go in there and I free ball or whatever. But anyway, so I'm in there washing up. Now, there's virtually nobody in the unit right now. So it's just me and 2 guards in the bubble and maybe 1 person in there in the day room watching TV. So I got the shower to myself. Now, the shower is an open bay, right? Meaning you don't got your own personal stalls. When you walk in there, it's just a big open shower. You got 5 shower heads on the left, and then directly on the opposite side, you got 5 shower heads on the right. So when you get in there, when you get in the bathroom, if you go to the left, that's where the bathroom's at, the bathroom stalls at. But if you go to the right when you come in from the day room, that's where the shower's at, whatever. So I'm in there and I'm washing up, right? Now, I hear a couple of voices in the day room because, you know, everything is open and people's voices just carry or whatever. So I'm in there showering up or whatever, and I get like some soap in my eyes. I guess I had a lot of shampoo on top of my head, and so, you know, when the shampoo get wet on your head, it just keep bubbling up or whatever. But it got in my eyes and it was stinging. Now I hear a voice that sounds familiar, and it's this gay dude named Peaches, right? Now, let me give y'all the backstory of Peaches and how Peaches got sent to prison. Now, Peaches was a homosexual out there in the free world. Peaches was in a relationship with this dude or whatever. And I guess the guy was cheating on him and gave him an STD. So what he did to, I guess, seek revenge against his lover, he ended up putting his cat in the microwave. And, well, due to YouTube policies, laws, and regulations, I can't go no further. But y'all get the point what happened to the cat. So when the guy got home, dude, you know, Peaches told, and I don't know Peaches' real name, and nor do I care to know, but when the guy, I guess when Peaches' lover got home, the guy was like, hey, you seen whatever the name of, I think the cat was called Princess or something. He was like, yeah, he over in the microwave. So the guy thinking, you know, Peaches said like he's like on a counter on the microwave or something like that. So the guy go over there and he like, where he at? He's like, he in there. Now it was like a burnt hair smell that was like coming from the microwave. So he was like, man, what did you put in here, man? What you put in here? And he was like, you gonna see. And when he opened it up, well, again, due to YouTube laws and regulations, I can't tell y'all I can't depict the depiction of what was in that microwave. Just know it was the cat. So dude just started spazzing out on him like, why the fuck would you do that, Peaches? Peaches, why would you do that? And Peaches basically pulled out a knife and put it to dude's throat and was like, because you gave me STD, you been cheating on me. So they going back and forth. He talking about, I ain't getting no STD, and they just going back and forth. And well, how did I get it? And that's the Peaches. Why would you do my cat like that? And all this and that. And they end up tussling or whatever. And well, Peaches end up poking the guy up. And unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, I don't know, depending on how y'all feel about them type of folks, he ended up losing his life. So now Peaches is in here with us with a natural life sentence. Peaches ain't never going home unless the laws on the books change. But good luck, Peaches. So anyway, I hear Peaches' voice. And keep in mind, y'all, I'm basically naked. Okay, when I know earlier I said I was free balling, but I'm free balling is you're naked or whatever, right? And it will be the day that I chose not to come in there with boxers on, right? So I hear Peach's voice, right? So I'm hurrying up and trying to get the soap out my eyes because I don't want this dude coming in here seeing me, right? But it's too late. He get up in there. And I hear his footsteps. It's like right directly behind me because I'm at the first shower stall. I'm at the first shower head, like when you first walk in to the right. So I hear him walk past, but he keep walking. So I'm envisioning he on the opposite side, but all the way to the left at the last shower head, and he cut the water on. So I just turned like to the right-ish or whatever because I didn't want this dude seeing me, right? So I hurry up and get the water out my eyes, and now I'm panicking, right? And I don't look. I'm not homophobic or nothing like that, but you know when you dealing with when you know that somebody is like dudes or whatever, you don't want them looking at you. You don't want them stealing a glance or whatever. You don't want them fantasizing about it. So I'm thinking about all this, right? And so I hurry up and get the soap off me, and I grab my towel off the shower head or whatever, and I hurry up and cover myself up, right? So I leave out the shower. Now, let me give y'all a sidebar, some prison etiquette, some prison 101 types. If a homosexual come in the shower while you in there, you got to get out of there. If a homosexual comes in the shower, let me say it again. If you are in the shower and a homosexual comes in there, you better hurry up and get out of there. All right? Because what's going to happen is that homosexual is liable to say anything, right? He can come out there and tell people like, yeah, we was in there messing around, or anything he can say, right? And it's up to you to, do something to him, right? Unless you like that, you know what I'm talking about? Unless you like play military mind games or whatever, and you like them type of guys, whatever, then I guess stay in there. But if you a straight dude or whatever, get your ass up out of that shower because it just get out. So I go upstairs, right, and I'm putting my stuff on. So now I'm eating my cook up or whatever, and then about 10 minutes later, Peaches knock on the door. And he like, hey, Dante, can I talk to you right quick? I said, what's up, man? He was like, well, I don't want to, put everybody in my business, but can you like come to the, like, can I come in? I said, hell no, you can't come in. What's up, man? What you want, Peaches? So he was like, man, look, here you go. And he like tossed me like this folded up paper, and then he just walked off. Right? So it fell on the desk. So I get up and I open it. And it says, if you like me, meet me at the law library at 5:00. So I'm looking at it and I'm like, I know this motherfucker just did not try me. I know this motherfucker. So I keep looking. Maybe I missed. Yeah, that's right, y'all. Peaches threw a folded letter on my desk, and it said, do you like me? And if you do, meet me at the law library at 5:00. Right? Now, y'all, this is at the beginning of my bid. Okay? I'm not saying I was a hardened convict at this time, and no, I haven't had the gang. Well, I mean, not gang. Excuse that. I didn't say gang. I didn't have my homies with me yet. All right, this was like my 3rd month in prison or whatever. So I don't know, and I was just now becoming a little violent. I wasn't in the Dante that y'all know now. You know what I'm talking about? I was, still trying to figure my way in prison, you know. I don't want to end up, you know, doing something to somebody and jump the gun and I get another 10, 20 years or whatever. I'm really trying to play it safe. So, but looking at this letter, I'm like, it ain't nothing to play safe. This motherfucker just wrote me a letter talking about, do you like me? And if you do, meet me at the law library at 5 o'clock, like we in elementary or something, right? So I'm sitting back on the desk and I instantly get angry. And I'm going to tell y'all why I got angry. I'm going to tell y'all why. Because, number one, I just got out the shower, right? And I was just butt naked in the shower. And now it's like, yo, you had to been looking at me when you came in there. And I just feel violated. So now I'm really upset. So I go over there to the locker and I keep, you know, my sword of justice in this peanut butter jar or whatever. So I go in there and I grab a banger out. And I'm just saying to myself, like, I can't believe this. Like, I'm sitting there thinking to myself, like, why would this dude even play with me like that? Why? So I put the sword of justice like in my waistband or whatever, and I'm like, you know what? Because Peaches, he stays in the same unit that I'm in, right? So I'm like, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do. Now Peaches ain't no booty band or nothing like that. Peaches it's a straight up sissy. Right, he ain't about to knock you over the head and take your manhood or nothing like that. He plays the woman submissive role or whatever. So I said, you know what? I know what I'm gonna do. I'm out to nip this shit in the bud. I'm out to nip this in the bud right now. So I put a towel over my face, right? I put a towel over my face and then I go out. Now, Peach's cell was like 5 cells to the left of mine, right, on the second tier. So I leave out the cell and I'm looking around. It's like 2 white cats over there by the control booth, but I don't see no guard though, and ain't nobody else in here. So I bust a left, right, and I kind of jog down the cell, and I hit Peach's cell and nobody in there. So I'm like, damn, where the fuck he at? So I go back to my cell, right? And I take the towel off my face. So I go downstairs. I'm like, hey, I'm talking to the white dude. I'm like, hey, y'all seen Peaches? It was like, oh, yeah, he gone. He left out here like 5 minutes ago. I was like, oh, okay. So I'm contemplating. I'm like, okay, you know what? Now I'm looking at the time, and the time is like 4:45. So in my head, Peaches is already in the law library waiting on me, right? So I'm like, okay, I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to the library at 5 o'clock. And if Peach is there, I'm gonna do him bad. I'm gonna just go for bad. I'm gonna do Peaches dirty. I'm gonna do him bold, right? So I'm sitting there, I'm like, all right, bet. So now I'm like, I'm replaying or contemplating in my mind what I'm actually gonna do to him, right? I'm like, well, I shouldn't, you know, go with the sword of justice and, you know, poke him up, you know, because it ain't working. But I do gotta beat this. I gotta put my hands on him. I got to do something to him to let him know, like, hey. And I get it, y'all. I get it. I know some of y'all gonna be like, yo, Dante, why wasn't one of your options is to just go to him and be like, no, man, I don't rock that way, and just let that be. You know what I'm saying? Because let me tell y'all something. I told y'all this when I was young, man. I wasn't thinking that way. I was just thinking like, yo, this dude is trying to try me. This dude, what you, like, you know what I'm saying? And then, like I said, I couldn't shake the feeling. You could not tell me that this man wasn't looking at me when he came into the shower and I was free balling. You can't tell me he wasn't getting a peek. So, no, hell no, man. I ain't trying to hear none of that. But like I said, I'm just trying to replay what I'm going to do to him when I get in that library or whatever, right? So boom, it's like 4:58. So I said, you know what? No, I ain't gonna kill him. I'm gonna leave the sword of justice here. I'm just gonna put my hands on him, whatever. So I got my 2 towels, my face towel, so I can, when I'm punching on him, I don't bruise my knuckles or whatever, right? So I put my 2 towels in my pockets, get buzzed out the unit, and I head on to the law library, right? Now, when I get there, I don't see nobody lingering around, because normally it's a couple cats lingering around the front door or whatever. It's 2 big old glass doors or whatever. You can see right in there, whatever. But I don't see nobody. I don't see nobody right there. And I don't see no silhouettes of, it's like I ain't gonna say it's 2 big glass doors. They was like plexiglass, you can't see people full form. You can like see their silhouette, but I didn't see nobody. So anyway, I go in there, whatever, and Peaches is sitting way in the back at this table or whatever, and he looks up and he got this big smile on his face. So I instantly, when I say y'all, my temperature was already at like 80. Now we done shot up to 155 degrees Fahrenheit, right? With no showers or sun, no showers or clouds. So I start walking towards him, right? And it's written all over my face. It's written all over my face, y'all. So he like, hey, what's going on? I said, you wrote me that letter, man? He was like, yeah. I said, what do you... So he stood all the way up, and I said, man, sit down. And I was pump faking. Now, pump faking is when you act like you got something on you, but you don't. So I got my hands in my waistband like I got that sword of justice, whatever, right? So I said, sit down, man. And he was like, hey, you ain't got to do this, man. You ain't got to do this. I said, man, sit your ass down, man. He was like, look, man, I'm sorry, man. I said, listen, what makes you think that I get down like that, man? Like, why would you write me some shit like that? He was like, no, I was just, I don't know, man. I don't know. I just asked a question, man. I said, listen, man, I don't play like that, man. I don't play no motherfucking games. Don't play with me like that, right? And I noticed my anger is building and keep building and building, right? To the point have you ever been so mad, or you engaged in a conversation and like your ears pop and you hear somebody saying something but words not coming out their mouth? It's like you zoning out. That's what happened. And then all of a sudden, I know I just jumped over the table and I just got to beating them. I got to whooping Peaches out, right? And I know some of y'all like, yo, Dante, I thought this story was about when you lost your first fight. Oh, y'all thought I lost my first fight to a sissy. No. We haven't even, no. Matter of fact, I'm going to have to tell a part 1 and part 2, okay? So if you watching this video, I'm going to have part 2 pinned at the top of the comment section, okay? So click that link in the comment section to watch part 2, all right? But anyway, I'm whooping Peaches out. I'm beating the fuck out of Peaches. The only thing I can remember, because I blacked out, is that both of my hands was wrapped around Peaches' neck, right? And I noticed like he was like trying to scratch and claw at me or whatever, but I just wasn't going for it, right? And I felt like his body getting weak, and then he went limp, and then I just snapped out of it. I'm like, oh shit, I'm about to kill this guy, right? So then I let him go. So I get up and Peaches just laying there stiff, right? And I'm like, oh man, I think I just killed this dude. So I kick him a little bit, like on his leg. I kick him, then I kick him hard. Then he like, ow. So I said, okay, thank God I didn't just kill this dude. So I bounce out of there, man. I dip out of there, right? So I get back to the unit, and then you hear the code. Everybody locked down. Everybody go to your cells. I'm already in my cell, right? And I already know somebody done discovered Peaches, or he done told that I done did something to him, whatever, but they locking this whole unit down, right? So I'm sitting there, and about 10 minutes go by, the guards come straight to my cell. And I'm like, what's going on? They like, cuff up, turn around, cuff up, put your hands through the bars, cuff up. I'm like, for what? They like, listen, if you don't turn around and put your hands to these bars and get these handcuffs, we coming in there, we finna do you bad. Now, like I said, y'all, I wasn't the hardened convict that I am now. Like I said, I've been only locked up for 3 months at this point, and I done seen how these guards do cats when they come in there and they all gloved up, masked up, and when they come in there with them rod shields and them billy clubs, nah, man, I ain't want none of that. I ain't feel like getting maced, none of that. So I turn around, I comply, put my hands through the bars, whatever, and they put the handcuffs on me and they lead me out. So I'm like, what's going on, man? What happened? What I do? They like, you know what you did, what you do to Peaches. I said, Peaches, man, who is that? They like, you know what you did in the library. Let's go. So I get down there to the hole, right? Now, when you get to the hole, you get stripped butt ass naked, no clothes on at all. So they strip you down and they put you in the cell. Now, what this cell look like, it's a concrete bed, and you get this little mat, right? You don't even really need the mat, because it's like this concrete slab is so hard. It's like, why even give us a mat for, man? But you got this concrete slab with this little mat or whatever, this thin cover. You got this metal toilet, and you got this metal desk that's built inside of the cell, like built into the concrete or whatever. So I get in there, and I'm sitting on the bed naked, right? Just sitting there, like, man, this some bullshit, right? And I thank God they didn't beat me up or mace me or anything. But it's cold back here, right? It's freezing cold. So about 20 minutes go by, and a sergeant come in there. He threw me my inmate clothes, whatever, told me to get dressed. So I get dressed or whatever, and now you got to go to court, basically. It's like, it's the captain, a couple COs or whatever, and they tell you your charges and what you being charged with or what you being accused of. So I get in there, I get in the office, whatever. He said my name, inmate number, blah, 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 blah. So you know what you here for? I said, I don't know, man. They said I did something to some dude named Peaches. And he was like, so you admit you know him? I said, man, I don't know him like that, but I mean, I see him from time to time. So he was like, so what happened? I'm like, what you mean what happened? I was like, listen, man, what happened in the library? I was like, I don't know. I wasn't even in the library. Why y'all? I don't know. So he was like, so you didn't try to, kill this guy? I said, who? He was like, let me see your hands. Let me see your hands, right? It didn't even dawn on me, y'all. Y'all remember in part 1 when I said that I put the towels in my pockets because I wanted to cover my knuckles up when I get in there and beat on Peaches? Well, guess what, y'all? I was so mad and such in a rage or whatever, I forgot to pull the towels out and wrap my knuckles out. So I just went in there, bare knuckle Peaches, and so the jig was up. I put my hands on the table. Sure enough, my knuckles was all scraped up and bloody. Not like bloody, but you could tell that I've been in the scuffle or whatever. So he was like, so how did you get them wounds? How you get them scratches? I was like, man, all right, look, this what happened. I was going in there to get a book, and Peaches attacked me, man. And it was like, well, that ain't what we heard. I said, well, I don't care what you heard. That's what happened. I went in there to go get a book, and when I was getting the book, dude punched me in the back of the head, and we got to fight, and it was mutual combat. He was like, so that's the story you want to go with? I said, yeah, that's what happened. It was mutual combat. He hit me, I hit him back, and that was it. All right, well, we don't believe you. So I'm giving you 45 days in the hole, and that's it. Case, court adjourned, right? So So they take me back to the cell. Now, nothing really exciteful happened back there. I was just doing my push-ups, my sit-ups. Just it ain't nothing to do back here. They ain't give you no books. It's just you in the cell, right? Now, they did give us, the hot meals that everybody else got to. So I guess that was cool or whatever. And I slept most of the time because it's like when you out there in general population, it's just noisy, it's loud. Now, don't get me wrong. It's dudes back here that's crazy, that been back here for like a year or 2 or months, and they done lost their motherfucking mind. But I done learned to cope. I done learned to adapt, right? I said I done learned. I done learned to adapt. I done learned to cope or whatever. So anyway, I'm good. Matter of fact, I ain't gonna lie. Whenever I got put in the hole, that's the time I really got a lot of rest. I know that sounds crazy, but that's the only time like you at your safest when you in prison, because you in the cell by yourself. Ain't nobody just walking around. Can't nobody come to your cell but the guards, and I didn't have beef with them, so I ain't have to worry about them coming in there doing nothing to me. This was just an incident between me and this dude Peaches. So this is where the bullshit come into play. Now, I'm laying down, and I hear somebody talking through the vent, right? And he like, hey, who that? I hear a voice say, like, who that next to me? And I was like, oh, this Dante. He was like, Dante. I said, yeah. He was like, hey, look, man, hey, this dude named Rodney said that he gonna kill you when you get out of here. I said, what? He said, yeah. You know that dude Peaches that you beat up? I said, what about it? He was like, yeah, that's that dude Rodney, man. And he said he gonna kill you when you get out of here. I said, yeah, all right, whatever. He was like, no, seriously. That's his wife. Peaches is his wife. And he said he gonna kill you. I said, all right, I ain't tripping shit. So let's just fast forward, because, like, again, nothing really eventful took place that day. I mean, the rest of my time back there. So I get dressed out, and dressed out is basically you take a shower or whatever, and they give you some fresh clothes and, hygiene and stuff like that. And then you get back to general pop. So they put me in a different unit, right? Now, when I get out, I ain't gonna lie, I done forgot about the dude Rodney or whatever and the so-called threats or whatever. So I get out, but I got anxiety, because when you away from people for that long, and like I said, I was only in there for a month and 15 days, right? But it's like you get high anxiety of being around a lot of people. So I'm like kind of like real nervous or whatever. So I'm in my cell or whatever, dudes coming by, they ain't coming in, but they coming by like, hey, what's up, what's your name, and blah, 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 where you from, and all this and that, and, we just, shooting the shit or whatever. So this guy come to my cell, right, this black, short, bald head dude, and when I say this dude was short, dude had to been like 5'5", 5'6", but he was like real cocky, like built, like, you know what I'm saying about? And he like, hey, what's up? You Dante? I'm like, yeah, what's up? He was like, you like put your hands on females? I was like, what? He was like, you like putting your hands on females? So I'm like, hold on, man, you got the wrong. He was like, no, man, you put your hand on my B. You put your hand on my B. I'm Rodney. So I jumped up instantly. I was like, man, what the fuck? He was like, yeah, man, you put your hands on my B, man. I told you I'm gonna get at you for that. I told you. I said, hey, man, listen, man, that motherfucker tried to come at me, man. He was like, man, I ain't trying to hear none of that shit, man. Why you put your hand on my female? Why you put your hands on my female? I said, hey, listen, I don't know what you talking about. That motherfucker tried to come at me. He wrote me a letter talking about, do I like him? And yeah, I put my hands on. Okay, and he was like, so you do admit it. So you put your hands on my B? I said, man, hey, man, I ain't trying to hear none of that shit, right? So he was like, what? So he stepped in my cell. He like got into like a fighting stance. He put his dukes up. Now keep in mind, y'all, at this time, like I said, this dude was like 5'5", 5'6", bald head, cocky, right? I'm like 5'11". On a good day, I'm 6 foot. And I'm about 205, 210-ish. So I'm looking at him like, man, I'm about to beat the fuck out this dude, right? So he in his fighting stance, and these dudes walking by like, hey, chill. The Rover's on deck, right? Now, for those that don't know what Rovers are, them are just COs that's doing their rounds, and they not assigned to any specific unit, but they can go all over the prison, whatever, and they in our unit, whatever. So I guess they telling dude, I guess they know Rodney, whatever, and they like, yo, chill, the Rover's on deck. So he like, all right, bet, say less. I got you, bruh. I got you. So he walk out, right? So I'm sitting there on my bed, and I'm like, man, hold up. This motherfucker is trying to fight me over peaches. This motherfucker talking about, this dude come in my cell talking about you like put your hands on females. Like Peaches ain't, like Peaches a whole woman. Peaches is a whole man. So I'm sitting there, I said, you know what? Man, I know I just got out the hole, but this motherfucker really really ran down on me over, man, oh hell no. So I'm like, man, this motherfucker got me all the way up. So I get up and I bounce off the cell, right? Now, he's standing downstairs by the control booth talking to some dude or whatever, and I'm just ice grilling him. And he turns around and he point at me, right? And then the other dude walk off. So in my head, I'm thinking he finna go get a banger or whatever. But I see the two Rovers, one at the top where I'm at and one over there by the bathroom. So I said, you know what? No, man, it ain't going down like that. I'm not, no, hell no. So I bounced downstairs real quick, right? I said, hey, man, Rodney, you got an issue with me? He was like, yeah, motherfucker, why did you put your hand on my beat for? I said, listen, like I told you earlier, he came to my cell, he threw a letter in there, and the letter said, do you like me, or some shit like that? And he said, meet me at the law library. So I went in there and I just beat his ass. I mean, what? He was like, what you mean? You just beat? I said, listen, man. He was like, listen. Oh, so he, wait. You saying that he wrote you a letter? Where's the letter? I said, I don't know, man. I threw that shit away. He was like, yeah, okay, yeah, real convenient. But anyway, man, that's my woman, dog, and you had no right putting your hands on him, man. You should have asked. You should have, came at me and told me what happened. I said, man, listen, man. I just got here. I didn't know you was with this dude, but hey, man, I'm not really trying to hear that shit, man. Like, what's up? So he like, man, why you trying to make it hot? Why you trying to make it hot? So I'm like, what you mean make it hot? He's like, you doing that shit? You talking loud? Cause the guards up in here, man. No, man, well, we can do this shit later on, man. When they leave, we can do. I'm like, man, fuck that, man. We can do this shit right now. Now listen, y'all. There is people that will get loud to get the attention of the guards because they don't want to fight or they don't want to get in a situation, so they will start getting loud. So the guards will be alerted and be like, hey, man, what y'all got going on? And depending on what's going on, they might take y'all out and it will take you out. And then you tell like, hey, man, I fear for my life, man. I need to get out of here. Then, you out of danger for right now. But I wasn't trying to do that. I'm like, man, I don't give a fuck, man. We here, right now, man. Fuck these guards, because they gonna have to come break it up anyway. Right? All right, y'all. This what y'all been waiting on. So I'm like, man, hey, listen, Nick, I ain't trying to hear none of that, right? So I popped off on him, right? I hit him with a boom, boom, right? Let me tell y'all something. I done got into many fights all throughout my life. From the first time I ever fought when I was in kindergarten to this right here. When I hit this dude, I popped off on him. I hit him with a left hook, right? And I just hit him with a straight right. When I say it didn't faze him, keep in mind, y'all, I'm not at the tip-top shape of my life. I'm all right. But I was strong enough that I just knew that I was going to stun him, put him in a daze, or knock him out at best. But it didn't faze him at all. When I hit him, he smiled. And then he grabbed me. It happened so fast, y'all. It happened so fast. He grabbed me, like by my shoulders, and pulled me down and kneed me so hard in my stomach, y'all. I felt like my stomach got blew out my back and ended up on the floor in another unit. I hit the ground so fast, on my knees so fast, and then he punched me on the side of the head, and all I could do was just ball up, because he got to kicking me hard as hell, like boom. Listen, y'all, I'm going to be real with y'all. I wasn't going to tell y'all this story, because I know how y'all is. Oh, y'all, finally, Mr. Big Bad Dante finally get whooped out. And I know, but let me tell y'all something, man. This dude, what I found out, this dude was a bodybuilder, right? And all this dude do is work out, eat, and chase boys. And if you say boys, I mean sissies, right? That's this whole dude get up. This is whole program. Work out every day, all day, eat, and just, I guess, and embrace the homosexual lifestyle or whatever. So he's kicking the fuck out of me, right? And in my mind is saying, get up and fight, grab his leg, take him down. But my body ain't reacting. I don't know if this motherfucker need me in the stomach and knock my nervous system out of whack. I don't know. But all I could do was ball up, man. All I could do was ball up. And he's kicking the fuck out of me. Now, the guards done peeped what done happened. So they running down there telling him to stop or whatever. And I'm just balled up, y'all. It ain't that I didn't want to fight. He knocked the wind out of me, and I couldn't do nothing. I wanted to get up and fight, but I couldn't. So eventually he stopped, and, they cuffed him up, and they done took him to the hole or whatever, right? And I shouldn't be telling y'all this, but this old white dude ended up walking over there, and, the two guards were standing by me like, hey, man, you need to get up, man. You need to get up. So this old white man come over there, and he kind of helped me up, and I sit down, and the guard like, man, what happened? What just happened? I said, man, I don't know what happened. They like, nah, man, what was that fight about? I said, fight, man, I was getting my ass whooped. So it was like, well, listen, you just came from the hole, man. You need to tell us what happened. I said, man, I don't know, right? So they pulled me out, and they had me sitting in the lieutenant office or whatever. So I'm sitting there, and I could see I could see, Rodney over there, talking to another lieutenant or whatever. And the lieutenant come in there, and he tell me like, listen, I don't want to write you up because you just came from the hole, but he said that he willing to let this go if you gonna let it go. And I was like, man, yeah, I'll let it go. He was like, all right, man, well, we just going to move you to another unit, and that's just going to be it. Now, there's more to this story, because later on in my bid, I ran into Rodney, and this is when I was at the height of my power. And I got my get back, but that's for another story. For my people out there that still like to read books, check this out. I was reading this book called 3 Warriors in Babylon, Volume 1, right? This book is about three young fictional characters who see a lot of evil in the world until they find a box at the bottom of a lake that houses the key of solving all the world's problems. The characters find a mysterious book inside this box, and they are chosen by God. And this God trains and teaches them methods to overcome sex traders. This is a major issue in the world, y'all. So this book is about encouraging others to stand and fight against these type of illegal activities. Y'all make sure y'all check this book out. I'm gonna have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. It is on Amazon, so y'all make sure y'all go check it out, right? Hey, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, hype the video, and share the video. To watch my exclusive videos, you must become a member. I'm gonna have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Have you sent your weekly donation to support the Dante Show Network? If not, that's okay. I got you. We are now accepting CASHAPP, Zelle, and PayPal. All gifts and donations are highly appreciated. If you are trying to reach me for business opportunities, I'm going to have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. If you got a paranormal story or a horror story that happened to you or somebody else and you're willing to come on camera and share that story, make sure you contact me. I'm gonna have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. But you must be willing to come on Zoom or StreamYard. Make sure y'all subscribe to my other two channels, my paranormal channel and my reaction channel. Also, get in contact with me if you need your business, your book, your social media channel, a product, your brick and mortar, whatever it is that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description. My Instagram and Facebook and TikTok channel will be in the description also. Until next time, take care.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
What happens when you got a prison guard that's supposed to be protecting you from other inmates and predators decide that they want to be the predator? This prison story is about when Officer Tasha pinned me down in the prison shower and had her way with me. Now, when you hear that, you like, what, man? You had a great time in prison. But what if I told you that I didn't want it? In fact, I cried when it was going down. Let me explain. So, Officer Tasha was a unit manager. Okay, that means she's over the captain, she's over the lieutenant, she's over the sergeant, she's over the regular COs, which we call the rovers, right? So she got a lot of power. She's like right under the warden. So if she wants you locked up, and for those that don't know what locked up means, because you like, wait a minute, you already locked up. It can get worse. You can go to the hole. If she wants you locked up and thrown into the hole for 10 days, 20 days, a month, 6 months, a year, she got that power to do it. And there's nothing you can do about it. Now, when I first got in there, I seen her. And let me describe her to y'all, okay? Officer Tasha, but I don't even want to call her officer. I'm going to call her Big Tasha, okay? Now, Big Tasha was about, I don't know, 6'1", 6'2". She was every bit of 250, 260. And I'm not talking about stacked up like, nice butt, nice breasts. No, she was big, like really big and large, okay? Big Tasha looked like she could have been, like her parents could have been NBA players, and she just grew up lazy and severely overweight and just, I don't know. Now, Big Tasha, like I said, I'm not trying to body shame, but for the sake of this video, I have to. Like I said, this woman was like 6'1", 6'2", a good 250, 260, real sloppy, big. She was a very large woman, and she was very mean, and she just had this attitude like, oh my God. So naturally, I always tried to avoid her. If I had something on me, you know, I just go the other way. You know what I'm saying? Because what she liked to do, what I noticed, she liked to pat dudes down. And when she pat them down, she going in places that she have no business, you know what I'm saying, touching on. Now, there's multiple reasons why ain't nobody going to report her, because it's like, who you going to report her to, first of all, okay? The administration is all corrupted. And then what it's going to look like? Oh, the unit manager touched me in my privacy area. Man, they gonna laugh at you. They gonna let, man, oh man, that dude must be, you know what I'm saying? But y'all ain't understand. Let me get to the story. Let me get to the story. But before we get to the story, just in case if y'all forgot, hit that like button and let me know where y'all from. Put your city in the comment section. Now let's go. So, like I said, I always try to avoid this lady. I don't want to have nothing to do with her. All right. So I go to the shower, right? And this was my first run in with her for real. I go to the shower, right? Now, I just now got comfortable of being naked in the shower, okay? Normally, usually for the first year, I would go get in the shower and I have my boxers on, right? And it wasn't because I was intimidated by anybody. It wasn't because I was scared. To be honest, I was just nervous. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. I don't know, man. But for those that never been locked up before, y'all won't get it. Y'all won't understand it. And to keep it real with y'all, it's normal to go to the shower naked, to be in there like straight up naked, okay? It's unnormal for you to be in there with your boxers on, okay? You old convicts, y'all know what I mean. But anyway, it's been about a year now, and now I'm comfortable going in there, you know, butt naked, right? So I'm in there, and keep in mind, y'all, this is an open shower. You got 6 shower heads over here to the left. You got 6 shower heads over here to the right. Okay. So I'm in there and I'm like at the last shower head to the right when you first walk in or whatever. So I cut the water on, you know, I get my Dove soap and I get to washing up, right? And this is how she announced herself. Well, this is how she announced herself when she coming into a pod or a unit. She'd be like, look out, Tasha on deck. Look out, Tasha on deck. Now, when I hear this, right, because she got a large voice. So when I hear this, it echoes through the bathroom and it hit the shower where I'm at. Look out, Tasha on deck. So I'm like, oh, okay, you know, unit manager here or whatever. I ain't got nothing on me, so I ain't tripping. So I'm washing up, right? And then I hear, look out, Tasha on deck. And I hear it so loud because she's coming into the bathroom, right? She hears this shower water going off, right? Now, policy dictates that if you are a female officer, you cannot go in that prison shower, right? Unless there's an incident and you've been accompanied by 2 or 3 other, you know, male guards. So she heard the shower, right, on. And, you know, the showers share a hallway where the bathroom's at. So she could have been going to the bathroom and checking it out and then, you know, wait till the shower water cut off and then go to the shower. But no, she came in there, right? She walked right in there and she looked right at me, right? And so she was like, what's your name, right? And I'm like, what? She was like, what is your name? I said, I'm Dante, man. She was like, oh, okay. And then she just stood there for a second and turned away and walked off. So I'm standing there and I'm like, man, what the? Now listen again, y'all. I know a lot of you cats out there gonna be like, man, Dante, you tripping, man. I would have. Listen, y'all. I'm not the finest motherfucker in the world, but I damn sure ain't ugly. Okay, so when I say this, I don't mean to be mean. Big Tasha, this woman was ugly. I'm just being straight up, man. I can't be nice about it. I can't. I don't give a damn when they say, well, if you was locked up for 5, 10, 20 years, the ugliest chick will look like Beyonce. Man, fuck that. Ugly is ugly. Okay? And again, like I said, I'm not the finest motherfucker walking around. All right? But, hey, this is just my preference, and I wasn't going for it. It wasn't nothing cute, nothing I about this woman at all, right? So I'm like, all right, man, that's weird. So I cut the shower off or whatever, dry off, get dressed, and then I head up to my cell, right? So I'm in the cell and I'm chilling, right? I damn near forgot about the incident. So I get a knock at the door, right? And it's a rover. You know, we call them rovers, but the rovers is like the lowest COs, you know, on the compound or whatever. He's like, hey, Dante, Officer Tasha wants you at the office. I was like, what? He was like, yeah, Officer Tasha wants you in the office. So I'm like, all right. So I get up, whatever, and I head down there. So I'm sitting right, because there's a chair right here by her office, right? Now, when I say her office, I'm not talking about the control booth. I'm not talking about the control room where the camera's at and the board where you open the doors and lock the doors. So no, she has her own office right here next to the control booth, right? And ain't nothing in there but a desk, a couch, a bookcase. There ain't really nothing in there, right? So I'm sitting there, and then she opened the door, like, come in, right? So I get up and I go in there, and she closed the door behind me, and she sit down at her desk, right? So I'm standing up. She was like, take a seat. So I sit down. I'm like, yeah, what's going on? She was like, I've been going over your file, and you're an all right guy. And I was like, okay. She was like, you got a girlfriend? I was like, huh? She was like, do you got a girlfriend? Now, in my mind, I'm thinking like, she asking me, do I got a sissy? Like, do I got a punk up in here? You know, like a gay guy. And I'm like, no, hell no. And she was like, why you say it like that? I was like, man, I don't rock that way. Now, keep in mind, y'all, I'm still convicted out. I don't, you know what I'm saying? It's not registering to me what she's asking me, right? So she was like, oh, okay, that's cool. That's good. I said, hell no, man, I don't rock that way. So when I said it like that, I guess she like figured out like, oh, wait a minute. She was like, are you thinking I'm saying, do you mess with men like a boyfriend? I said, yeah. She was like, no, silly. And this is the first time, I promise y'all, I done seen this woman probably about 100 times, and she always had this mean dog, mean face on. This was the first time that I seen this woman crack a smile, right? If she was standing in front of a mirror, a big mirror, the whole mirror would have shattered, right? So she smiled. And she was like, no, silly, I'm talking about a woman like out there in the real world. Like, I said, oh, no, man, no, I ain't got no woman. So she was like, oh, okay, all right, well, see you later. And so I'm sitting there, and I'm like, I'm thinking in my head, like, that's it? Because this not, like, why would you, I'm thinking this in my head, y'all. I'm just sitting here thinking, like, why would you call me in here just to ask me, do I got a woman? But anyway, so she was like, okay, I see you can go. So I get up and I walk out and I leave out, right? So my homeboy, T-Bone, he was in there, right? T-Bone from Augusta. He rolled up on me and he like, hey, man, what's up? What happened, man? I said, man, she asked me did I have a girlfriend or something? And he was like, what? I said, yeah, she asked me did I have a girlfriend? I'm like, he was like, that's it? That's all that she asked? I was like, yeah. He was like, oh, Che, that's weird. I said, no, man, look. Earlier, I was in the shower, and she announced, like, Officer Tasha on deck. And, she actually came in the shower, and she asked me what was my name. And I'm standing here asshole naked, bro. And he was like, man, I would have pulled her up in there. I said, no. See, T-Bone is one of them dudes that don't care. Matter of fact, T-Bone is and T-Bone ain't he ain't the only one. T-Bone been locked up. I think he been down at that time, maybe 7 years now. So T-Bone was like, man, I would have blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. Right? So he was like, so let me get this straight. So she come in the shower and asked you, what's your name? And that was it. And then an hour, 2 hours later, she tell you to come to her office, and she asked you, do you got a girlfriend? Man, Dante, you better stop playing, bruh. I said, man, hey, man, hell no, I'm good. He was like, what? I said, nigga, I'm good. He was like, man, don't you know if you can get her, man, she can bring in all type of shit, right? I said, man, I'm good. I'm straight. He was like, man, bro, you tripping, man. All right, man. So he walked off, right? So at this point, me and him was talking about a staircase. Now, my cell is on the second tier, okay? I noticed she was standing right there outside her office looking right at us, right? And I don't know how, we were standing here for a good 2-3 minutes talking. I don't know how long that this woman was standing there watching us, right? Now, she couldn't hear what I said. I'm pretty sure, because it's like, I don't know, maybe 24 feet between us or whatever, and I'm not talking loud like I'm talking right now, y'all. But I cut my head to the right, and I see her looking. And you know when somebody's looking at you, and you happen to look at them, and then they turn the other way and act like they doing something? That's exactly what she did. So I'm like, oh yeah, she was looking at me. So I go back upstairs, right? I go to the cell. About 3 minutes will go by. Here she come. Officer Tasha on deck. Tasha on deck, right? So that means she's coming upstairs. So when I hear, I'm like, fuck. So she come up there, right? And she just walked in my cell. She was like, it's a shakedown. Stand up. I'm like, what? She was like, get your ass up and stand up. Put your hands against the wall. Right? So I get up and I, spread eagle style. Y'all know what I mean. I spread my legs, put my hands out, spread eagle style, right? So she get to pat me down slow. She touching on my chest and everything. And look, y'all, back then, not now, I done got older, I done got lazy, I've been eating good, you know what I'm talking about? So I don't look like what I used to look like back then. But like I said, back then, I looked like an Olympian god. You understand? I had an 8-pack, man, I was chiseled. I could have been a model. I could have been the man of the year. You know what I'm talking about? So I'm standing there spread eagle style, and my hands is, like I said, I'm gonna spread eagle style, and she's pat me down. She started touching on my chest. I believe she was rubbing my shoulders, but I'm like, what the I ain't got nothing, strapped on my shoulders or whatever. So she's touching me slow, right? And then, she started from the chest, rub the shoulders, get to the navel, then stop, and then she go to the pants, like my ankles, to get the patting. And then she start patting the insides, but rubbing the inside of thighs or whatever. And then she get to the sword of justice. Now, I'm not talking about the sword of justice. I ain't talking about when I keep in the peanut butter and if I got to pull it out and apply pressure and pain on the cat. I'm not talking about that sword of justice. I'm talking about the people's jewels. I'm talking about my Rocky Marciano. I'm talking about my let me stop talking about that. But she gets to I'm gonna call it the pistol, right? Well, in my case, the shotgun, the sawed-off shotgun, right? So she get to the sawed-off shotgun, right? The boomstick. I'm gonna call it the boomstick. So she stopped, and she was like, "What's this?" And she gripped it. I said, "Oh." She was like, "What is this?" I said, "Man, that's all me, man." She was like, "Nah, ain't no way." I said, "Man, that's all me. I mean, you see me in the damn shower." But she didn't let me go. And she gripped it a little tight. I said, "Man, what is you doing?" And she was like, "Okay, I just wanted to make sure it wasn't no weapon," right? So she stopped and she just walked off. And I'm standing there like, "So you ain't gonna shake down the cell?" So I'm like, "Oh, hell no. This ain't no, man. Oh, no." So I'm sitting there and I'm like, did this just happen? Did this woman just come in here and get her touch on, her feel on? Did this woman just come in here and violate me to the 8th degree? Oh, no, man. Oh, hell no. Hey, y'all, stay tuned for part 2. I'm going to have part 2 pinned at the top of the comment section. Hey, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, hype the video, and share the video. To watch my exclusive videos, you must become a member. I'm going to have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Have you sent your weekly donation to support the Dante Show Network? If not, that's okay. I got you. We are now accepting CASHAPP, Zelle, and PayPal. All gifts and donations are highly appreciated. If you are trying to reach me for business opportunities, I'm going to have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, get in contact with me if you need your business, your book, your social media channel, a product, your brick and mortar, whatever it is that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description. Until next time, take care.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Please excuse the background noise, y'all. I'm here at the Greyhound station in Texas right now, heading to Cali. I was sitting here thinking about this dude named Cotton. Now, what this prison story is about, I know y'all seen the thumbnail. I know y'all seen the title. So y'all pretty much know what this is about. But I have to give y'all the backstory to this story for it to make sense, okay? The guy, we're gonna call him Ralph, okay? Ralph been down for 15 years, about 15 years at this point. And he had a son. Now Ralph was a guy that was out there in the streets in Flint, Michigan, thugging, selling drugs, robbing cats. He was just out here thugging, right? Nevertheless, he ended up getting snitched on, and his co-defendant put 2 bodies on him and other things. And well, he ended up getting a life sentence. Now, when he got this life sentence, he had a 2-year-old boy out there. And he never was really in his life anyway for the 2 years that he was out here in the free world or whatever. He really never paid him no attention. Like I said, he was out here thugging. He was out here hustling or whatever. And he got caught up in the streets just like a lot of cats do. But nevertheless, this boy, which we're going to call Cotton, grew up without a father. Now, Cotton mama, I hate to say it, but she was a dope fiend. And with being a dope fiend, you're not being monitored. With having a dope fiend mother, she'll let any and everybody watch you. In the course of her going on one of her binges or whatever, she would take Cotton with her or whatever at the dope man spot while she in there getting high. Well, somebody was in there. How can I put this without being graphic? Somebody was mistreating Cotton when he was 3, 4, 5 years old. Okay, so what happened with that is his mind was twisted. He, I guess, suffered a lot of trauma, and that trauma transferred to him believing that he was a girl. Okay. Harvard University studies show that nobody is born gay. It says that 100% of all gay people was sexually traumatized as a minor, and it just turned into that when they grew up, and because they didn't get therapy or counseling. So nevertheless, Cotton gets older, and his mama is just she's in the streets. She's a straight up dope fiend. He ended up getting awarded to the state, right? He ended up getting a foster care, and it just got worse from there. Every foster care house that he went to, he got violated. To the point where they just had nowhere to put him at. They had nowhere to put him at. Before this transgender stuff started coming out or whatever, he started being that, I guess, when he was about 16. He'd put on the wigs, makeup, stuff like that. So eventually they put him in a boys' home, and he said that he got raped in there by, other teenagers, whatever. So he ended up running away. He got on the streets. He started selling his body. He was getting picked up for solicitation and prostitution and stuff like that throughout his whole damn near young adult life. Now he's 25. Now this is where Dante come into play. This is where his father come into play. This is where prison come into play. Now we about to get to the story. But before we get to the story, y'all, make sure y'all click the link to my Patreon. It's pinned at the top of the comment section. There's a lot of stories on my Patreon that I cannot put on YouTube because YouTube just not having it. I done tried to put these stories up. YouTube said it's too graphic, so I can't put them on YouTube, but I got them on Patreon. So make sure y'all click on my Patreon at the top of the comment section. It's free to sign up, okay? Also, my Bible stories are over there. My short films is over there. And my exclusive prison stories is over there. So make sure y'all go over there and check it out, all right? But let's get back to this story. So I'm in a cell, right? And I'm here by myself. I've been down about a year and I'm gonna say about a year and 8 months. Okay, so I know my way around prison. I know the do's, I know the don'ts. I'm pretty, I'm comfortable in prison now, right? This was before I started running my business. And for those that might be new to the channel and don't know what Dante business was, I was running a protection business. If you was a weaker inmate and couldn't handle your own, you would come to me, pay me, and me and my crew would protect you. Okay, and that pretty much sums up my business. Okay, so anyway, I'm in the cell, and it had to have been around midnight when the guards come to my door, right? And they crack the door open. So I instantly hop up because I don't know what's about to go down. And they like, yo, chill. The guard like, yo, chill, Dante. You finna get a roommate. So I'm like, okay, what's up? So they opened the door and they told me to go to the back of the cell. Now protocol dictates that when you about to get somebody to come in your cell, you gotta handcuff, you gotta get cuffed up and go to the back of the cell, right? But I had a little clout in there. I had just a little bit of taste of respect and power from the guards, whatever. So they weren't tripping on me. So I just got up and I went to the back of the cell without getting cuffed, right? And then they brought this dude in, right? When he walked in, I knew something was off. I knew something wasn't right about dude, okay? Because when he came in, he just looked at like he was too timid. You know what I'm saying? So I turned around, I'm like, yo, what's up? And they like, listen, we putting him in here because we know ain't nobody gonna do nothing to him. He done had a hard time. Matter of fact, here, step out, right? So I walked past the dude and the dude got his head down, right? It was this black dude, right? This is Cotton, y'all. So I walked past him, the guard told me like, hey, listen, man, this dude is, he's been raped 5 times since he been in here by multiple dudes. And, it's dudes in here that really want to hurt him bad. And we figured if we put him in your cell, ain't nobody gonna mess with him. I said, what is he in here for? Oh, he bodied somebody. I said, who did he body? It was like, it don't matter. Some John, some trick or whatever. I said, what you mean, some trick? It was like, I guess dude was prostituting or whatever in the streets, and I said, okay. So I said, all right. So I go back in there, and they close the door. Now, he haven't looked up at me not one time. I said, well, what's your name, man? He was like, Cotton. I said, what you say? He was like, my name. I said, speak up, man. I can't hear you. He said, my name Cotton. I said, where you from, man? He was like, I'm from Flint. I said, you from Flint, Michigan? He was like, yeah. I said, oh, what side of town? He was like, I've been all around. I said, oh, okay. I said, what you do to get in here, man? He was like, man, I don't really want to talk about it. I said, no, you're going to tell me what you in here for, because I need to know who I'm in here with. So he was like, can I, get my bed first? Can I get settled in? I said, no, because I need to know why you was in here, because this might not work. He was like, okay, I killed somebody, man. Somebody. I said, oh, okay. I said, well, I mean, like, what happened? He was like, all right, man, forget it. All right, look, I'm gay. I said, what? He was like, yeah, I'm gay, man. When I was out there on the streets, I was, prostituting, and some guy, one of my normal customers, he didn't want to pay me or whatever, and things got out of hand, and I took his gun. He tried to shoot me, but I ended up shooting him, and he was a white guy, so you know what that looked like. I said, oh, okay, yeah, I can see that. So he was like, yeah, that's why I'm here. I said, okay. I said, but why they moving you? Because I know what the guards told me. They told me, like, dude keep getting violated in here, whatever, but I want to hear out of his mouth. So I'm like, so what you doing? Why they put you in my cell? He was like, man, I ain't gonna lie, man. I can't defend myself. I can't defend myself in here, man. I don't supposed to be in here, man. I've been trying to put a request in for me to go to a woman's prison. I said, listen, man, you ain't going nowhere, man. They ain't finna let you go to no woman. This ain't California, man. This ain't no Cali, man. They ain't going for that, man. I said, you better figure it out. He was like, man, I don't even care no more. I don't care about, I don't care. I said, listen, this prison, man, and, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. He was like, yeah, I know, but I don't even care no more. I'm about to go to sleep, right? So he hop up on this bunk, and I hear him up there snoring. So, but he ain't snoring loud to disturb me. I'm like, okay, maybe dude just had I guess you can say he done had a rough day. I don't know what happened to him earlier. So I end up laying down, and I'm thinking about going to sleep, but at the same time, I'm like, nah, I ain't about to go. I don't know this dude. This dude might be real messed up in the head. This dude might bug out and try to take my life. Whatever these dudes done did to him, he might try to take it out on me. So I'm like, nah, I'm not about to go to sleep. So I'm laying there and I'm taking power naps, cat naps. You know what I'm talking about? So now it's count time. It's 7 o'clock in the morning. So it's about 6:55. I hop out the bed or whatever. I hurry up and brush my teeth. And I tell him, like, hey, it's time to wake up, man. We got count in a couple minutes. So he like, all right. So we hop out the bed. They crack the doors. We both come out there. Everybody out there, right? And the guard coming through, and he doing count. So after they, you know, mark you down, you can go back in there, whatever. So at the count, he get back in the bed, right? And I leave out. I'm about to go to the bathroom. So as I'm heading to the bathroom, this dude named Ride Dog pull up on me. This blood dude out of Detroit. And he like, hey, that dude in your cell, man, what's his name? I said, I think his name Cotton or some shit. He was like, Cotton? I said, yeah. He was like, oh, okay. Oh, that's that one dude. That's the one gay dude or whatever. I said, yeah. He told me his whole story, whatever. He was like, did he tell you what happened to him? Like just now, what happened to him? I said, what you mean? He was like, man, what did he tell you? I said, hold on, man. Let me go ahead and take a piss right quick, man. Just give me a minute, right? So I go in the bathroom. You know, I go in there, go take a piss, wash my hands, come back out. I'm like, what's up, man? He was like, he ain't tell you, like, what happened, why they moved him? I was like, no, I didn't. No, why? He was like, man, everybody talking about that shit, man. Everybody talking. Well, he said, everybody talking about that blood. Everybody around here talking about that blood. You ain't hear about what happened? I said, man, what happened, man? What happened? He was like, man, listen, blood. His pops had sex with him. I said, what? He was like, yeah, his pops. I said, wait. You telling me that his daddy was the guy that he killed out in the streets? He said, no. His daddy is in here. His daddy fucked him yesterday. That's why he got. I said, how do you know that was his daddy? He was like, dude, man, hey, man, listen, let me tell you. Now, listen, y'all. I know people say, you know, in prison, dudes is supposed to be non-gossiping. And, man, let me tell you something. Prison ain't nothing but a gossiping hotline. Okay, dudes in prison gossip more than females. Okay, they run their mouth worse than females. Okay. You think, man, listen, I don't care how big a dude is. I don't care how tough a dude is. I don't care how many bodies he got. I don't care how many people he done knocked out. Dudes never mind their business. Dudes always up in other people's business. And if you think that you're going to tell somebody a secret in prison, you might as well just go out on the tier and just scream it to everybody. Because that one guy gonna tell somebody that he think he can trust and tell him like, hey, don't say nothing, but listen, tell your business. Then he gonna tell another guy like, hey, don't tell nobody, but listen, I heard. And about time, by the end of the day, people looking at you sideways because they done found out what you did. And the whole time, you done told one person that you thought that you can, that he could keep it secret. And no, it ain't like that at all, right? So if you gonna do something in prison, you better be solo dolo with it, all right? And that's another reason why dudes be locked up, because niggas can't keep shit to themselves. They got to tell somebody. That's why dudes be getting locked up and they be wondering, man, he snitched on me. He told. No, nigga, you told on yourself. Running your mouth, pillow talking, then can't stop running your mouth. So that don't change in prison. So anyway, back to the story, y'all. And if y'all haven't hit the like button, hit that like button. But anyway, He like, look, dude, I just seen him at count, but he normally don't look like that. He usually have a mop, the mop rag on his head, and it'd be like pink, red, and shit like that. I said, what? He was like, yeah, dude, it's like a full-blown gay guy. Like, he like a full-grown 60 up in here. I said, well, shit, he ain't come in my cell like that. Nor will he be conducting himself like that in my cell. He was like, yeah, I know. I said, oh, wait, so what happened? He was like, well, dude name, they call him Cotton. I don't know the nigga real name, but they call him Cotton. But he was just over there in cell block C. And I guess dude didn't know that was his son. And he just pulled up on him and basically told him like, hey, you with me now, right? And I guess they was, doing what motherfuckers do, that indulge in that lifestyle. I said, okay. I said, so how did he find out that was his son? He was like, I guess my man was like reading letters and stuff. That Cotton was reading letters and stuff, and I guess they was kicking it on the yard or whatever. And they was talking, and he brought up his mama. And when he found, I guess they put two and two together. Then shit, the deed was done already. You can't take that back. I said, what? I was like, oh, so that's what that was on? What? Yeah. I said, oh, see y'all, yesterday around like 1 o'clock, I was in the law library, right? And they ended up locking down the prison. I didn't really know what it was really about. Okay. And because sometimes you never know. But I guess it was, I don't know how I missed that though, but I guess word got around, the dad. Here's the thing of what I got out of this whole thing. While the daddy, started tripping on him, it wasn't because this was his son. It was because, I don't know, y'all. Basically, and you don't know what story to believe, but they said he was really tripping on him because he was gay, right? I don't know, it's weird, man. I heard all type of stories. He was mad because it was his son. He was mad. The main story that I was hearing, that he was mad because he thought that he knew that this was that he knew. The dad was mad because he believed Cotton knew who he was and didn't tell him, like, hey, I'm your son. That's the main story that, people was going around saying, right? And he ended up, whooping them out on the yard or whatever, bad or whatever. And that's why he ended up getting put in the cell with me. It's weird. It's a weird ass story, right? So I'm like, all right, so that's the story. You're like, yeah, man, that's him. That's the dude Cotton. So I'm like, you know what? I'm finna go up here and holler at him. And he was like, all right. So I bounce off and I go in the cell. And he's sitting up there reading a book, right? In fact, matter of fact, y'all, the book he was reading was called Three Warriors. Matter of fact, I'm going to have the link to that book that he was reading pinned at the top of the comment section so y'all can check that out. It'll be right under the Patreon, okay? So I bounce up in his cell. I'm like, hey man, what happened yesterday? Because I'm hearing, bits and pieces. Like, what happened? He was like, what you mean? I said, man, come on, man, stop playing, man. Did you have sex with your daddy or what? And he was like, man, it wasn't like that, man. It wasn't like that. And no, I didn't know that was my pops. I said, so y'all did? He was like, I mean, he pulled up on me and said he wanted to take care of me. So I was tired of getting beat up and violated up here. He didn't say violated. He said the R word. So I just rolled with it. And I said, hey, listen, man, why did they put you in my cell? It was like, I don't know. They said that, ain't nobody gonna mess with me if they put you in my cell. It was that or go to the hole. I said, look, I'm about to go to the control booth because I need you out of this cell. He was like, for what? I didn't do anything to you. I said, I know you ain't do nothing to me, but I can't have, man, no, you can't be in the cell with me. He was like, what? I mean, I'm not attracted to you. I don't want nothing from you. I said, listen, this ain't gonna work. This right here, this ain't gonna work, man. This ain't gonna work. He was like, all right, well, I mean, but I'm not going to the hole, so you can go. I said, listen, I've been in this cell, right? I'm not going nowhere. And I said, matter of fact, I'm not even about to argue with you, man. Get your shit and pack, and you gotta go. No, I know. For you sensitive people out there, y'all like, yo, Dante, why you putting the homie out the cell? First of all, he ain't the homie. Second of all, I know what y'all thinking. Y'all thinking like, oh, Dante, you homophobic. That's why. No, I'm not. No, it ain't that neither. What that look like? Okay, what do that look like? You got the blade pusher. Okay, I'm building my reputation in prison enough that the guards know if they put somebody in my cell, 9 times out of 10, nothing ain't gonna happen because I was a feared inmate. But what do that look like of me being the blade pusher, me being probably one of the most dangerous and most feared inmate in that prison, that I'm in here shacked up with a sissy? Come on, man. Come on. So like I said, it ain't got nothing to do with, me being homophobic or anything. It got everything to do with, I'm just not gelling like that. I'm not rocking that way, man. That's out. I need to be in a cell with somebody that's compatible with me, right? And that right there, that ain't happening. That ain't happening. So he gets up with a whole attitude. Now this is why I say I don't trust people like that, because when he first came in, he was all timid. You know what I'm talking about? He was all shy, looking to the ground. But now this dude is just full of attitude. You know what I'm talking about? Like full blown attitude. Y'all know the type. Y'all know the type. Like the Gay Nelson type. That type. Loud, sashaying, there's always trying to be seen and heard. Yeah. Now he turned into that. Well, all right then, I'm gone then. I'm gone. Let me get my shit and go. When he did that, y'all, this was like the second time that I had to practice self-control. Self-control, y'all, because I found myself opening both of my hands and imagining putting my hands around dude's neck. But nevertheless, I just let him say what he said, and he left out the cell, right? So I stand on the tier, and I'm watching him go down there, and he go to the control booth, banging on the door. They come out. What's going on? He don't want me in this cell. He don't want me in this cell, and I'm not going back in there, and I'm not going to the hole. This is what he's saying to the guards. I don't know exactly what the guard said to him, or what he said back to him, because at that point I done turned my back or whatever, went back to my cell. And I heard the main door open, and I guess he left out or whatever, right? I'm going to stop the story right there because I'm getting mad. I'm getting upset now because when I think back to that day, because something happened, I should have put my hands on him, because it cost me something later on, actually about 2 months. But y'all gotta stay tuned for that story. Matter of fact, I'm putting that story on the Patreon. All right. So if y'all want to hear that story, y'all got to go to the Patreon and listen to that one, because YouTube is not going to let me put that video on here. Okay. And listen, y'all, I seen a couple cats in the comment section talking about, I'm not finna pay to watch no videos. That's okay. You may not pay to watch it, but others will. Okay. And all the videos over there don't cost, right? You don't got $5, $5. So you mean to tell me, you telling me you don't want to spend $5 funky for a $5 membership for the month to watch Dante exclusive videos that he can't put on here? Is that what so you just want me to work for free? Is that what I'm hearing? Is that what you telling me? So you want Dante to work for free? Got you. But nevertheless, hey, shout out to everybody that subscribed to this channel. Shout out to all of y'all, right? Without y'all, there would be no me. Now, let me give y'all a very important announcement right quick, okay? I got my gaming channel back up and running, okay? So I'm going to have my gaming channel pinned at the top of the comment section too, okay? I got the PS5. The only games that I'm playing as of this moment is Call of Duty Warzone and Fortnite. I'm not interested in no other games. I'm not playing no other games. It's just Call of Duty, Warzone, and Fortnite. All right? If you want to play with me, pause. Double pause. If you want to play with me. No, that sounds crazy, right? Play with me. If you want to play with me, just subscribe to that channel. I think we got like 50,000 subscribers over there already. But subscribe to the channel, and under any video that's on there right now, just add me. I'm gonna, when this video drop, just go click on that link, right? Click on the link to my gaming channel, and just I'm gonna have my gamer tag name under every video, okay? So that way y'all can just add me on the PS5 if you play Warzone or Fortnite. All right. On that channel, what I do go live on that channel every day. You can see my face when I play the game. But what I do is, after the live video, I take the footage of me playing the game and I put a prison story on top of it, and I mute the gameplay so you can watch me play while you listen to a prison story. Ain't that cool? Ain't that unique? Yeah. But anyway, yeah, y'all go subscribe to the Patreon. I'm gonna have that link pinned at the top of the comment section. The stories over there I cannot put on YouTube because YouTube would not let me put that on their platform. Also, for those that want to see my short films, right now I'm doing short horror films. I got that over there too. Okay, I got a lot of content over there that y'all don't know about. But yeah, go over there and go check it out, man. It's pretty dope. With that, y'all, this is your big partner, Dante. Also, listen, y'all, starting March 1st, y'all, I'm going to start showing my face. I'm taking this storytelling to a whole nother level. So March 1st, I'll be showing my face from here on out. All right? With that, y'all, This is your big partner, Dante. Always ask Jesus to forgive you for your sins before you go to bed. And with that, I'm out. Hey, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, hype the video, and share the video. To watch my exclusive videos, you must become a member. I'm gonna have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Have you sent your weekly donation to support the Dante Show Network? If not, that's okay, I got you. We are now accepting CASHAPP, Zelle, and PayPal. All gifts and donations are highly appreciated. If you are trying to reach me for business opportunities, I'm gonna have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, get in contact with me if you need your business, your book, your social media channel, a product, your brick and mortar, whatever it is that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description. Until next time, take care.
Ah, shit. Here we go again.
This prison story is about when the Bloods put $100,000 on my head. Now, in prison, I ran a whole bunch of poker games. And if you violated the game or disrespected it, well, I demonstrated. So you violate, I demonstrate. I didn't care whether you was a Crip, whether you was a Blood, whether you was in a Latino gang or organization, a black gang organization, a white gang organization. Didn't matter what type of organization you belong to. If you sit down at one of my tables and you violate in any type of way, Dante would demonstrate immediately. Case in point, if you owe something and you get beat at the table and you talk about, oh, I got to go get it, and you leave for about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and you don't come back, well, you're going to get dealt with to the highest power, to the highest degree that you can be dealt with. So this is where this story begins. So it was a Sunday, right after Super Bowl weekend, actually. So I got the tables going. Everything is going good. Now, normally, this is how my games are run. If you're going to get into a game, you have to bring your money. And, you know, money is commissary. You know, cigarettes, honey buns, Doritos, hygiene, whatever, bags of coffee, right? And most likely, more than likely, it was the cigarettes, tobacco, or the bags of coffee that dudes would gamble with. Now, the thing about it is you have to have your stuff there. You have to have all your commissary items right there that you betting, because you are not about to be out here playing. You done lost all your money and now you out here ass betting. And what ass betting is, you betting when you ain't got nothing to bet. You ran out of money, right? And you hoping that you can get back and win something. So if the game ends and they like, yo, where your money at, and you ain't got it, well, that's a problem. So to avoid all that, I just tell everybody, have all your items right here. Now, in rare cases and rare situations, if I know you got it, if I know you, right, and I know you got bread or whatever, and ain't nothing, you know, I will allow, I make exceptions, you know, to the rule, because I know you got it, right? You can go to your cell to go grab something, or you could go ask somebody. Your name is good in prison, so I would allow it, but it's rare. It's very rare. Maybe about 10 guys I would allow to do that, right? So anyway, this Blood dude named Savage, he comes around, right? And, you know, he had a little name for himself. He done stabbed a couple cats. You know, he done put in his work. He been down at this point for maybe about 5 or 6 years or whatever. So he know the rules, right? But this one thing that you got to understand about prison. Everybody is trying to get over on the next man, all right? everybody is trying to find some way, somehow to just get just a little bit more, right? Just a little bit more than the next man. It's prison. It is what it is, right? So Savage is over there, and I see him sit down at the table. So I walk over there. I'm like, you good? He like, yeah, I'm good. I said, you holding? He was like, yeah, I'm holding. And, he had this bag of commissary on the side of him, whatever. And it was filled with Newport cigarettes. So I said, okay, that's good money, right? Because like I said, I'm running all these tables. And right now, it's 10 poker tables just going on right now, right? So you could call me like, I was like the pit boss, if that make any sense. I was like the pit boss. So I'm just checking, making sure everything is everything, right? Now, keep in mind, he got about 4 cartons of cigarettes. He has a lot of cigarettes right here. So I'm like, okay, cool, bet. Now, me being who I am, okay, I got to get in on that cigarette tip. I got to. Now, I don't smoke cigarettes at all, but I break down the tobacco, especially when we having a drought. When we have a drought in prison, Dante will get, I'll try to buy up all the tobacco in the prison and just sit on it. Especially if we having an annual lockdown. And the annual lockdown, man, you can be in there for a month to 2 months in your cell, never getting out till they shake the whole prison down. The whole prison down. And they going through that prison with a fine tooth comb. All right, they trying to get drugs, knives, all type of contraband out of there. But if it's on the commissary list, you can keep it, and you can have as much as you want. So when I knew that an annual lockdown was, coming around or whatever, I knew to get up all the tobacco, because dudes gonna smoke them cigarettes, right? So anyway, I got to get in this game. Dante being the pit boss and, me being the financial guru, I said, I got to get in there. I got to make some money. So I sit down at the table. So it was me, the blood dude, Savage, this white dude named Felix, right? So we all sitting there and we playing the poker, right? Boom, there we go. Now, I ain't gonna lie. Savage, I don't know what he was doing. I don't know if he was in cahoots with the dealer. I don't know. But I got whooped out, y'all, out of 5 cartons of cigarettes. 5 cartons. Savage whooped me out, right? So I get up, I'm like, yeah, good game. But that wasn't nothing. That wasn't nothing, y'all. Y'all know I was that guy. That wasn't no big loss to me at all. So I get up. I'm like, yeah, it's over for me. I'm done, right? So then, now I'm not really a real, how can I say, I'm not a master. I'm not a pro at poker. But my homeboy Al is. Al, y'all know them prison dudes that if you play cards with them, it's like they can't lose. You don't know what they doing. You don't know how they doing it. But they just seem like they just can't lose. So I go over there and I tell Al, like, hey, I need for you to go over there and handle that. This dude just beat me out of 5 cartons. So Al go over there, he go sit down, right? And then they start dealing the cards or whatever. Now, Al whooped him. Al whooped Savage for everything that he had. Al whooped Felix for everything that he had. Everything. Now, these cigarettes that Al got, these carton of cigarettes that Al got from Savage, he just put it in the sack, and he have one of our runners that's bring it up to his cell or whatever, right? This is where everything goes wrong. Because in prison, nothing goes right. You might get that rare occasion that you get one glimpse of everything is normal. But then right after that, chaos reigns. So we just gonna fast forward to the next day. Now, it's me, Al, Tarty, Homicide, the whole crew. we over here waiting to get on the basketball court, right? And these three dudes walk up. These dudes from a white organization walk up. I'm not gonna name the name or whatever, but they walk up and they like, "Hey man, you beat me on the tobacco. You beat me on the tobacco." And I turn around. I'm like, "What's going on?" And they talking to Al. He was like, "Hey man, you fucked us on the tobacco, man. You fucked us." He was like, "What you mean I fucked y'all?" He was like, "Man, them cigarettes you gave us, man, they had Q-tips in them, man. They had Q-tips in them, man. You fucked us." I was like, "What?" He was like, "Man, I ain't putting no motherfucking Q. What are you talking about?" Dude was like, listen. When I opened up the cartons of cigarettes, was opening them up, man, it was nothing but Q-tips in there, man." So I was like, "Man, that ain't got nothing to do with me." So one of the guys, one of the white guys pulled out the sword of justice. And I'm like, oh, hold on, man. Because we did a lot of business together. Me and this white organization, we did a lot of business together. And nobody want a war. Nobody want to, shed blood because everybody going to get locked down. Both sides got a lot of product out there. We're making a lot of money in here, right? So I'm like, oh, hold on. I'm going to make this right. So I said, come on, man, let's go over here and talk, right? So we all walk over there to the little cut or whatever, no cameras, and the guards can barely see over there, right? So I'm like, what's going on? Dude was like, listen, your boy sat up there and gave me these cartons of cigarettes, right? And I gave him a whole bunch of DVDs and freak books, right, for these cartons of cigarettes. I said, okay. He was like, well, when I opened them up, it ain't nothing but Q-tips in these fucking packs. I'm like, how you know he did it? He was like, because every time I get a big shipment of stuff, I separate everything. And this was the carton of cigarette I got from him. So I said, Al was like, man, well, I didn't do that, man. I said, well, hold on. We're going to get to the bottom of this, right? I said, Al, where did you get them cigarettes from? Who did you get them from? He was like, man, I don't know, Savage. Yeah, Savage at the poker game. Yeah, Savage. I said, what? He was like, yeah, Savage. You remember yesterday when I got them from Savage. So the white guy was like, all right, so who the hell is that? Who is Savage? I said, look, I'm gonna take care of this. I'm gonna take care of this. He was like, oh, all right, Dante, man. All right, man. All right. Make this right. Make this right. So they walk off. So Al was like, this motherfucker, man. This motherfucker, right? I said, look, I'm going to go holler at Savage. All right? Now, Al, he was normally cool-headed, but when Al get upset, he get upset. And he act really irrational sometimes. Right? So I told him, like, Al, chill. I got this. I'm going to go talk to Savage, and I'm going to make this right. Right? I said, matter of fact, go ahead and go to my locker and go get him the cigarettes and have him open it up in front of you. Right? Have him open them up in front of you. So he was like, all right. So Al, he go to my locker or whatever. He go grab the carton of cigarettes to reimburse the white guy. Well, he opened them up like, okay, yeah, the money good, everything good, cool. Now I'm at a loss. And Dante don't take losses. So I wait till, because it was about 30 Bloods at this time on this side of the prison or whatever. And they always traveled together. If they wasn't with 4 deep, they'd be like 5 or 10 deep. You know what I'm talking about? So I said, I'm going to get him when he's vulnerable. I'm going to holler at him in the chow hall when he coming out. Right? So I'm in the chow hall and I'm watching him eat. And when he get up, three of his homies get up with him when they leaving out. So I pull up on him like, hey, let me borrow your ear right quick. He was like, "Oh, what's up, man? What's up?" I said, "I need to holler at you by yourself." He like, "Oh, what's up? What's up?" I said, "Look, them cigarettes that you paid Al with, it wasn't nothing. Q-tips." He was like, "Man, what you talking about?" I said, "Them carton of cigarettes that Al beat you out of yesterday at the poker table, it wasn't nothing but Q-tips in there." He was like, "Man, what the fuck they got to do with me, man? I ain't do that I said, "Listen, I took a loss. Now listen, somebody got to cover that loss." He's like, "Well, they ain't got shit to do with me, man. Get the fuck out my face." I said, "You got it." So him and his homeboys just started walking. I said, "Hey, you sure you want to do this?" So he turned around. He was like, "Do what? Do what? I'm sure I want to do what, right?" And I put my hands. I said, "You got it. You got it. You got it." He was like, "Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, motherfucker." Then he walked off, right, with his homeboys, right? Now listen, y'all. Me and my crew, we just came from the hole about 6 months ago. We done shed a lot of blood. We wilded out, right, 6 months ago. And we just finally got out the hole. Now, I'm not trying to beef with these dudes. I'm not trying to go to war with these dudes. I got too much money floating around in this prison. I got too much going on, right? So I said, you know what? I'm going to get them. Now, I know I can't 100% say that, you know, Savage is the one that did it, right? Maybe the white guys is lying. Maybe they just tried to get over. Who knows? But I do know this, though. The white guys, I never heard, or this organization, I should say, I never heard anything about them cheating somebody, beating somebody out of something. They always did business straight up. Now, on the other hand, the Bloods, a lot of them guys was cutthroat and always trying to get over. So when you look at the measure of a man and the measure of an organization, and you put it on the scale, well, you know, I just got to go with what seems logical. And it seems like Savage, they didn't want to put the Q-tip. He put the Q-tips inside of the cigarettes, right? Where the cigarettes supposed to be at, right? Now, true enough, there's no honor amongst thieves, okay? There's no honor. Yes, the white organization could have did it, right? But I just got to go off what's logical. So anyway, I go to my homeboy Tar T. Now, Tar T is a Crip, right? But I don't usually involve him in shenanigans with his gang of what I got going on, because, like I said, it was too political in this prison or whatever. But I did. Now, Tar T was one of my hitters, though. If I tell Tar T to do it, he gonna get it done, right? Without no question, nothing, right? And normally he'd do it by himself. So I say, "Hey, Tar T, let me borrow your ear right quick." And I know some of y'all like, "What? Why, Dante?" That's how I used to talk back then. I'd be like, "Yo, let me borrow your ear." You know, that mean I need to holler at you or whatever. So he's like, "What's up?" I said, "You know that dude Savage?" He was like, "You talking about that blood dude?" I said, "Yeah." He was like, "Listen, I need for you to take care of that for me." He was like, "What happened?" I said, "A nigga beat Al out of some cigarettes and I had to cover the debt with the white boys." He was like, "Oh, he did that?" I said, "Yeah." He was like, "Yeah, we all heard about that, about the Q-tips. You know, everybody been checking their cigarettes since then, and they've been finding a lot of Q-tips, man. Yeah, this is just crazy." I said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, look, I already hollered at him. He ain't going for it, so I need for you to do something for me, man." He's like, "What?" I said, "I need for you to do something foul, like fuck him up bad. Don't kill him, but I need for you to do him dirty." He was like, I bet, say less. Right? Now, here's the thing, y'all. I did not know that Savage uncle was the #1 blood in the state. I didn't know this. But I mean, it didn't mean the motherfucking thing to me anyway. But I didn't know this. So I tell Tar T, don't kill him. I said, just do him bold, do him foul, right? So Tar T, I guess he put a plan together for some Crips to get to arguing, right? Because Savage would go to the law library every Saturday. I don't know what he was in there doing, but you know, Tar T was watching him for 2 weeks, and he noticed like that's where he go. He go by himself, right? Or he'd take another blood member with him. So Tar T made this commotion that as they coming out, 6 or 7 Crips was gonna be like getting into a fake altercation, and as you know, Savage and whoever come out, you know, they gonna jump on him. At least that's what I thought they was gonna do. So Savage, long story short, is coming out with one of his homeboys, and it's like 10 Crips right here plus Tar T, so it's 11. So they so-called having a fake meeting, and they start arguing. And right when Savage and his homeboy like walk on the side of them to get out the door, they grab them both, right? And they get to stabbing them. Yeah. I told Tar T not to take his life, but Tar T gonna do what Tar T do. Now, the other guy get away. He runs. Somehow, some way, he runs and he get away. And he hollering, he screaming. The guards know what's going on, right? So they lock down the whole prison. I don't know what's going on, right? Because to be real, I kind of forgot about me putting that out there, whatever. But hey, it was so much going on at that time. So we get locked down or whatever. I'm thinking something else going on or whatever. Then I get word through the grapevine that, you know, the Crips is getting all locked up. You know, they just aired out this blood or whatever. So I'm thinking about it, and I said, because it was like 8 other, you know, Crip sets in there, right? So I'm not really thinking about it. I'm saying, okay, the Bloods and Crips, they get into it, you know, periodically or whatever. So I ain't really paying no attention, no mind to it or whatever. But then I find out Tar T, you know, it's his set. So then I'm like, oh, so now the word came through the grapevine that it was Tar T them did this to Savage. Savage is dead, right? Now we all on lockdown for 3 days, for a whole 3 days, and word is spreading, right? Now here's the thing: just because you are part of a clique, just because you are part of an organization, you would think everybody in your clique, in your organization, be on the same page. They'll keep their mouth closed. But every clique, every organization has a rat, has a snitch, has an informant, right? And they will tell. So in that Crip organization, in that Crip set that Tar T belonged to, there was a full-blown Chuck E. Cheese rat in this group. To this day, Tar T don't know who snitched. To this day, I don't know who it was. Quite frankly, I don't give a damn. But the thing about it is, this dude put it out there that Dante called that shot, right? And with calling that shot, it went up to a higher chain of command, which I told y'all Savage dad, that been locked up for damn near 30 years now. He's the #1 blood in the whole state. Now you see where we going here? So he puts out a hit on my head for $100,000. Listen, part 2, I gotta make a part 2 to let y'all know what happened. But in order for y'all to listen to that story, y'all gotta subscribe to my Patreon. All right, I'm going to have the link to my Patreon pinned at the top of the comment section so y'all can go check out that story. With that, y'all, don't forget to hit the like button. Don't forget to hype the video and make sure you share the video. Also, let me know what state y'all are from. Put y'all state in the comment section. With that, y'all, this is the Dante Show Network. I'm gone. For my people out there that still like to read books, check this out. I was reading this book called Three Warriors in Babylon, Volume 1, right? This book is about three young fictional characters who see a lot of evil in the world until they find a box at the bottom of a lake that houses the key of solving all the world's problems. The characters find a mysterious book inside this box, and they are chosen by God. And this God trains and teaches them methods to overcome sex traders. This is a major issue in the world, y'all. So this book is about encouraging others to stand and fight against these type of illegal activities. Y'all make sure y'all check this book out. I'm gonna have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. It is on Amazon, so y'all make sure y'all go check it out, right? Hey, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, hype the video, and share the video. To watch my exclusive videos, you must become a member. I'm gonna have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Have you sent your weekly donation to support the Dante Show Network? If not, that's okay, I got you. We are now accepting CASHAPP, Zelle, and PayPal. All gifts and donations are highly appreciated. If you are trying to reach me for business opportunities, I'm going to have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, get in contact with me if you need your business, your book, your social media channel, a product, your brick and mortar, whatever it is that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description. Until next time, take care. So I'm sitting there and I'm like, man, I gotta get some fresh air. So I get up, I put my jacket on, put my state boots on, and I bounce out the pod and I hit the yard. Now I see one of my homeboys and I get up with him. I'm like, hey man, let me holler at you right quick. He's like, what's up, D? I said, man, you won't believe what just happened to me. He was like, what? I'm like, man, come over here. He was like, what's up, man? I said, man, you know, Officer Tasha? He like, yeah. I said, man, I think she liked me, man. He was like, what? He was like, why you say that? I was like, man, look, earlier today when I was in the shower, you know, she came in there and, you know, she don't supposed to be in there. You know, she supposed to let her presence be known before she come in there. It was like, yeah. I said, well, she came in there and she was just looking at me. He was like, what? What you mean she was looking? I said, yeah, she was just looking at me. And, you know, she asked me what was my name or whatever. Then she walked off. And he was like, okay. So he was like, what else? I said, no, that ain't the worst of it. So I'm in the cell. And he was like, whoa. What you mean that ain't the worst of it, man? Like, that's good, ain't it? I said, no, man, it ain't good. Let's listen, man. I said, so I'm in the cell and she comes right in and she say she's shaking down the cell. Like, and you know it's supposed to be at least another officer there, you know, to monitor or whatever. He was like, yeah. I said, well, she had me spread bald eagle style. And, you know, as she's searching me, she is staying in one area, you know, where my shotgun is at. He was like, what? I said, yeah. He was like, wait, hold up. So you telling me Officer Tasha is trying to get her touch on? I said, yeah. He was like, and that's why you walking around here looking all crazy and sad? I said, yeah. He was like, dog, what's wrong with you, man? Anybody in here, man? Dude, what you mean something wrong? I said, man, hold up, man, hold up, man. Now I know. For those that didn't see part 1, y'all gonna be like, Dante, man, you is tripping, man. What you mean? So I'm not gonna go back into description of how Officer Tasha look, okay? I'm not. Y'all gonna have to watch part 1, which will be pinned at the top of the comment section. So y'all go check it out, man. Now, Officer Tasha, she just was not my type. I don't give a damn. And I know a lot of y'all gonna be like, well, Dante is prison, man. Why you being picky? Why you being picky when the alternative is Peaches, Peanut, you know what I'm talking about? Lil Kim. And when I say that, I'm not talking, these ain't women. These is, how can I say this without getting in trouble on YouTube? These are sissies. Men that decided one day in prison that they want to be a woman. And, well, you can't tell them otherwise. But anyway. Oh, if y'all haven't hit the like button, man, y'all hit that like button, man. Come on, man. And hype the video. And share the video for your big partner. All right, anyway. So, I'm like, listen, bruh. And I know I can get her to bring in, dope, cell phones, all types of. He said, yeah, dummy. I said, yeah, I know, man, but y'all don't understand, man. Y'all don't understand. He like, man, Dante, get your shit together, man. Man, you better knock that out the park. I said, man, no, I don't know, man. I said, man, I'll holler at you later. And he was like, hey, Dante, man, you tripping, man. You tripping. I said, all right, man. So I'm walking, right? And I'm in my thoughts right now. I'm walking the yard. And I'm contemplating to myself like, man, I know I'm tripping. I know she can, bring in all type of stuff for me up in here, man. I'll be in here living comfortable, me and my homies. I mean, I already was living good in there anyway. I was penitentiary rich, but I could have been penitentiary wealthy, right? So I'm just walking the yard and, the sun going down. And I'm just contemplating like, man, what should I do? What should I do? And I know it's obvious for y'all out there because y'all weren't in the situation. And a lot of y'all ain't got no morals, right? Y'all don't got no morals. Y'all ain't got no, y'all ain't got no, what's that word? Whatever the word is. But y'all ain't got that neither. So I'm just walking the yard and I'm like, all right, man. No, I'm not going to do it. I just can't. And I know a lot of y'all wonder like, Dante, you a fool. But let me tell y'all something. I got past traumas. And I'm going to give y'all a quick side quest story. Y'all going to like this one, right? Me and my homeboy Al, right? This ties into the story. Y'all chill out. Y'all might like this part better anyway. But me and my homeboy Al was 16, I was 15. We was going to the school called Beecher. And it was these two sisters named Tasha and Tara. And I was real cool with them. But it wasn't no freaky stuff or nothing like that. But, I had a lot of girls I was cool with in school. And one day I just asked them like, hey, y'all want to skip school tomorrow? And they was like, yeah. But now they want to come to my house. My house had rats and roaches. You know what I'm talking about? So I said, what time y'all mama go to work or whatever? And it was like, oh, she leave at about 6 o'clock in the morning. I'm like, all right, bet. So this was the plan. Now, I forgot the other part of this. My brother was coming with us. Now, Tasha and Tara, they loved my brother. He was like a Chris Brown looking dude. So that actually sealed the deal of them letting us come over there, whatever. But they said they gonna bring their friend Jasmine. Now, I never I thought I knew what Jasmine that they was talking about. She was a straight looking girl or whatever, but it wasn't her at all. So nevertheless, the next day, we pull up over there around 7 a.m. on our bikes, put the bikes behind the house and knock on the door. Now, as soon as you walk in this house, it hits you immediately. It smells so good. They in there cooking bacon, eggs, sausages, French toast. I'm talking about they got it going on. So we get up and I'm like, damn, right? Now I see Tasha and Tara, because Tasha just opened the door and Tara sitting on the couch, right? So I'm looking straight ahead because you can see in the kitchen, I see a silhouette of somebody. So I'm like, oh, that must be Jasmine. And so she kind of like stepped away from the stove and I seen her. Oh my God. Jasmine, and I'm not, listen, y'all. This was just my experience. This was just my eyewitness account. Please don't tell me how to program. But when she stepped away from the stove, I'm like, damn. And I'm not saying damn in a good way neither. I'm saying that to the utmost 100% wrong way, bad way. I'm just going to put it like this. Jasmine, or should I say, Big Jasmine, was very unattractive to me. Now, there's guys out there that, prefer a bigger woman. Some cats, they into that. I'm just not into that, okay? I should be able to have my preferences. Since people going to be like, oh, Dante, that's wrong. No. I like what I like. You like what you like. So anyway, Big Jasmine stepped away from the stove. And I'm like, damn. When I say Big Jasmine was big, really big. And, some women going to be like, okay, was he cute in face? No. Big Jasmine was ugly. Big and ugly. So I'm like, damn. Now, I wasn't coming over there for that anyway. These my homegirls. And, Jasmine could have been a bonus, but anyway. So I'm like, oh, snap. So they was like, that's my friend Jasmine. So she waved like, hey, what up? Right? So she was like, y'all hungry? Y'all hungry? It was like, hell yeah. So, I'll take my coat off and I bounce over there, right? And, she making the plates. I'm like, man, let me get some of that bacon, man. Let me tell y'all something. I don't care what nobody say. If I wasn't married, I'd probably get with a big girl. Why? Because I like to eat. Look, at this point in life, like I said, if I wasn't married, I would look past the looks. You know what I'm saying? Because Dante like to eat. That's like one of my world pleasures, is eating some good food. And I ain't gonna lie, Big Jasmine can cook. Like for real. Everything was on point. So anyway, let's get into the meat and potatoes of this story. So now, we eating or whatever, and I think Jerry Springer came on or whatever. So we watching Jerry, whatever, and we just all laughing. We all talking or whatever. So peep the scene. So it's me, Al, my brother, and it's Tasha, Tara, and Big Jasmine. So my brother and Tasha go to their room, right? I don't know what they doing. That ain't none of my business, right? So now it's just me and Al, Tara, and Big Jasmine. Now, like I said, I wasn't on nothing. I wasn't on that at all. Like I said, they was like my homegirl, so I wasn't trying to do anything anyway. I was just chilling. But Al got bold and was like, he basically was trying to holler at Tara. So she was like, no, that's a no-go. That ain't happening at all. But she kept, insinuating, what about Jasmine? And Al was like, man, hell no. He said it kind of loud, but not loud enough that I don't think that, because Jasmine was in the kitchen. So I pulled Al to the side. I said, Al, man, you better stop playing, man. He was like, no, man, I'm not touching her. Hell no. So Tara come over there and she was like, okay, Al, if you mess with Jasmine, I'll give you a kiss. And he was like, man, I ain't no damn child, man. I don't want no damn kiss. And she was like, all right. If you mess with Jasmine, then you can mess with me, basically. And he was like, you for real? She was like, yeah, you gotta look out for my homegirl first. So he was like, man, all right. Now, it's finna get real crazy, y'all. Y'all buckle in. So, Al and Jack, so now there's a room. I think it was even her mama room. So here's the living room, and then there's a bedroom right there off in the living room, like straight ahead. So Al and Jasmine go in there, right? And then Al come right back out. And he was like, no, man, I can't do it, man. Right? So Tara like, man, go ahead, man, go, man. I told you, this is what you got waiting on you when you get out, right? So Al was like, man, now, I wasn't in the room. I don't know exactly what happened. Everything I'm about to tell y'all from here on out was told by Al. So he goes in there and he cut the light off. I guess he don't want to see what's going on. Somehow, some way, she ends up on top of him, and he said, well, let me tell y'all my perspective first. He go in there, it's maybe about 30, 40 seconds, and then I hear like a punch noise, and I hear, ow, why you hit me? And then Al come flying out the room, right? Now, according to Al, when he got in there, he laid down and he said that she kept trying to kiss on him. So he was like squirming, like, no, stop trying to kiss me, right? So I guess Big Jasmine was trying to take full advantage of Al. She tried to get Al in a 3-point stand, right? And I guess she kept trying to kiss on him, and he just punched her in the head and pushed her off of him, and he ran out the room. So she come out the room holding the side of her head like, why you hit me, man? Why you hit me? Right? So, okay. So this is where I tell y'all that this is where my trauma stems to. And before we go on again, now we finna get to the prison story. But before we go on, man, hey, y'all chill out, because I know what you busters in the comment section gonna say. Man, Dante lying. He went in there and he sprayed Big Jasmine, sprayed Eagle style, man. Dante capping. Man, let me tell y'all something. I ain't never, and then let's be clear, I ain't never, ever was the one to ever take an L. I was never, ever the one to be like, I'll take one for the team. No, I am the team. I was the one that's sending cats out to take one for the team. So don't y'all ever disrespect me. Matter of fact, in the comment section, put a 1 in the comment section if you think Dante was that dude. You know what I'm talking about? Or put a 2 if you think Dante was a buster and he was taking anything that he could get. Y'all start hating. Let me see some 2s in that comment section. I might pull up on you and do something to you. But anyway, let's get back to the story. So that's like, a little trauma in my life where I'm not, conditioned to be attracted to, let's say, a larger woman. But let's get back to the prison story. So, I get off the yard, and of course I'm sweating. And y'all know me by now. If Dante's sweating, he gotta get in the shower. But I'm kind of traumatized because I'm like, damn, man, she gonna come in here. She already let it be known what she liked me. I mean, basically, she ain't said it, but I know she do, and I don't feel like being violated again the way I was violated earlier, right? So I come through and I get in the unit, right? And she say, Dante, come here. Now, she has an office right here in the unit, okay? You got the control booth right here to the left. You got the corridor. And then right to the right of the corridor, you got her office right here. And she's halfway in and halfway out, right? So she said, come here. So I'm like, damn. So I go over there. She closed the door. She said, sit down. Now, in her office, it ain't nothing but a desk, a computer, a bookshelf, and it's a couch right here. So I sit down, right, and she's sitting like on the desk in front of me. So she was like, you got a girlfriend? I said, what? Now at this time, y'all, I'm thinking she talking about like a sissy, a punk up in here. I said, hell no, I ain't got no girlfriend. I was like, man, what you think I am? And she was like, wait. What do you think I just said? I said, do you think you said, do I got a girlfriend in here? She was like, no, silly. I'm talking about like a girlfriend, like out there in the real world. I was like, oh, no, not really. And she was like, oh, okay. All right. Well, that's all I wanted to know. You dismissed. So I get up, right? And she was like, hold on. Put your hands against the wall. Spread them. I said, man, come on. She said, spread them. What did I say, inmate? I'm like, man. So, of course, I go spread eagle style again on the door, right? She pat me down. She get to the shotgun and, grip it a little bit. Then she let go. She said, okay, you dismissed. So I leave out and I'm walking out and I'm like, man, I'm tired of this. So I'm like, you know what? Man, forget it. So I go upstairs, I get my Irish Spring soap, get my washcloth, my dry towel, and I bounce downstairs to go back to the shower, y'all. So I'm like, okay, she didn't see me get in the shower. She didn't see me come down here. Or maybe she did. I don't know. But I hurry up and get in there and I hurry up. That maybe was the quickest shower that I ever took, right? So I hurry up and wash up. Boom, boom, bam. Hurry up, get dressed, right? As I'm coming out, she coming in. And she's pushing me back. Slowly at first. Pushing me back. Like, go back in there. Go back in there. I'm like, what you doing? She was like, I sent everybody out. Everybody out of here. We got 5 minutes. I said, man, what is you doing, man? I don't want to. She was like, no, you gonna give me some or I'm gonna lock your ass up. I said, no, I don't want to. I don't want to. She was like, get your ass over here right now. And I said, man, Tasha, I don't want to do this. Now we gonna stop it right there. I shouldn't even be telling y'all this story. But, I gotta tell y'all, I gotta keep it real with my folks, y'all, my folks. So let me ask y'all a question in the comment section real quick. Do y'all think that Dante gave her the sword of justice? Or do y'all think Dante folded? Let me know in the comment section. Do y'all think Dante went all the way and did the unthinkable with Officer Tasha? Or do y'all think that Dante stood his ground and said no? Or do y'all think that Dante said, you can't have my goodies? Let me know in the comment section. Hey y'all, if y'all like celebrity gossip, make sure y'all check out this channel called John Berry TV. I'm gonna have the link to the channel pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check it out. Hey, if you are into parlay games, but you just can't pick the right team and get a crazy payout, click the link at the top of the comment section to possibly hit it big time. The link will be pinned at the top of the comment section. It's called Parlay. Go check it out. Yo, for all my readers out there that still read books, there's a book that I be reading called 3 Warriors in Babylon. It's a really good book. Y'all go check it out. I'm gonna have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. Go get y'all a copy. Hey, If you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, hype the video, and share the video. To watch my exclusive videos, you must become a member. I'm gonna have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Have you sent your weekly donation to support the Dante Show Network? If not, that's okay, I got you. We are now accepting CASHAPP, Zelle, and PayPal. All gifts and donations are highly appreciated. If you are trying to reach me for business opportunities, I'm gonna have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, get in contact with me if you need your business, your book, your social media channel, a product, your brick and mortar, whatever it is that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description. Until next time, take care.
No, hell no, man. Y'all put a mouse in my food? Why the f y'all put a mouse in my food? Man, hell no, man. I'm not eating that shit. Hell no.
Oh, shit. Here we go again.
Man, hell no, man. I'm not eating that shit. All right, y'all. This prison story is about when my homeboy Ace did the unthinkable. Now, I know. Y'all gonna be like, what you mean your homeboy Ace did the unthinkable? We gonna get to that, but it's not the unthinkable that y'all are thinking about. Well, y'all seen the thumbnail and, well, that is the unthinkable. But before we get to the story, let me give y'all a quick update. I created a Patreon. Now, there's stories that I can't put on YouTube that I put over there. I got over like 20 stories over there right now. For the people that been asking about my movies and my short horror films, them videos over there too. And my comedy videos over there too, starring yours truly. So if y'all want that exclusive content, make sure y'all go over there and check out my Patreon. I'm going to have the link to my Patreon pinned at the top of the comment section. And guess what, y'all? I'm still doing promotions. So y'all make sure y'all get in contact with me. If y'all need your business, your social media channel, or if you got a product, get in contact with me and Dante will promote you. Matter of fact, the promotions are at the end. So y'all make sure y'all stay tuned at the end of this video because there's some good promotions at the end of this video. But let's get to it. So, my homeboy, me and Ace, right, we shared a cell. Now, I'm going to give y'all the backdrop of Ace. I hate to put it out there like this, even though this was my homie, but I got to put it out there. Ace got sent to prison because he couldn't keep his hands off of women. He couldn't keep his hands off of females. And unfortunately, in Michigan, you can get 25 to life if you are a habitual offender. What is a habitual offender? A habitual offender is somebody that keep on getting locked up for the exact same thing, okay? And, well, he just kept getting locked up for putting his hand on his baby mamas. Now, outside of him being a woman abuser, Ace was cool. Ace was funny. Ace was my dog. And I know y'all said, wait, why did you just say was your dog? Unfortunately, Ace is no longer here with us in the land of the living. He passed away a couple years ago. Rest in peace, Ace. But anyway, let's get to the story. So me and Ace is in the cell together. This was before I was running the protection business in prison. This one I was just finding my way in prison, whatever. This is not the sword of justice, Dante. This is kind of green, Dante. But I knew this enough. Don't involve yourself with homosexuals. Don't gamble. And don't do drugs or sell drugs. Stay away from that. You good. But my cellie, which was Ace, he couldn't leave the drugs alone. So one day, we on the yard, right? It's me, Ace, and a couple of my homeboys from Detroit, right? D-Block and them, D-Block, Marcus, Davino. So we out there on the weight pile. No, pushing nine. Now at this time, y'all, Dante was a good 6 foot. I probably was weigh about 240, 250 at this time, right? And I was throwing up 450, 500 on that weight pile. Boom, boom, right? Now, as y'all can tell, Dante got fatter. You know, I done got out of shape, but I do need to get back in shape. Matter of fact, I know what y'all want. Y'all want me to make a muscle, so I'm going to flex on y'all right quick. Just real quick. Y'all see that? Y'all see that? Yeah. I know y'all see it. Y'all see it, but, you know, that's light. That's light. That's real light. But anyway, I'm gonna get back to working out, y'all. Don't worry, I'm gonna get back out here. But anyway, so we on the weight pile, and I'm throwing it up. Just throwing it up, right? So my homeboy, this dude named Lee, right? This dude named Lee from Flint, Michigan. He come bailing through the yard, right? He like, hey Dante, man, they shaking down your cell. They shaking down your cell. I'm like, what? He was like, yeah, man, man, the Rovers in there deep. I'm like, for what? So I hop up, right? And I bail to the corridor, right? So I'm trying to see what's going on. So I hit the unit because I need to know, like, what's happening, right? Because I don't got nothing in here. And I'm pretty sure Ace ain't got nothing in here. So when I hit the unit, I see Ace over here handcuffed like this with his hands behind his back, right? And he on his knees. So I'm like, what? And so they was like, that's him? They was like, yeah, right? And they grabbed me like, yo, get up on the wall. So they got me spread bald eagle style, right? Just like this. So they pat me down and everything. They handcuffed me. They put me down to my knees. And I'm like right there next to him. I'm like, man, what the fuck going on? He just shaking his head like this. He just shaking his head. I said, Ace, man, what the fuck happened? He was like, bro, I fucked up. I fucked up, bro. I fucked up. I said, what did you do? Right? So CO came out with a baggie, white substance in it. So I'm looking and Ace ain't even raised his head up. I said, what the fuck? Now, what was in this bag was that baby powder. What was in that bag was that type of thing that you get $1 bill or a $20 bill. If you got some money, $100 bill, you make a line and you go to heaven or you might go to hell, depending on what mood you in. What's in this bag, or what they got in their hand, if this checks out to be what I think it is, oh, we done. We through. We are done. Well, at least his ass is done, because this ain't mine. So they like, yo, right? They like this. They holding it like this. They like, yo, yep. And I'm like, motherfucker, right? So they get us up. They get us up. Off to the hole we go. I'm just going to say they put me in cell A and they put him in cell B. So we right next door to each other, right? We're in the hole, right? So we get down there, and I'm not going to tell y'all about the humiliation ritual. Well, matter of fact, I will. For the sake of the video, let me rewind it just a little bit. So they get us up. They take us down the corridor. We get on the elevator. They press -2. That's where the hole at. Get off the elevator. He go in one room. I go in one room. They strip us butt, booty, naked. No clothes on, Adam and Eve, right? Bend over, touch your knees, spread your butt cheeks, and cough, right? That's the humiliation ritual. And then they give you this orange jumpsuit to put on, right? Put that on, off to the cell you go. So now I'm in cell A, he's in cell B. I don't say nothing to him. I'm hot, right? I'm hot. So when the guards leave, I get up on that door immediately. I said, Ace, what the fuck, man? He was like, man, Dante, my bad, bro. I fucked up, man. I fucked up, bro. I said, why the fuck? What is you doing, man? Why would you have that shit in the cell? He was like, man, I fucked up, bro, man. But I know who set me up, man. This dude named D set me up. I said, what you mean he set you up? He was like, look, I just copped from him. I just copped from him, man. And 10 minutes later, they hit my cell. I said, what? He said, yeah, I just copped from this dude named D, and they hit the cell immediately. I said, oh my God. I said, you know, you got to take that charge. He was like, man, Dante, I can't, bruh. I can't. Let me tell y'all something. And this applies in the streets too. Hold on. Because this just happened to somebody that I know. This just happened to somebody I know. Peep the scene. Imagine we riding, right? Yo, Dante, come pick me up. I'm like, all right, man, I'm about to come pick you up. But I got a gun under my seat, right? And some dope. And I come pick you up. What up, man? He get in the car, right? We get pulled over by 5-0. And I tell you, look, I got a gun under the seat and I got some dope under the seat, man. But I can't claim it because if I get caught with this, I'm going to prison for 10 years with my record. If you claim it, you only gonna get maybe 6 months, if that, right? That's some foul shit, man. That's some foul shit. That's why, well, I'm never asking nobody for no ride. But let's just say if I did, you know, call one of my homeboys or whatever to come pick me up because I'm somewhere, you know, stranded or whatever, I'll let them know, like, hey, listen, let me know if it's a gun in the car. And y'all take note. Take note. Let me know if it's a gun in the car. Let me know if you got drugs in the car. You know, so that way, you know, we can discuss this. Don't hit me with no surprise. Don't put me in no predicament that I'm going to have to either go to jail for a long time because you ain't copping to it, or I'm just going at this age. No, I'm going to be real with y'all. And I know some of you dudes out there, we're going to get back to the story. Some of you cats out there going to be like, oh, Dante, that ain't right, man. That ain't no real niggas. Let me tell you something. At the age that I am right now, 37, if I get in a car with you and you don't tell me, now it's a difference if you tell me that you got it in there and I still get in the car with you, then we got to ride this out if the police get behind us. But if I get in the car and you don't let me know that it's drugs and guns in this car and we get pulled over, I'm telling on your ass. As soon as the police open the door like this, I'm gonna be like, officer, he got a gun right there under the seat. And matter of fact, he just tried to throw the drugs in between the seat. Here you go, officer. There you go. Lock him up. Because there's a lot of dudes, and I know all you real street niggas out there gonna be like, Dante, that's foul. No, it ain't. What's foul is letting your homie get locked up for the shit that you did. Who's more fouler, right? The guy that don't let his homeboy know what he got in the car, and the guy that make his homeboy take the fall? Or the guy be like, hey, officer, hey, he got the gun right here. It's a gun in here, right? Now, in real life, no, I would not be like, yo, officer, he got the gun and drugs in. No, I wouldn't. If they find it, they find it, right? But when we get to that bullpen, I'm going to tell my homie, hey, nigga, you better cop to this right now. Because if you don't, nigga, I'm going to kill you up in this motherfucker. For real. And that's what it is. Now, in case y'all forgot, I need for y'all to do me a favor before we go on with the story. Hit that motherfucking like button and hype the video. And share the video. Somebody might learn something from this. But anyway, so I'm like, the fuck you mean? He said, man, D, he had to tell on me, man. He set me up. I said, look, you got to cop to that, man. You need, when they come do this investigation, you need to tell them what's happening, right? He was like, man, bro, it's more to it than that. I'm like, what you mean there's more to it than that? He like, man, I want to die, bro. I'm like, dude, this ain't nothing, man. At worst, you gonna get another year. That's at worst, you gonna get another year. Excuse me, y'all. It's hot up in here. Let me open this door. But I'm like, yeah, you only gonna get just another year or whatever. So he was like, No, that dope, man. I owe a lot of dudes, man. I owe a lot of dudes off that dope, man. I said, I thought you bought it. He said, no, the dude defronted it to me, but I got some others in, and I've been using other people's stuff, and I'm supposed to distribute that to them. I said, dog, come on, man. He was like, yeah, man, they gonna KILL me. I said, well, shit, you back here in the hole, ain't really nothing gonna happen, right? Now we finna get to the meat and potatoes of this story, y'all. So I'm gonna say we was back here for about a week. They done did the investigation, but they don't believe him. They think that I was involved somehow. So they can hold you back there indefinitely, right? So he already told them, like, yo, it was mine. Dante ain't got nothing to do with it. They like, nah, we gonna do some more investigating. So a week done passed and we still back there. One of the guys that he owed some powder to was working in the kitchen. Let me tell y'all something. One of my pleasures in this world right here is food. I love food. I'm gonna be real with you. I love food. I do. So I don't play with my food. Let me tell y'all something. The guy that worked in the kitchen, right? You have dudes they call runners or porters or whatever. When they push the cart with the food, or you can call them trustees. Wherever you at, it's different names or whatever. But this guy that was a porter that was taking the food around the prison or whatever and had to serve the people in the hole, they had a special sandwich for my homie Ace. The first sandwich, because that's all they was giving us. They would give us these things that you would call monkey brains. And what is monkey brains? You got a piece of bread, piece of white bread, a food loaf, which got all type of bullshit in it. And then they give you another piece of bread, a rotten apple, and an expired school chocolate milk or white milk. That was your breakfast. That was your lunch. That was your dinner. If you don't like it, stay out of prison. That's what I was told. So, but my homeboy Ace got a little extra. The first sandwich he got, starting in the new week that we was in there, we just gonna say a Tuesday. The Tuesday he got, when you can smell it once you get it. Dude put shit on it. That's right. That's right. He put SHIT on the sandwich. And that's my homeboy Ace. Of course he didn't eat it. So that was breakfast. For lunch, SHIT. For dinner, SHIT. So he ain't eat. He was eating around the apple and drinking the milk or whatever, but that's that. He would complain to the guards or whatever. They like, okay, it's prison. What? You want to make a complaint? Huh? Which the complaint ain't going nowhere but into the trash can. But nevertheless, do you want to make a complaint? Do you want to file? It's called a grievance. Do you want to file a grievance? Yeah, give it to me. Okay, bet. So then they give you a pen, right, and a piece of paper, right? Every time I get my meal, breakfast, lunch, and dinner, somebody's putting human increment in my food. Please help, right? So when you get at them, you give them that grievance. This what they gonna do, and throw that in the garbage. Now this will go on for 4 days, and my homie is telling me, Dante, I'm hungry. I'm starving, right? They doing them bold, y'all. I'm right next to them. They pulled me out on that Thursday. You know, after the investigation wrapped up, they got me out of there. Now, what I'm about to tell y'all could be debatable. What I'm about to tell y'all may be true, or maybe it's not true. I don't know, because I was not back there. But y'all know how prison is. You know, dudes gossip. Dudes I know what y'all thinking. Whatever y'all thought the ending was going to be is not. I was told that there was a guard. I'm not even going to say his name because it's some other things that's tied into the story that I don't want to say. But there was this guard named Bo. We're just going to call him Bo. Bo was a homosexual, right? Now, what I was told was when I left, Bo was trying to push up on the homie Ace or whatever. And he knew that he wasn't getting his food. Why? Because he was behind that. He was allowing my homeboy Ace to get his food tampered with. Because this was a part of his plan. And his plan was this. Let me get this dude so hungry and so weak that he won't deny my sexual advances. Right? That's predatory tactics 101. Deny a man food, maybe he might succumb to what I want him to do. And this what this Officer Bo allegedly did. But it's worse, y'all. It's worse. Apparently, 3 days after I left, Officer Bo kept pressing on him. But he starved them out for 2 days. He didn't even get the apple, only the milk. Starved them out for 2 days. He said, what they said through the grapevine, that Officer Bo made him a sandwich. I'm going to describe it to you too. Gave him 2 pieces of white bread. Put some nice thick mayo. It was real mayo. It wasn't that other that y'all thinking. It was mayo. Put mustard on it, right? Put lettuce on there. Cheese. Tomato. 2 dill pickles. And a mouse. A mouse. I don't know if that's true or not, but this what I heard through the grapevine. And I heard that it was a nice fat mouse on there too. And my homeboy Ace allegedly ate the whole thing because he was starving. Hey, y'all, listen. I barely got this story off. YouTube would not greenlight it at all. But I said, you know what? I haven't came on camera in a while. You know, let me get the story out. On Patreon, I got some crazy stories over there, y'all. I mean, some crazy stories that I couldn't dare put on YouTube. So y'all make sure y'all go over there and subscribe to my Patreon so y'all can get all of that content. I got the prison stories over there. My short horror films over there, right? I'm working on my other movies and stuff, but all that stuff is already uploaded. For my people that like my Bible stories, they over there too. Y'all gonna like it. And my people that like the supernatural stories, take your butt over there to my Patreon. All that is over there. Get over there. The link will be pinned at the top of the comment section. With that, y'all, this is the Dante Show Network. Y'all stay tuned. Hey, y'all, if y'all like celebrity gossip, make sure y'all check out this channel called John Berry TV. I'm going to have the link to the channel pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check it out. Hey, if you are into parlay games, but you just can't pick the right team and get a crazy payout, click the link at the top of the comment section to possibly hit it big time. The link will be pinned at the top of the comment section. It's called Parlay. Go check it out. Yo, for all my readers out there that still read books, there's a book that I be reading called 3 Warriors in Babylon. It's a really good book. Y'all go check it out. I'm going to have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. Go get y'all a copy. Hey, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, hype the video, and share the video. To watch my exclusive videos, you must become a member. I'm going to have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Have you sent your weekly donation to support the Dante Show Network? If not, that's okay. I got you. We are now accepting CASHAPP, Zelle, and PayPal. All gifts and donations are highly appreciated. If you are trying to reach me for business opportunities, I'm going to have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, get in contact with me if you need your business, your book, your social media channel, a product, your brick and mortar, whatever it is that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description. Until next time, take care.
This revenge story, or should I say this family revenge story, is so out cold. I found this revenge story on Reddit, y'all. So you got this dude named Carl and you got this woman named Lisa. They both married. They've been married for 25 years. Now, everybody in Carl's family do not like Lisa at all. You say, why they don't like Lisa? Well, Lisa, she's what you would call a whore. A hoe. You see, what Lisa do, she's a nympho. And the thing about it, she just have to have it. Now, there's a medical condition out there that I guess dictates that if you are an nympho or whatever, it's like a mental illness or something. I'm not sure about the research, but y'all can look it up yourselves or whatever. But anyway, but Lisa was a good woman at the same time, and that's what made Carl fall in love with her. But it's just she cannot stop cheating, and Carl have to go to work. You see, Carl worked at a warehouse. They both worked at a warehouse, right? And they was, in the beginning, they was getting it on. At first, Carl thought like, oh man, she's just so attracted to me. She just so in love with me. You know, they'll get it in before they go to work. They'll get it in on each break. They'll get it in after work. She'll wake him up in the middle of the night wanting to get it in, right? So he like, yo, I mean, I can keep up, but I can't keep up, you know, and it's going on the third day. I'm hurting, man. I'm sore. And the first time she cheated on him was on the third day that they was together. And the reason why she cheated on him is because he denied her. So, you know, she did what grown folks do. And I'm not going to go into detail, but she bought a whole bunch of toys, but it just wasn't hitting, right? So one day, on that third day, I should say, she goes out to a bar, and we all know that a woman can get laid way faster than a guy can, and that's a fact. So she goes to this bar, and she see a guy, and she walk up to him and tell him like, hey, let's get out of here. And you know how thirsty dudes are, so he dipped out, and they got down behind the alley, right? So she got her fix. Come home, fix him dinner. You know, he asked her, where did she go? She was just saying, I've been out. I've been out. And then she tell him, hey, I want to do it. And she ended up messing with him. Now, we're going to fast forward throughout the years. Now, she would get caught damn near every other week, like caught red-handed with another man. But she was such a sweetheart. You know, she cooked, like I said, she cleaned. She just had this lovely spirit, but she just could not stop cheating. Now, this is the age gap difference. I forgot to tell y'all. This is the age gap difference. She's 45 and he's like 65 at this time of this incident that's about to occur. So one day he's at a club, right? And she at the club too. and they families there, like both of their families there, but majority of his family there, cousins, uncles, well, not uncles, his cousins, his siblings, and friends of the family. They may be in there about 25 deep, and her people in there about 6, 7 deep, right? So they're in this club or whatever, doing what they do, and so many guys walking up to her, giving her hugs. Hey, what's up, Lisa? What's up, girl? Right? And dude is embarrassed. Dude is like, man, how you know all these dudes, right? But he ain't stupid, He ain't stupid because he know throughout the years, he been catching her doing this and doing that. But he's getting upset, like really upset. Like, man, the next dude that walk up to my wife, man, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something to him, right? So this dude walk up to her just like clockwork, like, hey, girl, and he like pulled her close, and she looking off like, oh shoot, like help. And her husband just bottled the dude. He got one of them Corona bottles and go boom, bust dude upside the head. Right now, dude wasn't in there alone. Dude was in there with about 6, 7 guys. So now a fight break out and they getting it in, but Carl got more people up in there, so it's on. They like whooping these dudes out. They whooping one guy out so bad that he ended up losing his life right there on the dance floor. He loses his life. Now, everybody getting out of there, they running. Now, this is the part that I didn't tell y'all, and this feed into why I said this is a family revenge story. So, about 3 days go by, and there's a knock on Carl and Lisa's door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock, knock, knock. He answered the door. It's the police. They're like, your name Carl, blah, 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 blah. He like, yeah. Put your hands behind your back. You coming with us. So he like, what happened? What's going on? You being charged with first degree, unaliving. So he like, hey, baby, hey, man, call my lawyer. So she like, what's going on? He like, man, just call my lawyer. Tell him that I'm downtown, man. Call my lawyer. So she like, what is going on? Right? Now she's acting belligerent at this time. She, rightfully so, this is her husband that's getting carted away. And she want to know what's going on. And as she's coming outside, you got the cop in between her and him. And he like, listen, he unalived somebody at the club the other day. He'll be downtown. Right. So she like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, right? And we gonna move it along some more. So when he get down there, the detective talking to him, they show him the video footage. The owner showed the video of him taking off on the guy or whatever. And he's the reason why this brawl happened and this guy ended up losing his life. So he like, man, damn, I'm cooked. So his lawyer come in and they talk and they discuss it. We're going to fast forward again 2 weeks later. So now they drop it down from first degree unaliving to, what was it? Manslaughter. Manslaughter. Because the only reason why they dropped it down to manslaughter was because it wasn't premeditated. And in order to get first degree, it got to be premeditated, like you planned to do this. But, this was in the heat of the moment type of thing, and they wasn't planning on taking this guy's life. It just happened, right? So they end up giving him manslaughter. And that right there in itself is 8 to 16 years in the state of Tennessee. So his lawyer like, listen, you got to take it. You got to take this, or if we take it to trial, they're going to give you life. And at your age, you ain't You gonna die in there, basically. And he like, man, I'm 65 years old, man. I ain't got that much. I can't do no, man. So he like, I can't do it. I can't do it. I just can't do it. There's no way. There's no way I can do this, man. So his lawyer like, well, you really ain't got no choice, man. So he like, all right, let me think about it. Let me think about it. But he already had his mind made up. In fact, he already knew what he was going to do when he get back to his cell, right? Unfortunately, he did the unthinkable. I can't go into detail of what he actually did, so y'all just follow me. Just imagine a bed sheet and, well, hang him high. I'm going to leave it at that. So his family upset. His family upset when they find out that he, did the unthinkable to himself. They upset. And now they angry. And now they want revenge. Like I said, this is a revenge story at its finest. This is some family drama. This is some family revenge stories, right? Some Reddit revenge stories, straight from Reddit. Now, the family like, you know what? No, she gonna pay. She gonna pay. We gonna get revenge for him because he wouldn't have been in this predicament if she wasn't no whore. If she wouldn't mess with all these dudes. Our people will be here still today. He will be here. And we don't know why he did this. We don't know why he took his life. But we got to get our revenge. Right? So they make a plot. They plotting on baby girl. So they like, you know what? This is what we gonna do. Now, it's two cousins. And they like, you know what? We gonna knock on the door. She gonna let us in. And we gonna go in there and we gonna do her in. Well, this is when the story takes another turn, y'all. A creepy turn. The first cousin, well, they both on the porch, right? It's two males. Knock on the door. She opened the door. She like, what's going on? Dude, like, now when she answered the door, she was in her lingerie. So when she opened the door, it kind of threw both of the cousins off because they like, dang, she look good. See, they supposed to came over there with unaliving on their mind, but I guess a woman's body can change that quickly. So when she answered the door, it threw them off. And they like, we just coming over here to check on you. And she was like, I'm doing fine. Y'all want to come in? And it was like, yeah. Now, not only she's in her lingerie, but you can see a lot. And that's all they focus on now. And that's how she walking around. So now they in the house. And she tell one of the cousins like, hey, could you help me with this light in the room? And he was like, yeah. You see, a woman can distract you in all type of ways. You supposed to be in here getting revenge for your family, but now you just stole off because how this woman look. So you go in there and she closed the door and she just pounce on you. And I'm not going to go into detail, but they end up doing it. Crazy, right? Supposed to be in here getting revenge for your family. But anyway, she knocks him out, put him down. Now, while they was in there doing these things, she was loud. He was loud. I guess she was moaning real loud or whatever. And the other cousin that was outside the room, he heard this. They was in the room for maybe about 15 minutes, right? So then she comes out the room and she tell him, like, you want an F? He like, yeah. Now, remember, y'all, I told y'all this woman is a nympho. From the get-go, I told y'all this woman was a nympho. Now, you got the first cousin in here that posted, took her out. And now he got taken out. She done put that thing on him. Now he sleep. Now she over here with the other cousin that supposed to been in here to take her out. And now she putting that thing on him. So now they get done. And he's sitting there, right? He's sitting there. So she was like, so what did y'all, now he's sitting there like laid out on the couch, like he's exhausted. Keep in mind, man, these dudes is like in their early 50s, right? And she's 45, 46. So she like, so what did you come over here for? What did y'all want to talk about? And he was like, man, I don't even know, man, but I don't know. So he was like, okay, I'm finna just lay down. See, what y'all don't know is this woman, she really loved their cousin. She really loved him to the point that she didn't want to live no more. She didn't want to live no more herself. And now that she messed around with both of his cousins, now guilt is seeping in. And she like, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? So she had a psychotic breakdown. So what she do? She goes back into her room and she get a revolver. I'm about to tell y'all exactly what her mind state was. She felt like, dang, I'm the reason why he unalived himself. If I wasn't such a whore, he would be still alive. He would be still alive. And then his cousins, they are the ultimate demons. They the ultimate evil piece of crap. So I'm going to avenge my husband because his cousins slept with me and they betrayed him by sleeping with me. So she take that revolver out and then she unalived the first cousin. She put a pillow in front of to blur out the sound. Take that cousin out. Now, the other cousin on the couch, he knocked out. Right? He didn't ever hear it. I guess it was muffled anyway due to the pillow. So she goes in there, she's standing over him, and something, I guess, told him to open his eyes. But it was too late. He opened his eyes. She's standing in front of him with a pillow, and, well, she unalived him. Now she's sitting on the couch, and she looking at the revolver. And then, well, she unalived herself. 2 days will go by. 2 days will go by. And one of the family members of, the dead husband that knew about these two cousins going over there, they got concerned and they calling them, looking for them. So just go to the house. The door was kind of cracked open, the front door. So he goes in there and he see it right there. He see the woman and he see his cousin laid on the couch. And the smell, because when a person passes away, they start, they bowels come out, right? They muscles relax and everything, they start coming out. So he like, oh my God. So he run out the house, grabbed his cell phone, and he called the police. This revenge story, like I said, I got this from Reddit revenge stories. It got me thinking about something. I knew a chick that was like that. That was an info. And I always thought like, cause I'm like a spiritual guy, whatever. I always thought like it was like some demon possession type of thing. Like a woman got a demon in it, like a incubus or succubus or something. And this woman, nah, I ain't gonna say that. I ain't gonna say that because I don't really know nowadays what you can say and what you can't say on social media. But she ended up damaging herself like on purpose because she just felt like if I get a certain feeling out of me, like extracted out of me with extreme damage, I won't have them urges anymore. And well, let's just say she achieved it. But y'all can wonder what she did. All right, but just know it was very what's the word? It'll come to me later. But anyway, y'all, make sure y'all hit the like button. Make sure y'all share this video. If y'all want me to tell some more revenge stories from Reddit, let me know in the comment section. Also, the prison stories that I can't tell on this channel, I got it on my Patreon, okay? My short horror films, they over there too. My Bible stories over there also, okay? And if you want that Lamarck Moore exclusive content, that's over there too. So make sure y'all click the link at the top of the comment section to my Patreon. And with that, y'all, let me know how y'all feel about this video. Don't forget to hit the like button and share this video and hype it. I'm gone. Hey y'all, if y'all like celebrity gossip, make sure y'all check out this channel called John Berry TV. I'm gonna have the link to the channel pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check it out. Hey, if you are into parlay games, but you just can't pick the right team and get a crazy payout, click the link at the top of the comment section to possibly hit me big time. The link will be pinned at the top of the comment section. It's called Parlay. Go check it out. Yo, for all my readers out there that still read books, there's a book that I be reading called Three Warriors in Babylon. It's a really good book. Y'all go check it out. I'm gonna have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. Go get y'all a copy. Hey, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, hype the video, and share the video. To watch my exclusive videos, you must become a member. I'm gonna have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Have you sent your weekly donation to support the Dante Show Network? If not, that's okay, I got you. We are now accepting CASHAPP, Zelle, and PayPal. All gifts and donations are highly appreciated. If you are trying to reach me for business opportunities, I'm gonna have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, get in contact with me if you need your business, your book, your social media channel, a product, your brick and mortar, whatever it is that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description. Until next time, take care.
Oh shit. Here we go again.
It done happened again, y'all. It done happened again. So I was at the grocery store with my wife today, and I see this dude that's standing down the cereal aisle, right? Dude about 6'1", 6'2". Now, I know this is a man, even though he has blue hair and
Well, I only see his backside, which is the blue hair, but you can tell how this dude is standing. It's a man, right? So I'm like, all right. So as we getting down the aisle, he turns around and we lock eyes. And he say, Dante, is that you? Now my wife looking at me crazy. She like, who the? I mean, you know, you can look at your wife and y'all can talk without talking, right? So she looked like, who the this is? So he was like, oh man, what's up, Dante? Man, how you been, man? You look good, man. You got out of there. You made it through, man. You got out of there. So I'm like, yeah, what's up, man? Now I'm looking at him, but it's not registering who this dude is. Right. And I guess the look on my face is showing that, like, okay, do I know you? And he was like, man, it's me, man. It's Peanut. It's Peanut. It's Kennard. So I'm like, what? Now listen, y'all, I ain't been locked up in damn near 12 years. Right. And this dude did not look, the dude Kennard that I knew did not look like this when I was locked up. Right. So I'm looking at him. I'm like, what the heck? Right. So he like, man, it's Kennard, man. No, I'm Peanut. So I'm like, oh, okay. Well, what's up, man? Right. And he was like, no, man, you look good, man. You look good. I said, okay, all right. Well, I'll holler at you. Right. Now, listen, y'all. I didn't want to be rude because I could have snapped on him, right? For him even approaching me. But, you know, a lot of people approach me. You know, I know people from back in the day that I ain't seen in years or whatever. And, you know, I guess I was locked up with this dude, but it just was not registering, right? So my wife, like, who the hell was that? I said, I don't know, man. He said his name was Kennard and name what? She was like, okay. So I'm like, baby, I don't know who that guy is, right? So later on, you know, we get home and putting up the groceries and stuff like that. And I get a call from my homeboy T, not Tar T, it's another guy named T that I was locked up with. He called me, he was like, hey, you seen Kennard? I said, man, yeah, I just ran into dude at the store. He said, yeah, man, he out, man, and dude is turned out. I was like, man, I don't remember him. He was like, man, yeah, he wasn't in there like that, but it was allegations on him that he was, you know, getting down. I was like, look, man, I don't even really know dude like that. I don't remember him. He was like, Dante, you do remember him. So he got to telling me the story. Now I'm about to tell y'all the story and how this dude got turned out because T was there when this dude started playing military mind games. Okay. But before we go on, y'all hit that like button for me right quick and make sure y'all subscribe to my Patreon. My Patreon got all the prison stories on there that I can't put on this channel. It got my Bible stories over there and they got my short horror films over there. So y'all make sure y'all go over there, go check it out. The link will be pinned at the top of the comment section. So he like, yeah, Dante, man, that's Kennard, man. Yeah, he out, man. I said, so what happened to him? Because I'm still trying to figure out who he is. He was like, man, you remember that day when y'all ran down on them Bloods? I was like, it been a couple times that we ran down on Bloods. What you mean? He was like, that time when that gay dude, you know, the leader of the Bloods was going to war with the gay guy. I said, what gay guy? He was like, Nelson, man, gay Nelson. I said, oh, okay, yeah. What about it? He was like, he's the guy. He's the guy that they was going to war with. I was like, what? He was like, man, look, let me give you the spiel. So all right. So now I had an issue. Now everybody knows that I was offering protection to cats in prison. You know, if you was an inmate that couldn't stand on your own 2 feet, you would come holler at me and I get you right. You know, ain't nobody gonna mess with you because I ran the strict program and that's just what it was. So it was this dude named Gay Nelson, right? And I guess the leader of the Bloods at this time was messing with him on the low. Now, the rules in that blood set that I remember was that you cannot be sealed up with a homosexual. It's just not gonna happen, right? You can't do business with them unless you have somebody in your gang with you so they can verify what y'all talked about, right? Now, I adopted a lot of them similar ways in my organization. My organization, that was one of the rules too. You can't do business with them unless one of the homies is there with you so they can verify what was said. So that way, if some allegations comes up that y'all was messing around, the homie could be like, no, that ain't happened. I was right there. I heard everything that was said, right? So that's the same thing that the Bloods had going on. Now, the big dog, their leader, had a punk in a cell, which was Gay Nelson from Grand Rapids, Michigan. Now, you at a certain degree, you can't control or dictate who they put in your cell. Okay. 9 times out of 10, if you want somebody out your cell, 9 times out of 10, they gonna end up putting you in a hole. Right. They gonna tell you, like, hey, this prison, you don't dictate who comes in here and who don't come in here. If you don't like it, stay out of prison. Or if you got an issue with this person coming in here, you can go to the hole, right? You don't run nothing. Criminals, inmate, right? So one thing that you can do is put your hands on that person that you want out of your cell. Now, it don't always got to be a homosexual. It can be somebody that you just don't like, somebody that you can't kick it with, somebody that you just can't jail with. It's been plenty of dudes done got in my cell and I done, put hands on them and got them up out the cell, right? And there was many times where I had to check in and go into the hole because one reason or another, right? But anyway, let's get back to the story. So my man, the Bloods they ain't feeling it. They feel like, yo, the rules are we can't conversate, we can't do business, and we dang sure can't sell up with no sissy. But here it goes. The leader is selling up with a sissy. And he acting like it's all good. And if anybody say something to him, it's a problem. He can send out a violation for that person to get violated, right? And when I say violated, typically I'm talking about a beat down, right? So you got dudes in the gang that really don't want to say nothing to him because they know how he is. And this dude ain't no pushover. The leader of the Bloods at that time was not no, chump. He was somebody, to be feared. He was a very violent dude and he was about his business. So when he got the punk put in his cell, it's like, what? Now, it was none of my business at all. It wasn't none of my business at all. Okay. So I didn't give a damn either way because I'm not no gang member. I'm not no Blood. So I didn't care either way. But how I come into the picture, like my homeboy T told me, so you got the gay dude where you got Gay Nelson in the cell with the big blood, right? Now you got the dude Kennard. Now, the rumor was that Kennard, which is the dude in the thumbnail, Kennard and Nelson was like messing around, right? Now, that ain't not normal, right? For two, homosexuals to be involved with each other. That's not normal. But it's an issue with the Bloods because it's like the leader, I ain't gonna say the whole Bloods, but the leader of the Bloods, because you can just tell in his mannerisms, like he always looking over there, like when we on the yard, right? He over there with his homeboys and they playing basketball or whatever. But then you got Gay Nelson and you got Kennard over there, like, talking. And, the leader of the Bloods be looking distracted. Like he always looking over there like what? You know what I'm saying? Like a man looking at his woman talking to another guy. That's how I always be. You can see him looking distracted. And I peeped that, right? Now, this is when it all hit the fan. And remember, y'all, don't nothing go on in prison. You ain't no secrets. You think you about to do something and get away with it? Mm-mm. You think that you about to go duck off and do some ungodly act, nah, and you think you about to get away with it? No, everybody gonna find out. So here it is. You got Gay Nelson in the cell with the big blood, the leader of the Bloods, right? They in there arguing. Now, I remember some of this because it was so long, y'all. I don't remember it verbatim, word for word, but I remember some of the conversation. And the big blood was like, so you just gonna play in my face? You gonna play in my face like that? And I honestly, y'all, because I think I was 4 cells away. Honestly, I thought that he was on the phone talking to like his girlfriend or something, because the way that he was talking, it only seemed like he was talking to a female. The way he was, talking, he was like, so you gonna play in my face like that? You really gonna play in my face like that? And I didn't hear nothing. And then I heard the other voice. And I know that voice. It's Gay Nelson. Gay Nelson was like, what you mean? What you mean? You won't claim me. You won't claim me. So now at this time, y'all, I'm laying on my bed, right? I got the bottom bunk. And I kind of raised up like, what? Because it wasn't that many people in the dorm at this time. It was me, this white old man named Robert, Gay Nelson, and Big Blood. That's it. Now, this tank hold about 24 inmates, right? It's 12 cells, 2 people to 1 cell, right? But it's just us in there. So I hear him. He like, so you just gonna play in my face? You just go, you know what it is. You know what it is. This is what he's telling Gay Nelson. Gay Nelson like, well, like I said, I want to go public. And if you want to act ashamed of me, what you won't do, another B will. And I heard Big Blood like, stop playing with me, motherfucker. I told you, stop motherfucking playing with me, man. Stop playing with me, bruh. So Gay Nelson was like I said, what you won't do, another man will. And I guess he tried to walk out the cell, and Blood grabbed him by the back of his neck and like threw him in the cell or whatever. And he was like, don't put your hands on me. Don't put your motherfucking hands on me. You said that you would never hurt me. You said that you would protect me. And he like, man, shut up, man. Shut the fuck up, man. Right? So at this time, I get up out the cell and I'm on a tier, right? Now, like I said, it's about 3-4 cells away from me to the left. So I hear him like, man, shut the fuck up, man. Shut the fuck up, man. Be quiet, man. So he like, no, man, you said you was going to protect me. You would never hurt me. He like, man, shut the fuck up. So as he's saying that, I'm looking like, okay, so I'm on a tier and I'm looking that way. So he bounced out the cell and I hear him look straight. Like I didn't know what was going on. So he come out there and he just standing there and then he go back in the cell. And now I hear whispering, right? Now I can't hear what he said at all. Then he come back out and he like, hey, what's up, Dante? What's up, G? What's going on with you? I said, nothing. I can't call it. He was like, oh, okay, bet. You good? You straight? You need anything? Now I'm thinking in my head, like, what you mean that I'm good? I'm straight? Do I need like I need anything from you? I run a store. This is what I'm thinking in my head. I'm not saying this to him because it's not warranted, but I'm thinking in my head, like, man, come on, man. You trying to give me this small talk, man. I know what I heard. I guess he trying to check the temperature, trying to see like how I'm going to react or whatever. But I'm playing stupid like I didn't hear what was said, right? So he like, you good? You straight? I said, yeah, I'm good. I'm straight. But I'm gonna holler at you. I'm gonna holler at you. So he like, all right. So I'm going down the stairs. You know when you can feel somebody watching you? That's what it was like. I felt this dude eyes on the back of my head. So I, look up and then he look away and then he walk away. So I said, oh, so yeah, dude know, or he assuming that he know that I know what I heard, whatever. So I just leave out of there, right? Now, we're going to fast forward it 5 days later because nothing, absolutely nothing eventful or worth speaking about took place at this time, right? All right, y'all. Here go the BS. Here go the BS. Now, we all in a chow hall, right? This is how the seating arrangement goes. at least when I was there. The first two tables, you got the Muslims right here. You got the Crips right here. Behind the Muslims is the Bloods. Behind the Crips is my table. Right behind my table is the Neutrons. And to the left of them, it's like the homosexuals, chomos, and just weird dudes, right? Bam. Now, like I told y'all where the Bloods is at, it's kind of diagonally from the homosexual chomo table, whatever. So I see the Bloods they all right there, and we just gonna call them Big Blood, the leader of the Blood. So when I say Big Blood, that's what I'm talking about, the leader of the Bloods that got Gay Nelson in the cell. Now they discussing this, and they telling him, like, I guess they all like, hey man, this, something gotta change. Like, this ain't looking good. And he realizing like they giving him a mutiny right now. They like, hey, we all coming together. We ain't feeling it, man. We do need to get up out your cell. And this is what they discussing at the table. And they trying to talk low, but we can hear it because the conversation keep rising. You can tell the conversation is getting aggressive, right? And this is where it hit the fan. So Gay Nelson come in, right? He comes in. He go through the line. And I don't know what type of hold Gay Nelson had over Big Blood, but in mid-conversation, as they discussing whatever they discussing, he stops and he's zoning out, just looking at Gay Nelson, right? And then Kennard comes in, which is the guy in the thumbnail. Kennard comes in, man. He jumps the line to get right behind him, right behind Gay Nelson. And I'm watching it. I'm watching Big Blood, and I know it's just not me that sees this. He looked like a jealous man, a jealous boyfriend looking at his girlfriend talk to another guy. And if I'm seeing this, I'm pretty sure everybody at these tables see this too. The Bloods, especially, they right there with him, right? So Kennard get behind him, behind Gay Nelson, like hug him. And Gay Nelson like, don't do that. Don't do that. Oh, my goodness, y'all. What happened next? Nobody seen this coming. I didn't see this coming. Nobody. Big Blood get up. Like, he banged, he balled his fist up and banged the table. Boom! Everybody, you can hear the pin drop up in there, right? Everybody turn and look. He like, I told you, stop playing in my motherfucking place. Stop playing in my motherfucking face. What y'all got going on? What y'all got going on? Right? Listen, y'all, everybody like, what? What the heck going on? Right? And Gay Nelson like, oh, so now you wanna be mad? You wanna be mad? Right? So they arguing back and forth. And the Blood members that's under him looking at him like, what the man, what the fuck, dude on? Like, what? They can't believe, like, I can't believe what's going on. So he like, yeah, what the going on? What's up? What's up? You gonna keep playing in my face? You gonna keep playing in my face? So y'all seen the thumbnail. Y'all seen the title. Kennard was like, yeah, I was on my knees. Yeah, I was on them. Oh my God. When he said, yeah, I was on my knees, Big Blood took off. He took off running towards him, right? The fight, now listen, I never seen Big Blood fight. I never did at all, right? And I never seen Kennard fight. But understand, even though Kennard was a homosexual, that don't mean that he couldn't fight. And I'm about to tell you how the fight went. So he swings on him, right? Big Blood swing, right? Kennard ducks it and he like grab him like in the mid waist and he trying to slam him. So they basically tussling and they both punching each other like Mike Tyson punch out, right? So they both hit the floor. Now, somehow, some way, Kennard end up getting behind him wrapping his legs around him and getting him in a rear naked chokehold. Pause, because I mean, given the fact, who these two characters are, I said rear naked chokehold, right? Suspicious. But anyway, he's choking him out, right? Now, Big Blood is looking at his homies and like, yo, help me, right? Basically, he ain't saying help me, but the way he looking at his homeboys like, man, hey, what y'all doing, man? Help, man. Get this up off me, right? So they ain't moving. In fact, I'm going to say this going on for maybe a good 15 seconds, right? And I know the way I'm telling the story about this fight, it seems like it's a minute or two, but no, these fights don't last that long at all. You got guards in there roaming around. No, man. In fact, they already like, hey, y'all cut that out. Break that up. Cut it out. Stop, right? They already getting the canister, mace, and all that. And at this time, I'm rolling up and getting up out of there because listen, y'all, I got asthma, and I had asthma back then, okay? And if I would have got hit with that mace or been in the area to inhale that, I would have had a bad time, right? So he like, hey, y'all, stop that. Stop, right? So now you got Gay Nelson like, get off him. Get off of him. He's talking to Kennard while he choking Big Blood out. He like, get off of him. Get off. Get off of him. Get off of him, Kennard, get off of him. Right? So now the Garson came through. I done bounced. I got out of there. Now I can only assume what happened because you start smelling the smell, right? So they come in there spraying and all that, and that was it. Off to the hole they go. Me, I was already in my unit, right? So, guys coming back, coughing and jumping in the shower. Then I got the whole 411, right? About what happened. So we all in there like, what? And, his couple of his blood partners was in there, and I heard them talking about it. And they like, man, dude was foul, man. And dude was still in charge, right? Because I think he was like the number 4 blood in the state at the time. So somebody from the higher ups is the only one that really can get him out of his position, right? So they are talking about it or whatever. We end up getting on the yard, and I see they making phone calls, whatever. And that was really it that I can remember, y'all. But the reason why I'm telling y'all this story, because I ran into this guy, or I should say he ran into me at the grocery store. And I'm thinking to myself, because I honestly forgot who he was, right? Because I didn't really know him like that. I seen him around, he bought things from me from the store because I ran the store, but I didn't know he was like this. And now it all makes sense. Like, damn, this dude is really out living like that. Like he living like that. Dang. Hey, make sure y'all subscribe to my Patreon. It's pinned at the top of the comment section. I'm gone. Hey. And also, man, shout out to all of y'all. Shout out to my supporters out there that be supporting me, that be commenting in the comment section, that be hitting the like button, that be sharing the videos, that be hyping the video. Dante appreciate y'all. If I haven't told y'all that lately, I do. With that, y'all be safe. I'm gone. Hey y'all, if y'all like celebrity gossip, make sure y'all check out this channel called John Berry TV. I'm gonna have the link to the channel pinned at the top of the comment section. Make sure y'all go check it out. Hey, if you are into parlay games, but you just can't pick the right team and get a crazy payout, click the link at the top of the comment section to possibly hit it big time. The link will be pinned at the top of the comment section. It's called Parlay. Go check it out. Yo,
For all my readers out there that still read books, there's a book that I be reading called 3 Warriors in Babylon. It's a really good book. Y'all go check it out. I'm going to have the link pinned at the top of the comment section. Go get y'all a copy. Hey, if you enjoyed this video, make sure you hit that like button, hype the video, and share the video. To watch my exclusive videos, you must become a member. I'm going to have the members link pinned at the top of the comment section. Have you sent your weekly donation to support the Dante Show Network? If not, that's okay. I got you. We are now accepting CASHAPP, Zelle, and PayPal. All gifts and donations are highly appreciated. If you are trying to reach me for business opportunities, I'm going to have my contact information pinned at the top of the comment section. Also, get in contact with me if you need your business, your book, your social media channel, a product, your brick and mortar, whatever it is that you need promoted, get in contact with me. My contact information will be pinned at the top of the comment section and in the description. Until next time, take care.